epilepsy, and other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Hello everyone. Hello. How's everyone doing? YouTube chat, Twitch chat, hello. Getting some people eliminated today.
If you didn't believe in curses before, then you absolutely
Can't believe the Simple's back. Dude, I actually watched some of the
#1
highlights
seed
yesterday.
Is in the lower
He actually played pretty
bracket,
well.
and they are all fighting for survival today. Hello everyone and welcome to day 8 of Masters Toronto.
How many deadlocks we get in today?
For today's playoff
None, I think, with these teams, right?
I am your host, Yingsu, and since you know we've got Mimi, the Bonafide.
I don't even at this point. I would take a vice. At this point, I'm so desperate. I would take a vice. Just anything that isn't a cipher.
Thank you so much.
Lost with the tier 1. Thanks so much for the 13 months. Thank you. Vancilli made it to the death.
That the fans in Toronto and on the stream had to bring their curses or their lucky charms to break the #1 seed curses.
We would take a chamber.
That did not happen.
Dude, I think anything at this point.
It's
on him. If you're a #1 seed,
do we want me on the desk now? Do you want me
RRQ
on the desk
smash
now?
Fnatic? Ooh, I'm not sure, man. Not from what I saw. I think Fnatic should pretty much be the favorites from what I saw. I think G2 should be heavy favorites from what I've seen, and I think Fnatic should be favorites, but I don't want to say heavy. But
this CN team, they had such a good match up against RRQ. I think showcased some fantastic individualism, but also showing yet again how good their attack side.
Do we get an upset today? I don't think we see an upset today.
Excellent game from Wolves.
I don't think we see an upset
today. It is the highest placement for a CN team that doesn't have the name Eating G.
Exactly.
Yeah. You know him like that, Alex. You've always asked me to call you Vancilli.
I thought you were going to call me Shockwave, just like we mentioned before, but no. Definitely on the side of Wolves, they feel like they're playing with no pressure at all, and everybody's also landing shots on how they're playing as a team as well. So I feel like this is definitely like the real Cinderella
two
story
upsets.
going into
Two
Toronto
upsets
right
would
now
be crazy.
that could really upset some big
Two upsets would be really crazy.
Asian Valorant are eating good because Gen G took down Fnatic in what was the closest.
Which are team rankings for teams that will win Toronto. From what I've seen at the moment, oh, it's close. Like these three, I wouldn't actually want to say who I think is favorites out of these three.
I absolutely am surprised by that. I mean, we had
I don't know, man. I would be surprised if anyone out of those three wins. It just looks so nailed on that everyone else is just playing too older stuff.
And with a sub, but still a surprise that it was all that dominant.
You do get to a point though that the excuses came on Twitter and everything that
Paybreaks, man, Paybreaks have such a good chance. They really do, man. They have such a good chance.
Really no excuse. Everybody had their first games going on into Toronto now, and I feel like starting today, you're going to start seeing the best matches.
All the 4 #1 seeds in those is crazy. It is crazy. I think, again, I'm stubborn. I think they all messed up.
This time around, Vancilli. That brings us to today's Mastercard fan poll. We want to know which of these #1 seeds will make
Wolves has a chance to crack top 3. I think they, I actually do as well. I think their maps have to be right for them. I think they've got a little bit fortunate. I think they got a little bit fortunate with the maps that they've had at the moment. I think as soon as people start realizing that Lotus is not that strong, they'll probably start losing.
Somehow I feel like you're going to beat me to dad jokes, and I'm just.
I'm still on the train. I'm still on the train. Do I have any control? I don't think so. I was tempted to go for a little 5th to 6th stop, get the 2 champ points. It's too powerful now, man. No one can control this train. It's up to them. Maybe Mini.
Hi, Mender here with Raga, Happyway, and Valorda help translate.
Everyone is.
First of all, I wanted to.
I don't want to say that, Alec, but this is the first event where I've been heavily disappointed of the level of play, to be honest. But teams are just playing it safe. And I don't like to flame teams normally because I've got a lot of respect for what teams do, but I've never seen an event where the read is so vastly wrong. In my opinion.
My role is Sentinel and my playstyle a little bit aggressive.
I'm XLG, I'm duelist. My style is very aggressive.
Oh, he's aggressive.
I love it.
Sure.
Aggression.
Kill on the train, remember you betraying the train? It's not a betray on the train. The train was... how people read the pick'ems as a betray is crazy. I wanted to preserve the train, get a nice parking spot ready for champs.
them at
I didn't want to
Toronto
crush
here in
the
this
train.
tournament as the #1 seed.
I was focusing on
If you were to
champs. I
go
didn't
back in
realize they wanted to
time
win
and
this
tell
event.
yourself that you would have made it here. Could you
They
believe
they
that?
want to go all out right now.
因为其实
W
你
key
们去
non-stop.
年也是在晋升赛的厮杀之中上来的，同时
I was
当时
playing way
你
too
们现在
passive.
来到了 CN 赛区，然后来到了可能第一梯队，然后同时你们现在是代表 CN 赛
Do
区。
you think anybody can beat
作为一
Gen G right now?
获
Yeah, I
得了
think
这
so.
回的多伦多
I
大
think the
师
more
赛
demos they
如
show
果
as
回到那
well,
个时候
maybe
告诉
getting a little bit
告
of
诉那个时候
weakness.
的你自己
That
说
split looks
会
kind
发
of
生这一
weak.
切，你会相信吗？
That sunset.
Of course, not.
The sunset doesn't
It's
look
hard.
like it, but it
Raga, how far have you come since
has
then?
some weaknesses.
How much have you been able to improve and learn?
A lot. And I want to improve more, and this tournament will show us how our level is now.
Yeah, I'm excited to see you play. Now you're
you know why
coming into
Sen
a
banned
tournament where
Sunset
there's
first
a
game?
lot
Yeah,
of,
curveball. They
very
wanted to make it
famous
look like it was a
players that have
perma
been at
ban,
the
but
top of
actually
the
it's
game
their
for a
best
long
map.
time. Is there
Pretty cool.
any player or team that you have watched in the past?
We actually called it
and
as soon as they
looked
banned
up
it.
to that you're excited to play now?
因为其实来到这回多伦多大师赛，我们有非常多非常有名的选手，相信你们曾经也看过他们的比赛，包括一些队伍嘛。所以对于你们来说，
If
有没
G-Lai
有
win
说
this,
自己
dude,
特别
G-Lai
期待
win
会遇
this.
到的选手或者队伍呢？
It would be insane.
选手的话，应该
You
是
sticking with your 20% for
Preparation
G-Lai? Yeah, I give him
Forsaken
20% today.
然后队伍应该是
I didn't
TH。
like what I've seen.
For me, the player is must be Forsaken from Paper Rex, and the team is Team Heretics.
Yeah, that would be exciting. And the
For
same
me,
question.
I want to fight with every duelist in Toronto.
Okay.
All of them.
I want to see on where is my level.
Who's the best
Holy.
duelist in your opinion?
For
Me.
me, the first is Aspas, the second is Jemkin, and third Kajak.
Okay. And if you were to say right now, where do you think you are?
On the
Analyst.
bottom level.
The bottom level?
Yes, I think it's the worst duelist.
Okay, well, I hope,
Damn, I
hope you
respect that.
prove yourself wrong in this tournament. I'm very excited to see you play.
Phoenix
Finally,
Fisher, thank you so much
I
for the
just
support,
want
bro.
to
Appreciate the
ask,
27 months.
What it would mean to actually go Happy Way and win this whole tournament for yourself.
那对于 Happy Way 来说，如果赢下来这场比赛，赢下多伦多大师赛的所有，对你来说又会意味着什么呢？
意味着我比自己想象起来还厉害吧。我们
I think it means that we are better than we imagined before.
It would be amazing to
Okay.
see. Best of luck in the tournament to both
I
of you.
thought Fnatic looked like they copied a comp but had very little practice on Sunset. I think
All right, who's excited for Raga versus Aspas?
I think they don't
That's probably not the
have a
comment. Oh, what
good
is going on there?
understanding of the
We
map.
got the Lorax here
Wait.
too in
From what
Toronto.
I can
love
tell.
it.
And that makes a lot of sense, right? Sunset used to be a permaban for one point in that team,
Speaking of Sideshow, though,
and
because, you know,
Pearl
we
used to
had
be a
the
permaban,
interview
and now they've
with
got
Varga
both of
where
the
he's mentioning
permabans in
probably
the
at
map pool.
lore in terms of the duelists are
It
one
does
of the
make
worst,
sense
but
that it's
Sideshow's been high on his horse. Rargar is probably one
it
of
does
the
make
best
sense
duelists they're currently
that
having in China,
they
and
struggle
see
on
this
this map.
head-to-head against Joggernaut,
I don't think
I feel
Bostro's a
there
good
is gonna be
read.
fireworks.
Like cooling wise, I was watching it, he didn't do anything. So I think he like struggles on that map. And again, everyone has just like, you know, when you do tiers, everyone has like tiers of like their understanding
I
of
mean, a
maps.
show of hand who consider themselves
Like
a
I would,
better
I
duelist
believe
than
my
Sideshow?
Haven's really
Anyone
good,
else in the arena?
but I would say my Icebox is pretty low. I can't understand the map.
Yeah, there's a few. There's a few that
And then
back
my
themselves.
bind's probably
But
somewhere
before we
around
get into
here.
Today's first match, we're going to test how
Like
well
everyone
you
has like good
really
understanding on
know
certain
your
maps,
agents.
like bad understanding on
And
certain
play a
maps.
game of Ooze There. We've done Ooze That before, so let me hear Ooze There.
Who's that?
That's pretty good. That's actually pretty good.
Who's there?
Oh, they're both very good. Although I think Mel might still be on top of the British
Mel is
accent.
secretly
I'll get there.
British.
I'll get there at some
Yeah.
point.
She's like one of the
Melange.
actors that has to like play an American
Is
accent.
Jemkin nervous? He doesn't
I
have,
mean, she's
he
still
just,
pretty
he
good
doesn't
at
have
that.
the
So, let
same
me explain
setup,
how the
and I
game
guess he's playing a
works. We're
different
going to play the
agent
audio
majority of the
of,
time as well.
Agent's Footsteps, and
And
you
playing a
guys
different agent
and,
is pretty big.
You guys over here, and also you guys at home, will have
Icebox
to guess
Haven
which
Pearl.
agent you think the footsteps are. And yes,
Icebox
they do
Haven
make
Pearl.
different sounds. So let's start with the
I'm
first
interested
one.
to see G2's Icebox.
My gosh.
Ooh.
Chat, I need help.
Ooh.
Jesus.
They're not
A,
helping.
B, or C?
They're not helping you, Van Silly.
I would guess it's a Gecko.
There's a lot of C's.
I'm
And they
hearing
are
Waylaid?
helping
C's, I'm
you.
hearing some C's.
Waylay's always dashing though. I never hear anything.
Yeah, all right.
I'm
well,
gonna go with C. I'm gonna go with the crowd. 50.
Wait.
I'm calling the audience. I'm going for C on my side.
You listening to chat?
I would guess
Yeah.
it's a Gecko.
Good
I have
grief,
no
my
idea
Gibbs,
what a
you're
Waylay
talking
sounds
the
like,
whole-
dude.
You talked through the whole footsteps.
All right. Well, Van Silly's going for C.
Deadlock? I don't know.
All right.
I'm
Let's.
not sure.
Oh, one more time.
The TikTok games got to me. At least it's game related.
No
Gecko,
sabotage silly
Gecko,
here.
B.
Gecko?
B.
Oh, that
All
sounds
right.
like it. That sounds
Okay,
like
we're
it.
going B instead. Let's lock it in. Mimi.
Was deadlock?
Griefed myself.
Wait, Carlo, you had
Silly
that?
never griefed you. You griefed
Yeah,
yourself.
yeah. I
It's
actually
okay.
stayed very quiet in that moment.
It's okay. This tournament is all about redemption, Mimi. Second one.
Oh, that's Phoenix.
Let me hear it again.
Oh,
Is that
someone
Phoenix?
screamed Sova.
Oh, I hear a little bit of a
Someone
belt thing,
scream
like
Sova.
I do think
know what?
it's.
I agree,
think
Sova.
it's Sova or Cypher.
I'm going Sova.
We listening to chat?
I think it's Phoenix, Sova, or Cypher.
Wow, that's brave.
I'm going for Sova. I'm going for Sova.
I'll go with B here.
Okay, let's go with chat and see if that one guy in the crowd was correct. If so, someone give him a Riot Gun Buddy. Golden Boy, go give this guy a Riot Gun Buddy. If it is Sova, let's lock it in.
Player is probably a Sova
Cypher?
main. We'll see.
It's
Oh,
I was
I'm
right.
sorry.
No, wait, I said Phoenix at first.
A lot of you
Alright,
said
okay,
this.
well, we're gonna get
You
one
said
Probably
right.
play way more than the game than I do. Oh my
That's
goodness.
why I'll never miss.
We're gonna
It
get
is-
one right.
It's so hard to do this in like a Wait.
Oh,
Oh, that's Brimmy.
that's Brim Daddy.
That's Brimmy.
As
I think you're right.
Those
One
are some,
more time. One
those
more
are some
time.
heavy steps.
on Father's Day, I think we need to give this to Brim Daddy.
Yeah, those are some chunky steps.
Yeah.
I'm going Brim.
Is that Daddy Brim, Chad? Is that Daddy Brim?
I think it is. I actually think it is. Right. Yeah.
I'm going for it.
Let's lock it in. Brimstone. Do it. Easy as lock in.
I feel like the
Oh, my
really easy
life.
ones are like Brim, Jet, and Yoru all have like really pretty
KO.
distinctive foot. Yeah, KO as well. But once you get like beyond like those, it's like.
Excuses. That's all I hear.
Yeah, I agree with
but
that,
thank you
Sonia.
very much, you two,
I
for
very much agree with that.
playing. And you guys in the venue here, you're
That
gonna
any
get a
teams
chance
call
to,
me Asian
if you're
Space or
lucky,
Footsteps, I've
today
never
to
heard.
run
I've
into
never
a
heard of any
one
teams that are
and
at that
only
level.
Golden Boy. So
The thing
let's
is,
check
I
out
don't think you
what
could
he
say it
is currently up
confidently,
to.
unless it was like a Brim or something. But it's also just like
Masters Toronto, you can meet some of your
you're not
favorite
doing it.
talent and
Also, a
people
lot of time when you
across
hear
all
running,
of
it's like
Valorant.
multiple.
I actually have no idea who's on the docket today.
Otherwise,
Who do
one
we have?
person kind of messed up.
Ah, crap.
Especially on LAN as well, yeah.
Okay.
Leggings with the tier 1. Thank you so much for the 60 months as well. Thank you.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Who's the best on
I'm here.
each map right now?
I'm just standing here having fun with you guys. So
I don't know, man. We haven't got enough data on that, really.
We'll let you go.
I've always wanted to meet Golden Boy. It's been a dream since I was
Sunsets
a young girl.
between
If you want to go, we'll let you
Paper
go.
X and
We've got it handled,
Sentinels, but at the same time, you
but
could
for
say
now,
Gen G.
let's talk about this very
Haven, you might have
important
to say it's Gen
elimination
G,
match coming
just because
up,
of the
and
results.
It is G2
Ascent,
of
I
all
would
teams
probably
in
say
the lower
Wolves,
bracket.
Yeah,
to be
it is
honest.
crazy. This
Which is
match
kinda
against
crazy,
Paper X was
but I think that
super
might be
close.
right.
They lose back-to-back 13-11 maps to go down to the lower bracket, and for G2, this is a bit different. They haven't lost in the first round like this since all the way back at the first global tournament they played at back when they were the Guard. So a complete
Paul
lower
might
bracket
be
run
Paper
is
X.
going to have to be what it takes if G2 want another shot at a final.
Yeah, and I don't think that the lack of a Teo in the composition for G2
What does
really
Sentinels
was
get at?
lackluster on how they were approaching the maps. I think one of the small changes that we
They're-
saw is,
they're
for
pretty good
example,
at
on this
split.
map right here on Lotus, when they went for a Stinger buy on the defensive side. Not many teams try to do that, and you're just trying to gamble and trying to guess where people
Sunset,
are
yeah,
to
really
get
said
the
Sunset.
ball rolling if you're able to get the right read. But it was difficult to do. They lost that one, and everything just spiraled downhill. So it's just a gamble that didn't work out.
Yeah, and you can see the placements here. This is a team with really high expectations. I agree with you, though, Vance. I actually think that coming out, their macro and their comp changes were not a factor in their loss, in my opinion. I think
Haven is
Trent
good for
switching
them now.
back to the Sova.
Yeah, we haven't
makes
seen it this
sense.
event though,
Jaw
right?
looked
But
good
it
on the
it was
Neon,
nice.
and
You're
I
right.
actually think they were playing really well, but what cooked them was in large part these late round retakes.
They're good at
on their
farming China, but
defensive
they
side,
actually are
playing
playing good
back
though.
into Paper X.
Like
Paper X is a
I
team
get you. I
that
get
in
what
their
you're
post
saying,
runs, they play
and it is true
really
because they've
weird
only played
offenses.
Chinese
They
teams,
play
but they've
really
looked good.
aggro, and they
And I
have
think
some
with how many teams are
incredible
struggling
shooters.
against
And I
Wolves
think
as well,
G2
you
is
gotta
rushing their retakes sometimes, not having the
give them
perfect
props
spacing,
for
and
facing a lot of the
consistently
stuff
being
that
caught
Wolves
off
are
by
doing.
players like
First
something
time
like
without the
Jay in
demo
those
and being able
post
to
and losing too many retakes
win.
as a result.
Because
And when
people
you-
are
when you give
struggling
that
to
space
Wolves'
here
style
for
of
Paper
play
X, you see moments
with
like
the
this where
demos.
Batman is just gonna be able
So
to
I think
clutch
Sentinels
things
did a great
correctly. And you
job.
just mentioned it, Mimi. Not only were they given the space for Paper X, but they also weren't working together. It was a 3 versus 1 at that spot against Batman, and he isolated.
I think it'd be
every
different if
single
Sen
one
played
of those
against
left
Wolves
and
today.
used perfect
I think if
utility
Sen
to
played
play
against Wolves
G2.
today, it would
So I
be
think it's
more
just maybe
convincing for
nervousness
Sen.
as well, going into
from what I've
Toronto,
seen.
being very cold going onto the stage for G2.
When have you ever seen them lose a Stinger round?
Very rarely in
Yeah.
in Americas. And like I said, it's like the defensive round that really hurt them that time around, in my eyes.
The thing is, though, they were successful in other Stinger rounds.
Exactly.
They forced the second round of that map. They forced the 5th round of that map. They won
Do I think
both
Sen would
of
lose
those.
now?
Yeah.
They were still finding
Sen would.
success. They just lost the most pivotal round of that game.
Exactly, and what's important here when you're thinking about G2's buy on the Singer was mostly the storyline around the attack side. The attack side's where you're able to control the tempo. You bring the fight to your opponents. If you're going to try to use that on defense on Lotus and you don't gamble correctly, the space that you give for your opponents for Paper X, they're going to be in positions to play perfect crossfires. You can't play utility for
some
retakes.
people saying skipping straight to playoffs doesn't feel like much of an advantage. I'm doing a video on it because it's tilting me so much.
React to this as no Tejo, no party. Would you agree with that? Considering
the problem is it's hard to.
I wouldn't agree at all. Trent is
it's hard to manage.
It
because you can never get a stat or anything like that kind of measures the confidence or the comfort of playing group stages to get on stage, like the group games. Like there's no way of measuring that stuff. And again, I think if you, it depends. I do think it's a little bit team dependent. If you've got some rookies, then obviously going through Swiss at the beginning is obviously going to help you. But coming out and being as bold to say that it's 100% a disadvantage, to me personally, is pure madness. I think that's I think teams are not looking inward.
They beat M80 on that moment.
To be honest.
And once they started their career here in
again,
the
I could just be stubborn.
They were also very dominant, especially with Trent playing a Sova or Fade.
Well, I hope that people listen to what you guys have said, because you know they like to react.
Don't overreact.
Yeah.
Sliggy, serious question. If you were a coach, would you have taken more risks in the first seed? Okay, I'm probably going to regret saying this, but I think you could give me the worst performing team at this event, put me in the first seed, and I would at least come fourth.
I think G2 are very good.
That's where I'm at.
That they have a great rest of the tournament.
I think G2 are horrible, and the fact that they lost to Paper
like
X
from the first groups, without playing groups,
be eliminated from the tournament. I don't even think they should be allowed to play their elimination game. Just send them home.
But I think every coach should back themselves, to be honest.
Like we said, don't
but it would be insanely risky.
It's a joke. It's a joke. He's just having fun. But is there any bit of truth in that? G2, are they in real risk of elimination?
Like a double rage bait.
Of course, they're in the lower bracket, but I don't think they're at great risk
And that
today.
clip to Fraud. I mean, Fraud didn't play. Fraud didn't play. Fraud wasn't first seed.
There's a lot of pressure.
I'm saying if you gave me the worst performing team, I was first seed and had the extra time. I strongly believe that I would come up with comps good enough that would secure me at least 2 wins to get top 4.
No more curses, and now is the time to show us who you guys really are. So what innovations can G2
Bro, stop. Dude, you gotta back yourself. You gotta back yourself. I think people have really bad reads on the match at the moment.
See new comps out of us, maybe some interesting comps today. But not only that, I think that now that we're warmed up to the stage, we're ready to compete. I would say in the first game we were a bit shaky, and now we feel a lot more confident, you know? And we're just going to come out and do that thing, so I'm excited for today.
Okay. Go crush that game.
Yeah.
Does he ever lie? Have you ever seen him lie? Like the new comms, the new stuff? Does that? Are we going to really see it?
Pretty honest.
My issue is, and Saint kind of gave me a lot of stats to back this. The problem is, I would be using pretty much these two. And we've got 85% win rate this event, 80%. Everyone's going over towards here. 24%, 24 plays, 33% win rate. And I think when you look at these two, if you have good enough theory behind it, you should always be winning your first game. I strongly think that I would have good enough theory on maps to win two matches. I also think teams are leaning so heavy into this at the moment in terms of Breach and Sova, and I think to try play like Breach Sova in this meta is a little bit crazy, to be honest. I think this is I think this is like this especially I think is like the worst read you could have at the moment. I would much rather lean into like the Viper stuff that I see teams doing. I think that was like the safest bet.
You're always talking about Aspas or Zekin. He just does his job. There's actually some hardcore fans who will always talk about Jogimo, but overall, this is going to be a nice toe-to-toe fight.
Is Teo worth it? I don't think Teo's worth it.
Is how reliant they are on their duelist player. When you watch XLG's run in CN, they're constantly dumping like full double initiator utility into Raga. He's playing a lot of the Neon. He was the highest statistical player of that region out of the playoffs versus Jaw, who was fine, right? Like the story was more focused on his teammates, on the Trents, on the Leafs of the world. But this is still a championship-winning duelist who is a fantastic role player and who we saw step back up.
The top-seeded teams aren't trying to get top 4. It depends. It depends where you're at. I think top 4 at this event with a new meta, if you only need to get like 3 champ points to secure champs, I think I would be okay with that. And then I would back that other people would mess up so much that you might even be able to scrape higher than that. And then if you get the good maps as well and your one and dones have a bit more theory that you can get multiple wins.
Is really difficult with any of those teams
That's
coming
pretty
out
much where
of
I'm
groups.
at.
There are some similarities in style between Sen and G2, but to me, so much of this XLG loss was just having.
But again, if coaches didn't back themselves, then I would worry about it. But again, you know how we did like the tier list? We did a tier list earlier. I was saying how like my icebox is down here, like my haven's up here, etc. Like my overall tier list of like what I'm good at as a coach, I think very good at new maps, new metas, which is pretty much this one. I think I'm good at a lot of micro plays that win you like rounds when it comes to like pistols or just little new stuff with ults and stuff like that. I think that they're very strong in this tournament.
Because of this type of playstyle, it's very similar.
What am I bad at? More like macro stuff, comps that last a long time, longevity comps.
What they had when they faced up against Sentinels.
Yeah, I would say this tournament leans into a lot of my strengths personally, and that's essentially why I'm disappointed in teams.
In the match, those 3 players were -42 in the game against Sen.
Bit of a negative question: which player is underperforming? I mean, pretty much all of them IBR. It's like the easiest
and just kind of getting
answer.
Overwhelmed a little bit when Zekken was running at them on Neon. And of course, it's very hard to play against that, especially with the pressure of your first big stage game. But they did not rise to the occasion in the way they needed to.
Verno? Yeah, Verno looks good. It looked like he knew that he had to try and win rounds on his own, which is never like great.
How difficult it is without playing the Swiss stage. And you mentioned it earlier, Vance. There's no more excuses. They've had a game on this stage.
Your argument makes no sense to me. How is more theory time more useful than actually playing more games?
Exactly. The coaching staff
It just is, man. Like if you have good theory for your comps, it just is.
There's definitely going to be a lot of studying what just happened on the stage after their first games, not only to try to anti their opponents on the stage today.
If you've been in a team and you try and do theory crafting stuff, and you know that your theory crafting is good for games, then it just is, man. YouTube's not having my take, yeah, but it's loads of people that haven't been in teams. But again, it's like we've got people in teams that do believe the opposite end as well, so it's a pretty hot topic at the moment. And it's like one of those that looks very split.
Hey, if you go home here, it's fine. It's your first
again, I just think that teams, it's the same as like when Teo came out. So Teo came out, I did a video the day that Teo came out, I said Breach, Yoru, and you would play it every map. And then you had other teams that didn't think that Teo was good, they played on 0 maps. So it's like that's something that I rate myself very highly at, other teams got wrecked at it. And I think this was the same again, whole reset. What should you be playing? I believe Deadlock, Vice, at least one of them, and then Viper, Omen probably, depending on like the comps.
Everyone, Jen here with Rarga.
So,
now Rarga,
and then I'd still be playing a lot of Yoru. I think that people have bad reads.
We saw some superhuman effort and a very strong individual performance from you.
And again, I'm very
so
like, I'm not critical of people, but this is like the first event that I've been pretty critical.
Today,
I just think people are wrong.
I guess we learned that Valorant is a team game, so we think like G2 is playing a lot of crossfires and a lot of teamwork, so we try to get better to break this.
All right, so play as a unit, right? Okay, thank you very much and good luck.
Yeah, I mean they were very good at playing as a unit. But a lot of that was down to YU. His Breach was really good. Zach in the YouTube chat, thank you so much, bro. I appreciate it. Thank you. Why do you think the #1 seeds didn't win? I feel bad for so much. Because the other teams have momentum. It is a little bit of that, for sure. But again, I think they're just playing. Again, I'm doing a video. And it will explain every thought process on how everyone messed up. I don't think it's as straightforward as everyone thinks, basically. But I get that the stats back it.
Ended up being pretty telegraphed. Sen played more passive on their defense, absorbed that Neon's aggression, killed him, and then were playing from 5v4s on their defense in a ton of rounds. I think I want to see Raga actually slow things down a little bit more in this game, play with the team a little bit, and be more calculated in which rounds he's actually full sending, because this is going to be a stronger opponent, probably even than the Sen they played in that upper bracket.
Well, on the bright side though, Mimi, despite them losing and like you said, not looking fully like themselves, Happyway was living a happy way of life.
Yes.
That's one
armchair analyst take. Maybe. I mean, everyone's got their own opinion.
He was solid, right? He
Again, I could be too stubborn. The difference between that is like I've actually been on a team, and I don't know. In my opinion, like one of the best coaches, Mini kind of agrees. But I think that's like good. Kaplan agrees, but then again, we got other coaches that don't agree, so it's a half and half.
Yeah, I feel that's what you need, especially for this roster for XLG. If the initiators are not really helping Ragar and he's the tip of the spear, opening things up, you need a solid player that's going to be able to at least anchor on the defensive side and get into those moments for the clutches. And Happyway's been doing that quite well for XLG so far. And if that continues on and you're starting to see like the tape that they've been studying on from yesterday, I think XLG could look much better than they did against Sentinel.
G2 plays a lot of no Sentinel comps. If you look at their split, their Lotus,
Collab familiar with that video? No, we're gonna collab with Flo though. I asked just Flo to help me with it.
To get active, XLG's a team who plays a lot of 4-1.
I want to try to get it out.
Something I'm looking at is how G2 wants to set up to punish Happyway.
Kaplan that good? I think Kaplan's very good.
That success on the lurks, because if he can,
I think Kaplan's been proven multiple metas, multiple curveballs. Normally has a very good read.
I'm so sorry. Let's just, you know, let me rest.
Sometimes there's like some role stuff, and maybe that's down to players as well. We don't really know. Again, we never know the insides of teams, but I think Kaplan's really good.
上场打 Sentinels 也没有那么可惜吧，没有打好自己的东西。难点其实我们的难点基本上都出在自己的身上吧。我们需要多一点自信，然后因为大家也都是第一次站在世界的舞台嘛，所以感觉有点没有那么活跃兴奋的感觉，就气氛比较低。怎么调整？就我们让整个队伍就让气氛活跃一点，沟通交流啊，也多听多说，这样还是一样嘛，对自己要更加有信心。我觉得心态上面就
Kaplan, yeah, I think he understands a lot, man. I think he's great.
差吧，整个团队需要非常的活跃、兴奋起来，要相信队友吧，最主要相信队友，因为对上另外一个晋升赛的冠军队伍，如果我们赢下下一场比赛的话，对我们来说会是一个非常大的自信，然后会让我们更加顺利的赢下每支队伍。谢谢大家支持我们，我们会在下一场展现出更好的自己。
Happyway's on the money with what he's saying in that video. They honestly looked flat, like they went through the commemorative penny machine in that game. We need to see them having fun on the stage, being confident, showing the energy that they had back on CN if they want any chance today.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a very tough
one.
Do I
expect to win this? I'm pretty sure G2 will be fine.
Going at Mini's side, because he has been a player that's been spamming a lot of Taeho going into the Chinese region, and now you're going to have to maybe adapt to playing that breach, and with less practice, small practice, and trying to get the perfect timing on a Neon meta or a Neon.
You've seen Lai's fashion initiator? Yeah, I saw they have communication issues, right?
Just gonna agree with him. He absolutely does, especially because one of your initiators is going to be that substitute player coming in. You have to get those timings down, and that takes a lot of comms, a lot of focus to get it right.
And I would love to see them take a page out of Wars.
Jerry on 18 with the Prime. Thank you so much for the 8 months. Thank you.
Stand up, you know, give us the Super Baby.
Is Breach not good without Taeho? Yeah, I don't think Breach is good without Taeho.
Earlier we asked you which team is going to make a lower bracket run, and I am shocked. I genuinely felt like people would say G2, but maybe people put more stock on the on Gen G
Fnatic
being
game,
the
yeah.
opponent.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree with that, 'cause
that's a big
Fnatic,
change
they
up.
broke the 9-3 curse going that second map of Split, and were able to win that map. It almost felt like Haven should have been their map as well against Gen G, and some small mistakes slipped through, so I feel they could definitely make it across.
What I'm getting from that
Look
is
at Rob Moore coming in, man.
final between Fnatic and G2. That would be so incredible to see.
Oh, sideshows here now.
I just want to point out as we look at the
getting
graphic,
bigger and bigger.
Rob Moore is currently undefeated in his predictions, and I need to say, because Kukuka is not here today, and she said, do not forget to tell everybody that she's trying to go for 0% win in predictions.
I'm sure.
So she's actually trying to just be wrong.
She wasn't doing that the first 2 days, for the record. She's now just trying to continue on with the trend. But I agree with her. I think she will be 0-6 after today.
Yeah.
It was good picks.
And Rob Moore might just beat all of us. Yeah, who knows? But every #1 seed is facing elimination today. G2, XLG, RRQ, and Fnatic will have a chance to restore pride, find redemption.
Yeah, Gabriel, I know the stats.
Why
I've been looking
they
at
are
the
the
stats.
best team from their region. Who's going to rise to the
Again,
occasion?
I think we're
It's
done with
time
Swiss.
to
I think
kick off
Swiss.
day
I think this
8
whole format
of
should change
Masters Toronto.
because Swiss with 8 teams isn't good anyway. Why is Rob Moore there? Because he started tweeting. He started atting everyone, blaming their pick'ems. They put him in. What did Achilles miss? He missed RRQ Wolves. He went for RRQ. He flamed me too. No matter what, I was going to lose. I had one pick where I had them to win, one pick where I had them to lose. He chose the one where I had them to lose. To at me. He absolutely owned me, man. There's nothing I can do about it.
It feels so nice. We want to repeat that feeling again, so we trying to rush the process, and maybe that make us lose.
We watched RRQ a little bit before our game. They looked pretty good, to be honest. I think it was just kind of the same scenario as us. The first game on an international stage, warming up with each other. We can't underestimate them, and I think they're going to be a tough challenge for us.
So proud of Wolves? I'm really proud of Wolves as well, to be honest. Again, I think they have a better read than the majority of the teams at the moment.
Chronicle, so much experience. It's going to be so hard for us. Fnatic, I have watched you guys play for so long, so that now I'm ready to beat you guys.
If you think I'm leaving this early...
EVC, thank you so much, dude. Thank you for the raid. Thank you, guys.
The lower bracket is always scary, but the thrill of the competition and the feeling of that win, nothing beats that. And the momentum you carry forward into the tournament is something that can't be touched.
我的难点基本上都出在自己的身上嘛，因为我们需要多一点自信，然后因为大家也都是第一次站在世界的舞台嘛，我觉得心态上面就告诉自己不比别人差吧。
XLG in the same
What
boat as
percentage your
us.
pick'ems on?
Ascension.
Yeah, it's
We're
they're dead, man. It's like 65 maybe.
Gauntlet, and we both lost first, unfortunate. But I know both of us have that similar feeling right now of let's go lock in this lower bracket run.
应该是 Jockey 因为他算是世界顶尖的决斗者，他们滚雪球滚起来的话，那对我们来说会比较难受。要相信队友，最主要相信队友，我们就可以赢得这场比赛。
XLG, you guys are a very nice team, but I'm sorry, we're gonna prove that we're the better Ascension squad.
我也非常希望你们的队伍在我们舞台上见。
All right. You fell for my first seed propaganda? Trust me, dude. I fell for it as well. I convinced myself. So did we? Yeah, I need to go back to disrespecting everyone. I said it yesterday. Need to go back to thinking everyone's awful. That's the mindset you have as a coach. I need that back again.
G2 and XLG are the champions of Americas and CM, but there is a bigger trophy here in Toronto.
Anders
Today,
stock's
they
down.
have to prove
It's interesting
they've
because
got what
like
it takes to go all the way.
it depends how like Anders could have told them to do stuff and they might not have listened, or it might have been comfort, or it might have been too risky, like they deemed it too risky being the first seed. So maybe because it obviously goes on his record if they've gone very safe with comps.
Yeah, And as we take a look at the Omen map select, G2,
Okay, so
they said it
get rid of
themselves,
Sunset,
they have a deep
get rid of
map
Split,
pool. How do
Icebox,
XLG
Haven,
handle this?
I think it's a great start to kick things off with Icebox.
Marvi, thank you so much. Appreciate the 5 gifted. Thank you, Marvi. Thank you, thank you. Follow the CS Major? Nah, I watched a little bit of the simple highlights though, just to see how he's done.
I feel like this is a perfect map for them to just not necessarily pug it out, but to play some very comfortable roles, use that distance, and leverage Wargar to get those numbers up and that confidence for the series.
I'm super interested in what G2 are going to go into on their Icebox. They were playing a no duelist comp.
Even against Sheila, yeah, but they probably play different comps, so it doesn't really matter too much.
I expect they might stick to it and just 1-for-1 the Sova, but also, in my opinion, Icebox is still the most viable map for Teo, even if still think Sova's probably better.
I mean, we've seen it from Genji already. They were not afraid to stick to the Tejo. You got to think that Vansili, out of everyone else in this tournament, it would make the most sense for G2 and Trent.
Yeah, definitely. And playing the Sova on that moment, I mean, he's played some great numbers on a Teo before, but switching to a Sova is still comfortable picks for them. We've seen what a Sova can do on his very map as well, especially in those big rounds when you have the ult up and the passive plays that can play around that Sova. And he's always going to be amazing droning for the team, rather, to allow for them to get that good space, which is why you probably trust a composition for G2 to not play a duelist, because now you're going to slow scale with the Gecko, with the Sova, trying to find that
Random comps? I mean, Icebox? Yeah, I mean, G2 play the no duelist, right?
Raga is going to need to be on his game all series, because if he is taking liberties the way he did in CN, and don't get me wrong, his mechanics are incredible, he gets away with it a lot, but G2 is a team that I know will come in focused on not
Teo is still good now. No one will play well.
Vans, you spoke about this
I
already,
want to say no one will
but
play Teo, but Genji are kind of crazy at the moment.
so far for
No one will play Teo
XLG.
on Icebox, I think.
He can't be doing that on Icebox.
I don't think so, but if you even look at his past career, though, he's had some experience outside of a Teo, playing a little bit of a Sova as well. He's just trying to get into that.
Even the Genji split comp would work again.
You're going into this Toronto stage where you don't have
It depends on the game plan. I think they would struggle.
So you also have to just be pristine when you're going into this moment.
Oh,
Oh, they go for the Sage. We're doing a Fnatic. We've got a Gecko with this or not? No, okay, we play like super old school.
Easily plant the spike, to easily win your retakes. I'm happy with that.
The thing is right now is that yes, G2's playing composition where
Gogamo, Sage, yeah. This is gonna be interesting. I guess they're gonna do a little bit of the similar stuff to what Fnatic do, but the Gecko does make it a lot easier normally.
Well, the agents are logged, the players are ready, and there's only one thing left for me to
2021 comp, yeah.
give a warm welcome.
They heard me saying we were playing 2024 comps, so they went, you know what? Let's rewind it all the way back to 2021.
Yeah, let's get this one started then. Toronto, there's a certain energy in the air right now, I think. There's a certain energy because there's an elimination on the line with G2 versus XLG. Two teams that are wishing to go even further here, but one of
He
them
got
is
the
gonna be
butter off, dude. Look how professional he is here.
And there are so many
What a
things
change up it
similar
makes
about
from the
these two
mainstream to
teams.
his
They're both Ascension
co-stream.
rosters that have done so remarkably well, but teams that played the meta, who got the top seed in their region and then struggled massively in their opening match here at Toronto and failed to hit expectations. And I think you could say that about both squads, because no one really expected all of the top seeds to end up down here, and especially G2 and XLG yet to take a map.
Okay. We've got G2 on defense, we've got G-Lai on attack. Let's see what G2 have got with this one. They go for the no duelist Sage comp. It's honestly pretty good at everything, especially retaking, because it's an incredibly strong retake comp over towards A. And then if you have the Perma Viper smoke over towards here, it's very good for retaking as well. Right, pissed around as well, you can see G2 just give up the side, they don't want to duel. It's all about making sure you save the wall. You got wall for the first layer. Second layer is like Omen smokes over towards here so they can't see the defuse.
It's all sweeping across the side. Not enough to try and push them back, and Midi.
A good trade on this one again. Let's keep an eye on the wall. Wall goes out, insta defuse. They break a little bit of it, and they're creating chaos at the same time. Honestly, Jogamo probably could have just sent it the whole time here. Yeah, a bit of a mistake from G-Line. They play way too off-site against this comp. You got to fight heavy against it.
Immediately, Valen's hyped up about that one. This is a big change to their composition, but both comps that they've played recently.
Crayon GG with the tier 1. Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate the 6 months. Thank you for doing
that. Retake style. Look at how much pressure the wall puts down, especially on the pistol. If you manage to save that wall from the retake on pistol, it's so difficult to get through. But keep an eye out for that once weapons come online as well. Once XLG have more ways of being able to deny. G2 played so heavily for retake against
That's a
Paper
lot
Rex,
of
Paper Rex
it's a
were
lot of
always
sheriffs
there,
on this one.
always with a
3.
game plan.
Trent trying to get his ult early. And again, we'll keep an eye. As long as they don't hit stingers, they're probably fine to play retake again.
Some value on their own eco. They bought 3 sheriffs across the board.
Take flight. Heavy re-exploration through mid.
The very 2024 Paper Rex by the 3 sheriffs.
So now that they've pulled bodies
Yeah,
into mid,
they back
XLG
their
trying to
aim.
find this timing to go over towards what should be a bit of a softer site.
Happyway's going to be caught in
That's
through
very
mid.
confident from Leaf on this one, and he got the molly kill as well.
Okay.
Midi going down there. Look at Nano really deep over towards yellow.
See the discipline though. G2.
I'm pretty sure someone crossed over towards here as well and could have broken this. Nice shots, man. Yeah, this looked insanely convincing. No damage done here. They got an extra plant though, so the sheriff buys should mean they still get heavy armor.
To be finalists in terms of every event that they end up attending, especially at this point.
But they'd have to go perfect here through the lower bracket to even make another grand final, another opportunity to redeem themselves after
That second shot is lovely.
I'm sure they'll believe they should have won in Bangkok. It does feel like an angry G2 though for these first couple of rounds. But now Rifle's back online. More opportunities to crack this retake setup that G2 appear to be playing. And the more that you play retake on the sites, the more that you can focus on defending through mid. So if G2 are going to play pretty soft on the sites themselves, that means that XLG should be denied these mid lurks that they appear to be looking for. As Coconut and Happyway were thinking about
recon clears close though. It's an interesting recon.
Players over towards B. Currently
I think it would work that well when you know about it. G2 for the bonus, not a bad bonus. Just as soon as they hear them do some kind of AD fault, they start getting a little bit more aggro on their trap play over towards B. Yeah, he saw him. The great molly.
Bit of a tussle occurring out towards B main, yet somehow G2 are still ended up the winners of it. Paranoia.
And they still managed to get on top of that even though they're in the corner. That's really rough.
There's that rifle drop down to the ground. Raga,
Yeah, don't pick up the flash as well. G2 on this one just playing heavy retake, right? Info to see if they're close. Mollies to delay, go ward can try to do a bit of spam damage, but the same thought process of retake over towards A, and they're just going to wall up. Again, layer 1 with the Viper wall for this, then once they get over towards here, you'll have some kind of Omen smokes to block vision so you can defuse with the wall. So this is good from G-Lai though, you actually see them like fighting on the site itself. So it's good that they learned from the pistol.
Darts flying sky high, face out to the side, G2, plenty of bodies. Plenty of action, still XLG, they have those rifles, tucked up closer towards the
it's really rough, man.
Whiffy! Beaver dropped! And Midi's next, it leaves it all just down a Happyway. It's Snappy. He's going to need a bit more where that came from as well. Damage has definitely been done as well. Tucked to the side, though, 28 HP. Is it enough to work with? Tap it on.
Yeah, might have done it time-wise. Yeah, nicely done in the end. I mean, it wasn't crazy convincing. It's like the worst round you can possibly win with everyone going down money-wise. But a round is a round. A round is a round. Everyone force buys here, you would imagine, unless they really want to eco after the win. But
the sole player who's been playing up to expectation, I think, for this
they played well, just whiffs. Yeah, yeah. But they played right. They just missed some shots.
Up until the point the Wolves turned up to this event, started playing incredibly well. Happyway's been excellent though, and he delivers for them once more. But their economy is going to be shattered.
Okay, Leaf never misses an opportunity to try and get some light armors. There's 2 people that he can one-shot on this. Speaking of Leaf, 1 away from his ult.
John P just making sure to deal with a lot of that early util. G2 open up with the slow orb up towards top. Now the drone as well. Mo going exploring. There's a re-swing off to the side. And adjustments
Very
necessary.
Nice. Yeah, it's a cool little move from them.
G2
They're being very aggro as well, and it's kind of similar. I'm not sure this was in reaction, but the push over towards B and aggro. Every time they're doing some kind of default, they go in aggro.
XLG need to find some
Again, Sniffy, thanks so much for the 2 months. I appreciate the prime. Big jaw.
Denied.
Oh, double swing on this? Hey, that's nice.
Coconut. Not long for the world.
Even if he got past Trent there, I don't think there was a chance that he was also
Yeah, and they
past
stopped
Lee.
Wingman from planting as well.
A little bit deeper.
Do a quick recap. 1, 2, 3, can't buy next. And it's
Jorgamo just taking that slight
looking
peek
good.
up from Kitchen into that angle. Midi's going to be dropped now, just 2 left to stand against it, but swarms on every possible position. G2 have got their number, and Leaf is the one to be delivering that dagger to the bar.
Very, very nice.
Thanks.
Yeah, get that server all going as well. Force them down to an eco. Might need an early timeout from Gila here. There is constantly been aggression in the opposite area to wherever they default, so they need to be ready for this.
Is forcing XLG into really predictable reactions.
Marvi as well, with the gifted and now with the tier 1. Thank you so much, bro. Appreciate you, dude.
We'll play retake on the other. And you just put the retake side has a little bit of plant denial, whether that's, you know, a nano swarm in this round. And suddenly XLG are slow. The reaction's not quite as fast as they would want. They can't take deep space on site.
Okay, it's a good early timeout though. There's a lot of stuff to speak about. You can speak about the reactive aggression. You can speak about the fact that maybe they actually need to like push and take map control because they're playing against the Sage. So they can't play their normal like after plant that they would want to. Yeah, there is a lot of things
they've also got to find ways
to
to
talk
get
about.
Raga online. This guy, when you look at the stats coming into the event, you can make arguments like, okay, he's in a bit of a weaker region. Okay, weaker region. Have you been seeing what Wolves have been doing at this event?
It's not an argument anymore.
I mean, you know, there's some level of an argument. But
Michael,
Raga has
thank you so much in the YouTube chat as well. Thank you so much.
Inside China. Absolutely tearing.
Can't believe the guy I watched spread one pound of butter on himself 2 days ago is now casting. It is crazy, isn't it? They'll hire anyone these days.
In a different meta, having to make a roster change right before this tournament, removing one of those initiator players and subbing in a player who can't communicate as well in English.
Yeah.
Michael, thank you for doing that, bro. Appreciate
roster,
it.
in case you're unaware, is a blend of English and Mandarin in terms of their communication. So once you sever that really delicate balance of comms, it's going to make it a lot harder for even a star player like Raga to shine.
We're seeing that, I think, in terms of the reflection. I mean,
Okay, eco, and again, I don't think I'm going to see much of their change up from the eco, other than obviously in the after plants playing site. The good news for Gila is like they actually have a comp that's like not too bad at taking over towards Snowman. You have Recon, you can have Flash over towards the top, you can have a Wingman that can kind of clear most of these areas.
An eco round for now for
If they
XLG.
need to take over towards B, I imagine that's what we're going to see them take heavier Snowman. Unless they want to try like Lurk heavier.
Probably going to be taken into account a little bit later on. Jorgamo always willing to take these fights. He steps up to the mark. He's not
Very,
shy
very
at
nice.
all. Big game player.
Same stuff going on, right? Fine to just give them the map, try and do a bit of damage before they get over towards the site. Retake together.
See it already. Spike's going to be attempted to plant there.
Spike planted.
Wingman will get this one down as well, so into the post-plant we go, but XLG, what have they got to really work with? Pistols, high ground position, pushed off and away, Happy Way not to be dismayed.
Yeah, keep an eye on Jorgamo as well.
And already just wall up into their face, and Pistols have to expend the entirety of the clip just to even stand a bloody chance. It's heartburns already.
Yeah, it's very, very nice. Gila definitely need the guns on this one. I like this from G2, makes a lot of sense again, right? Same stuff we were talking about. Layer 1, they had their smoke a little bit deeper, and then they had their extra smoke for the wall as well. And you could fight in front of it.
Eco like that, the escort the VIP and just get Jorgamo into position, whack down the wall, and it makes those post plans really tough if you're planning to play.
The Sage? Yeah, the Sage is hard to play against. There's a reason this was like hard meta back when Icebox was like first coming out.
Like the paranoia. Now this round, G2 have Sova ult for plant denial. Killjoy ult for retake. It only gets more difficult. XLG need answers and they need them fast.
One away from a variety of ultimates here. XLG could build towards them. Still have the Thrash as well in their back pockets.
Did they get the retract?
Nope. Sounded like it broke.
It was definitely aiming to be retracted, but it did make the sound line as if it was broken. There should be a 40-second cooldown there.
Wait. The turret broken, reinforcements immediately coming.
Okay, big focus on middle for them. 2-person.
Through mid. The question marks.
Okay, so this is kind of okay, right? The Viper can shoot this, but they might not expect the second person there. Yeah. He just didn't commit. Yeah, we got some confidence issues there.
He can't lose that. He doesn't have the confidence to peek properly. Just sees the ponytail of Jorgamo. And now they're making a predictable reaction again. Fast into the A site, hit by the lockdown.
Yeah, and it's going to be stunted. Pushed back and away as
Nice
well
shot.
into the arms of Jonah P.
Spike planted.
Plant is down, but Two players have to stand against it. Two managed to block away. Jonah P from the pitch.
Boy, Sova, oh my guy.
Let this one loose as the last player left alive.
Yeah,
and
this
the
is done.
dwindling now for any chance of winning the round, and they know it. G2, they're skipping their hopping.
Why does certain agents excel on certain maps? I mean, all the maps are different.
If that isn't desperation,
Like,
I don't know what
this
is.
map's a nightmare, man, because
I'm not too sure.
where are you meant to play your after plants a lot of the time as well.
Plan, I love it. You've got Coconut as the bait at the bottom of Tube. Happyway's already walked up to the window. They had a guaranteed kill there on Jorg that could have opened up the round, and they executed it poorly. Just a failure of mechanics, a failure of confidence, showing that it's not just about the ideas, it's also about the attitude you're bringing to the game.
Okay, back down to Nico.
Right now, G2 have come with anger, fury, a determination to win.
XLG, no respite for them. Knocked down to this lowers, and they unfortunately have to contend with a team that everyone was calling before this as one of the best teams in the world.
Yeah, I don't think there's another way of slicing it at this point in the year. It does look like G2, but, you know, if they lose this match, then suddenly all of those narratives get flipped on their head entirely.
Gone. Yeah.
Pink Ranger with the Prime. Thanks so much for the 2 months, dude. Thank you, thank you.
We've got here compared to Bangkok.
Waiting for the next round of the Viper Wall fuel to come up, and now XLG slowly creeping past the boundary.
It's because it's a new member. It's like a lot of things at the moment. Let's really see what we thought we were going to see, right? In the timeout, them taking over towards Snowman, because obviously the after plant with the Sage was too much. So really see the coach talking about the right things in the timeout for sure. There's a So what you're saying there about the player, for sure, that is a giant issue, right? They've had to change one of their core players who, at least in the original meta, was like a big reason why Raga was fragging so heavy. They're also playing against a comp that, practice-wise, you don't get much preparation against. Like to find a team that is playing this at the moment, it's going to be very hard for you to find that. So it's not like G-Lai play against this comp often. So those couple of rounds kind of shocked them a little bit. They played wrong originally in the pistol, kind of cost them the pistol, something that's very important in this game. Again, there's a lot that can be said for playing comps that people don't practice against. That's why I'm so adamant about how teams approach this. Like, this is the kind of stuff that teams will struggle against. They can't even kill them. That's also another issue. Oh, we're going for the TikTok?
He's either missing it or he's not taking the timing.
Essentially biding his time as well. Tara, okay, drone broken.
That wall,
yeah, they're going for the heal on this one. Their best chance of winning a round at the moment. 50 seconds.
XLG are trying to work the map a little bit here and trying to work some picks. Raga just steps up. Very long sight line, unable to get the kill there. A couple of stray bullets onto Leaf, but he just backs himself.
He went for it and missed the last round.
He's here, Happyway. Hoping to save it for post, I think, if they can get a free
Yeah, it looks like we got nothing to stop this one as well. So they get the good plant. As Wingman planted it well, it looks like on the minimap it's fine. Yeah, everyone's putting everything into this one. Honestly, if I'm G2 here, I'm kind of I'm not saying I accept it. Obviously, you still go for it, but I would like not use the ults into it. Oh, I'd be tempted to use ults into it right now, though. As soon as that kill comes in, I'll be like, okay, hold up. You know that whole no ult pack that we did? I'd probably use ults. This is great from G2, though. Honestly, I'm so fine with them losing this if they can do a lot of damage.
Jumps up and over, tap onto it.
Damn, look at them. Don't even have to use the ults. They win it anyway. This is beyond done. Holy man. I think they made the right call as well to try go for this without using the Sova ult, and they just win it anyway.
What a beautiful play.
Big play. The jump across and the jump behind was awesome from Jorgamo.
Absolute brilliance. The Sage Wall over the top of
the Sage Wall to the top. Creates the pressure as well. It's an awesome play from him.
That's not just a must-win round for XLG, that's one that you really can't lose. Inside the Viper's pit, still double ults to be able to work with.
I know.
They could have still had people dropping back and at least using
and
Thrash in that
they win a round when they use some ults.
But they believed in the ults and couldn't get the timings on the players. 7-1.
It's only going to get much harder. G2 ult to their own as well. Pit down over towards B. move is one of the avenues that XLGs can work. Now, they've been breaking the turret up through mid quite often, so Leaf has been forced to adjust his setup up.
I mean, it looks at the moment like we're going to get Happyway into position over towards Pipes, which is a good position for a lockdown. The problem is you have a Sova ult that can just come through and deny this. So these two ults from Happyway and Trent kind of cancel each other out. And they're hoping that's going to make a distraction for this mid push.
Yeah, 3 players up through mid now.
All goes out. Oh, this is... if he got that kill, it actually had legs. Yeah, but again, the split over towards A just has 10% success rate. Probably worse now these days. YU was really that essential for G-Line? I mean, he was a big part of it. But again, this is the thing. Okay, different meta, different team, basically. We need to start separating Valorant into different metas. You really do.
But I would have liked to see XLG take a timing after
like when you get a change up of a meta, it changes so much.
To be stuck inside of his ult.
One last player with a gun out.
And now in a 2v5, this round is impossible.
So there's a lot of changes that have happened to this team. They lose a player, it's a new meta. They're playing against a comp that they don't play against. They're like the 3 big factors.
The spike going through mid. And these two players,
the new player doesn't speak the same language as Raga.
Not even a gun. Ref, man. Not even a gun to be saved. Flawless here for G2. It's been the case so far, almost the entirety of this map.
Another example of XLG having a nice idea but failing to execute on it. They did even get the picks, you know, or at least get an opportunity for the picks through mid. But I think their timing was too fast. They didn't wait for that distraction to come through and make it really feel like they were hitting the site from A. Are we keeping it simple for the final 2 rounds? At least on the eco here. Looks like
Can you give an example of a meta changing a team? Trying to think of teams that didn't change. Trying to think of teams that didn't change players and like a fair assessment of it.
Flash up and over.
Fnatic. Did Fnatic change? Fnatic didn't change. They're probably the best example.
That's going to be broken here.
Did they change? Sen Reykjavik? What, because of Astra getting nerfed?
One team has so much confidence. It's just a single player holding B. Because they're never worried.
I'll push back, really.
Did Loud change comp after Sky? They did, right? As in teams?
Yeah, they did. They want to, and the angle just
NRG? Dude, NRG is probably the most recent one. NRG off-season, you put a new meta in, 0 tail. So that's probably like your best recent one, but again, everyone would just say that Mickey Mouse tournaments for off-season.
But so reminiscent of their first match here.
It's hard to watch.
YouTube said Nongshim? Nongshim's good. Nongshim's actually very good, to be fair.
Jorg's waiting for a player to res. No one's died in a while.
No.
Quite a few examples.
Pulling it out for the fun of it here. Paranoia sweeps. Lining up onto the 2 of them. XLG stepping up. They need a few stray shots, and it's just stray shots straight through the wall. Still Viva will answer back. Instantaneous of the res. Jorg's been waiting on.
Wait, they might actually...
Finally dealt with. Dropped.
Okay.
Damage midi from below.
Ah, unlucky, bro.
Sheriff in hand, there's only so much. Just down a happy way.
Whoa. Jesus.
It's unlikely.
Nice shots,
to
though.
discipline the G2 just rearing every single time.
Sentinels were saying after they played against XLG that they respected them, they were a good team, but they thought that they were slightly easier to play against because they played a standard game. And I think that's one of the things that I've really respected watching XLG play domestically. They played to the meta, they played good ideas, but if the execution isn't quite there, and you're playing against squads that have...
Just to get the motivation up, yeah. I mean, they need anything at this moment.
What the expected play is. Yeah. G2 are currently just tearing it to pieces. Even the more creative stuff is getting utterly dismantled. And this feels like a last hurrah for XLG as they head over towards B. Can they at least apply a curse? I mean, a 9-3 maybe. But they'd have to play better than currently in order to get to that spot.
They need anything they can get.
You too delusional, hoping it can turn into an FPX Heretics Icebox? Yeah, the comps. that whole game was because of the comps, right?
Out here and apply some pressure onto people, get into deep positions on the sites. Set Raga up somewhere where they're not going to...
Valen gets the AWP out.
Through mid.
Dude, this guy's so dead.
Spotting a happy way. Can exit
Did he
here if
keep
wants to,
swinging?
but I think just feeling the pressure to at least get a ping, anything to turn the tide of the way that this has been going. Here
So
it
of
is.
all to get them over towards the side, but they're just playing heavy
Spin it
retake
up
again.
over towards the B side
Yeah,
and
it's a
catching
great bait over towards
into
middle.
his
Oh man,
sights.
they're getting
Leaf.
completely outplayed.
Watchful eye onto his adversary.
G2 are doing a very good job though. As much as we could focus on a lot of the negatives for G-Lai, like G2 are doing great, right? They're playing their comp very, very well.
Fully cleared out. It's just up to Raga.
Especially if you look at Jorgamo, he's not really taking any risks. Ooh, nice shots.
Makes a decent go of it. But a go of it doesn't earn you a round.
And the coordination there is massively off for XLG. You can talk a little bit about Happy Way and whether or not he should have expected that corner after he got pushed off in mid. But the players on B had a thrash to try to work forwards, and it was only Coconut who took any space.
Is this not a safe strat angle for G2? They're fine. Like, because all they do is they just change up their style of play next time they play. Like, they haven't given away too much. Like, this is the most bread and butter way to play this comp. Like, literally on Pissed Around, we pretty much called exactly what would happen anyway. Like, you should know this as you go into the game when you see agent select.
And you're going up
Sideshow, yeah.
The operator on one
His
side,
brother.
the outlaw on the other. 3 players on
Someone
line
say butter.
and a half that looks unrecoverable.
The Lorax is the Sideshow guy? Wait, is that the same guy that dressed up as him? Is it actually?
Many angles of which it can be spotted at, and yes, he is plucked.
The bread and butter? Oh, that's
He's
good.
a little bit there for the hubris of holding such a out in the open kind of angle.
Lockdown's going to be expended nice and early though. This is what Leaf looking to try and push them back and away. Raga overstaying his welcome.
And remember now,
Okay, for sure, the best chance for a while G-Lai's had. This time they don't have the wall though, so... Oh, that is outrageous. He's maybe overstepped a little bit there, but...
Dismissed and dealt with. Quick little peek though, toppling, and as the mollies are going to be going up and over, this could be the best chance in a long while. XLG, still Leaf, watching for it. Too many bodies though.
Very, very nicely done.
10-2.
Yeah, take down the Sage, and pretty much play normal on this one. Yeah, as soon as the Sage goes down, it's like a much easier run.
Difficult to watch for XLG, difficult for them to even get their feet underneath them. Absolutely dominant opening for G2, who I think have come into this with a lot of anger after losing.
Yeah, I mean, it's been like an everything diff, right? G2 just look better, and then the Sage is causing him a nightmare. Leaf had an insane game over towards middle, their reaction was good, everything made a lot of sense. I think G2 will keep running this comp? Yeah, for sure. I think G2 will struggle with XX? No, that'll be fine. It's Icebox, man. When in doubt, just send it over towards A. Very easy for them to get plants over towards B as well. They don't have to take deep map control. They don't need an extra initiator to actually take over towards Snowman, because they can always get a safe plant. Just rely more on Lurks instead of taking deep if you're struggling in the after plant. Is this going to be the Fnatic Icebox comp as well? It'd probably be very similar. They use the Gecko, right? I think all that Fnatic will do is they'll switch out the Teo for a Sova, if I'm remembering it right. So instead of the Omen, they'll use the Gecko, I think. That's right. Which one is better? I'm not sure, man. I've never really seen the node duelist with an Omen and a Sage. In my head, the Gecko one would be better, but you could probably do the Omen gives you so many options that they might have some cool stuff. It should be a pretty cool matchup if we did ever get it.
You can just run around on defense, take the timings, push out, abuse the lurker on the other side, and buy the outlaw whenever he likes in order to punish the other team's economy too. This is more of what I was expecting from him in their opening game. He didn't quite live up to expectations there, though I think Trent did, despite the fact that he's had to move off the Tejo. But definitely a player to keep your eye on now that we're heading onto the attack side too. Because Leaf will crack open mid if things get complicated, but if I was G2 here, I'd be trying to stick as simple as possible. Everything's been working. Absolutely everything.
All right.
So no need to
I'm not even gonna stay tuned. Like it's a dumb map.
I mean, maybe this is
Leaf
just
is
a play for the
17
turret,
to
or
4.
maybe they're gonna do an
It's going
ace split,
crazy.
which would be unusual.
There's a play for the turret, pre-firing, pre-aiming, I should say, up towards top.
Whichever map can be no
Yeah, it's an unusual
duelist.
position actually for the turret
Somewhere
here.
that doesn't have.
You see it in a
You
position where it
could.
covers
I think the closest you could
window,
get to it, where I'd feel like you could do okay, would be Sunset at a stretch.
Shown here by XLG.
And a
I'm not
pretty
saying it
similar
would be
game plan,
good,
right?
but I
They're
think you
gonna
could make
fight
it
over
work.
towards B. They're going to try to get information there and play a retake style on A where they have a bit of plant denial. It could be straight out of the G2 playbook.
Wall up and over, a bit of spam to try and break this one early, but not in time. Still stands for now, plant up towards the top. Rapid approach.
Ascent.
This is from the flank, and it's all going to
Ascent
be
will
heard
probably be
and
the worst
received by
map to do it.
Trent. Surely going to be common. He's just holding for any extra element that might be coming out through that one.
It's a
and
little
still
bit more
Tuxley
viable
is
now
safe
that you
in
can
this
get over towards
possible
B main,
position.
but
Now sees it off to the side. That's just a classic in hand. Raga has been dealt with, taken out. Now it's up to Leaf to try and step up to it and see if he can hold this one back here and losing control to the flank. The players are dropping
damn,
like
okay.
flies
Dude,
here,
the
G2.
most icebox
Not sure
round
which way
ever.
they wanted
Just
to look.
every kill in 1 second.
Sticking out, matters not for
Okay.
Coconuts.
Chat, who's believing?
Just rips the head
We
clean
got
off
any
the shoulders
believers
of
here?
Trent. A pistol round win for XLG.
I said to keep an eye on Leaf as we head into this
Are you ready
half,
for Icebox
but
and Abyss in
I
the
was
same map
expecting
pool
him
for
to get the
champs?
value
Please
not to
no.
get shut down. That flank came
Please
straight
no,
into
man.
him.
Tell me
He
that's not a
dodged the
thing.
Dizzy, and yet Midi still swings around the corner, ghost in hand, and one-taps him in the head. Really big value there from the substitute player on XLG. Because that allowed the flank to thoroughly come through into sight. And the rest of the players on G2 got surrounded.
They need a bit more of that. Keeping the energy up, spirits need to be lifted. The pistol round win.
Yeah, but look at this.
Here we
Anytime
go,
you
it's the
cut one
G2
head on
Classic.
Hydra, suddenly
We got the
stingers
plant,
all
you know
pop
they're
up.
forcing on
And
this
even
one,
Joda being the
and
Spectre,
for sure,
that's the
Sheila I know
wrong
they're
gun,
forcing
buddy.
as well.
What are you
Like
doing with that
this.
in your hand?
Like this a lot. Outlaw against the 4 people that can get one shot.
Rip the unsuspecting.
Yeah.
Tear them
I
apart
would
with
say
his
people
fingers in
don't do
hand.
this enough,
Peeks off to
to
the
be
side
honest,
here, the
against
Outlaw.
G2.
The Outlaw's a great purchase.
Yeah, it's shown. Jonah P looking up through mid. There was a chance of the timing there for
Whoa,
him.
that is-
Just snaps right up top.
Mate, you...
Midi's got the
Are you
beats of his
okay?
own. Everybody feeling like they have to be the hero in a moment like this.
Oh,
Get down to
man.
this extent. Snapping up to the side. That's 2 shots required. A G2 overwhelm. They swarm the back of the side. Coconut. It's the
That's
last
a
one
double
left to do
swing.
it.
Ah, everyone's
It's
going
too
for
much
hero plays.
to overcome G2.
That little play where Jorgamo takes contact on the Outlaw, takes 140 damage, and wastes.
Did Jorgamo
essentially
have
Raga's
full shield? Yeah,
shots.
he had full
And
shield.
the
He
rest of
tanked
the
a
players
bullet.
with light armor stingers come in afterwards. Jorgamo was essentially playing a tank.
Yeah, he was essentially just to dodge the
He's
first bullet,
running
hit
the
the first
Sage
bullet.
tank build. He's designed to just absorb
Outlaw got no
shots and let the rest of
impact.
his
I
team train him out.
mean, that
Beautiful
wasn't
idea
the
to counter
reason
the
why it
Outlaw,
went
which
down.
itself was supposed to be
Like, trust me.
to the Stinger
Like,
Force
the
fight.
Outlaw was fine. It
G2,
could have had an
they're
impact
back
if
in
they
the
actually had, like,
ascendancy.
people surviving, not
He didn't buy
taking
a weapon
crazy
last time. It was just a full armor and a classic.
risks.
He knew what his job was.
Yeah. And just like that, wind out of the sails here for XLG.
Yeah, if they had a hope, it does appear to be dashed against the rocks.
It's a deep dart against the back wall here. Leaf might be getting pressured at a moment's notice. Backs himself away to a safer position.
But XLG, having heard nothing on A, are not really rotating defensive players around to try to catch G2 where they might be. Instead, looking to push out. This could be a clash, because G2, Valiant is calling for them to go back into this site.
Oh boy.
That's a deep drone though. That was going to
Yeah.
be offloaded nice and close. So G2 are aware that they pushed up deep through A main. What's the call now? Re-clear it out or go in a different direction? In through mid. Happy way.
If he just stayed where he was, he would have
Yeah.
heard so much
Spot
information.
the Viper over towards
antsy.
middle as well. Killjoy goes down all
comment,
yacht.
everybody feels like they
Info
have
over
to be the
towards
hero
mid.
right now.
Jonah P's taking a
It's
lot
so
of space.
when you're down like this and none of your standard ideas are working.
30 seconds left.
You feel like you've got to take more and more risk.
Stepping forwards,
Whoa, wait, what was that? That was a crazy shot.
Smoke's going to be obfuscating.
Looked pretty fast.
Any chance for XLG to capitalize?
Keep an eye on Leaf.
Still, it is 4 versus 4. Plan is down. Now for G2. One chin up through, just spots it, and okay. Scope is optional, at least for Leaf now, and he's going to be making sure that he can stay posted up onto this
Yeah, and he can just hold you across the whole time.
You never expect this one. You never
They didn't expect the gap. Oh
Straight
god, okay, they
down.
really they're really out of practice against the Sage. They really are. 9 chances.
One final opportunity here for XLG to try to stabilize themselves, but there are 9 chances for G2 to close this out, and they've barely needed more than a first opportunity, a first chance in any of these rounds. They came into this so hyped up. The adrenaline was at a max for G2. When they won the pistol at the very
Upload
beginning,
this as a YouTube short. That's
they were
crazy.
losing it.
What's the actual time on it? 32 minutes. It's not crazy fast.
Or was it round 3? Anyway, whenever they won that first round.
Yeah, it goes back right as well.
Here.
Yeah, they got so
No,
right.
happy way, even the movement. He ends up tripping over his shoelaces, gets caught there by Trent. The ults are good, and it's the same trio from XLG trying to make something happen again. They pushed out A in the previous round, now they've gone over to B.
How much confidence does this give you for G2 after the Paper X game? The comp gives me a lot more hope, but the problem is I know that they have a rough split, and I know. I mean, honestly, I think their Lotus would be good if they just play defense right.
Rifles in the hands.
It gives me a little bit more hope because now I've got I know that there's an extra map that they're good at.
The last lifeline here for them on Icebox. Time to make it go
And I do think that a lot of teams will struggle to play against the Sage.
What are you doing? Cycling the use.
Jesus, especially when he's doing that.
And leaves it down to Coconut in a 1v2. All for the map. All here and now.
Nice. Really nice from G2. It's a great reply.
Is how Icebox is going to be sealed up here for G2.
Very businesslike from the #1 seed from Americas. They come in.
It was too rough to watch. It was a pretty rough one. Yeah.
Get the job done, and they're out.
It's still a very good example of like playing comps that are off meta, how much impact it's going to have first time round if it has a lot of thought behind it. I still think with a normal comp G2 would have won, but obviously the scoreline is so heavy because of the factors that I said. So Wolves are the best team. Well, Wolves definitely have the best understanding of this meta from what I've watched, yeah. Not Genji? I do as in just Chinese teams. Sorry, he was just saying from China. Splyrum, thanks so much for the tier 1 dude. Thank you for the 15 months. Sorry, I didn't add context on them.
Spike defused.
Okay, be back in a little bit, chat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Josh RT. Coach, we got to see our first Tejo of the tournament yesterday, and you guys had a lot of success with that agent as well. So when it comes to the composition on Icebox, was there a debate or discussion around the Sage versus the Tejo, or was this the game plan all along?
We think Tejo is like completely nerfed to the ground, so probably don't expect too much of that. But yeah, Icebox Sage just makes a lot of sense. It's always been really good, so we just figured like we can make our own variation with the Sage comp, so that's how we arrived at that.
So no Tejo today? Valen said there might be Tejo.
I'll keep you guys like guessing, you know? Maybe there's Tejo, maybe there's not Tejo, but you know, we'll wait and see.
As always, thank you.
G2 have finally picked up their first map win here at Masters Toronto. I'm your host and I'm back here once again, joined by Mimi and Vansili. I didn't even get a chance to eat my lunch and it was over.
Yep, that game was insanely fast. This was like the ultimate bounce back game for G2 after that super rough Paper X loss to just come out here and absolutely stomp on Icebox.
I feel like our breakdown on the analyst desk is going to last longer than that match we just witnessed.
Wow, Vansili, wow. I mean, it was very, very fast.
Yeah.
You heard it there from Josh RT as well. They were going to play the Sage. They like it. So let's take a look a little bit more of Jogamo Sage here in the HyperX Reflex moment of the day. Mimi, there was one moment of a TikTok Sage we saw.
Yeah, for the most part, it was really normal stuff, playing the high EV, safe wall for retake, and then diffuse. But this round was pretty sick. They're in a 4v4. Viper's pit is up, and he not only walls off the spike, but also boosts himself top yellow to work all the way around, jump down, and get 2 kills within the pit. This was the round-winning play for G2, and it's cool to see Josh still have that agency to make plays, even when he's on someone like the Sage.
And I think it goes back to what Josh RT, the coach, was mentioning in terms of the variations they want to bring on this map now for G2. It's not necessarily just on the Sage that's easy to plant with, easy to defuse with, but also bringing the Omen out instead of that Jet. So it really allowed for them on a defensive side to really try to force these close-range battles against XLG and not really allow Rorga to get long-range battles like we said. And it was an opportunity to play a lot of ops on the attack side for the side of XLG, and they were basically neutered in terms of the economy.
Yeah, this Sage Omen makes retakes so much easier on this map. That paranoia you're talking about, such a strong tool. Even just throwing down retake, or one ways on your A retakes, it is great as well. I love this comp pivot from G2.
And it helps that they got almost all of the first kills too.
Yes, they absolutely stomped in this way. What XLG does a lot is playing 4-1s with a solo lurk elsewhere on the map, and G2 put a huge priority on having mid-round walk-ups to clear out these lurkers and kill them. The 2 lurkers, the Killjoy and the Viper, were 0 and 5 in first kills in that first half. Your lurkers cannot be dying first that often. G2 absolutely punished them.
And you weren't playing like a G2 Sage comp to or Sage wall to really block out like one extremity, for example, towards the B garage. You could focus more on mid and A control. It was just basically used on the retakes. So if you have somebody like Jogimo that's putting up these numbers, also getting opening kills when he wants to play an aggressive defense, there's something going wrong here for XLG not being able to, you know, eliminate the utility on the side of G2.
Yeah, I think they needed to play a little bit more passive, a bit more contained for XLG. Their comp is actually really good at kind of re-clearing into space, but I feel like they rushed into some of those lurks and lost players on it so many rounds. And I really fear this is just going to snowball completely out of control now for XLG.
Yeah, because we're moving on to G2's map pick, Vansili. Haven being up next. This is going to be a very tall task for XLG.
Definitely, and when you're thinking about the nerf of the Tejo going into this event, you remember the G2 composition that used to, you know, coin the Viper on how he was so good to isolate things and to kick things off here on their attack and the works
what
they
does
can do
G2 play on Haven?
You know, trying to force these
Liquidus OG, 48 months.
can still be very strong.
Wow, times, man. It's a long time, bro. Thanks so much, Liquidus.
1-for-1 the Sova into their comp and stick with that Yoru. You could go to a Neon look instead as well. Josh, great there. So they have a lot of choice here, but I definitely would love to see another double controller comp.
Yeah, and I would love to hear what's going on in the camp of XLG. So let's send it down to Jen with Coach Havoya.
Jen here with Havoya next to me. Now, Coach, Midi picking up an agent that he's never played with the team before. A bold move, given the short notice. So what compelled you to do it?
Because of change of our main player to Midi as a sub, we had to sacrifice some roles, and this is the most comfortable role for him, as he felt. So that's why he went to play Gecko.
Thank you for the insight.
Oh
Good
man,
luck.
they got hit hard. They got hit hard by losing YOU.
They gotta dig a little bit deeper on this one because otherwise they're gonna be eliminated in a
7-year-old
very
aspiring pro.
sad
When you go
way
into NA this
fashion.
fall, you hit a mortal
Sorry to
2
bring that back up.
at 14.
I
I was
didn't
wondering
even
what kind of
catch it
genuine
until-
advice you'd
Yeah,
get.
sorry.
But
I'm
what
so
rank
sorry,
you now?
wait.
I mean,
I'm
honestly,
feeling
just get raging grind,
a little bit
and
sad
then join
way
a
right
team
now. What about you two?
ASAP.
Are you sad way or happy way?
Join a team as fast as possible,
I'm in a good mood.
Yeah.
I'm in a good mood.
and be willing to learn.
Oh, of course, of course. They have a chance at 2-0 here.
Yeah, they should 2-0 here. This is an
I'm not
excellent
saying like a
map
tier
for
1 team.
G2.
You gotta work your way up.
XLG
Tier
looks
3.
Shook. They are
Tier 2.
not playing together
Okay.
in the same level. That
If you get
G2
like
is.
top 50
Leafs on a roll,
and
Jaws
if
on
you
a
get
roll.
top 50
Like,
consistently
this
for
has
like
all
2 seasons
metrics
in
of a
ranked, then
quick
you can
2-0
pretty much get
start
onto a
to
tier 2 team
lower
pretty easy.
Yeah, you're in another territory now for XLG where
Just
it's
do that.
untested against G2 because if you're looking at how they played in the region, yes, it worked out. You're spamming that Tejo composition. And then maybe in between, I think that's the saving grace for XLG. They were able to get a little bit of practice where they could try out something different than a Tejo comp, where they tried the
Oh, no.
Fnatic comp and they got 5
What do we got
rounds
here?
only. So it really for XLG side,
Ah,
it's just hoping to make
G2.
sure that
A
if
Vice.
you're able to
Nice,
tweak a little bit of that
guys.
away from that Fnatic comp,
Dude,
play
where
with
was
ISO
this,
Guru,
man?
what can you actually do this time around? And it seems that we got some insta
Okay,
locks.
G2, they are gonna
What do
go
you got?
into a
You got some
double
new stuff?
controller
You
look
got,
here.
you got a
That's what they're
Yoru?
hovering. This is similar to what teams like Gen G have been bringing
Damn,
out.
look at
and
this
I think
comp,
it's
bro.
super
We're actually using a
strong.
fade
The
here.
way this comp works is because you're playing that Yoru,
I like
you
this
can
comp.
drop a flash agent, just have the scout initiator, and you get
Again, I think that this comp is like something you can pretty much use on most of the maps at the moment. I think that this is interchangeable with the deadlock on certain maps, and I think that this could be a double sentinel on certain maps as well, when you're kind of looking at a Ascent, for example. So this is cool. Honestly, maybe it's not looking too bad for G2. The split is rough. Easy fix on Lotus for their game plan. They just got to go aggro A, and then they've at least got 3 good maps, if this looks good.
Well, we need to see a step up here from XLG, and playing against G2, not letting their foot off the gas one bit. Change up in the compositions, as the desk was already alluding to.
Have to go through lowers. Oh yeah, I mean, I don't think, again, I think they're in a rough spot in terms of the overall tournament, but at the moment I'm just trying to see some kind of, good use of time. That's my main issue at the moment. I wanted to see some good use of time. I wanted to see some good use of understanding this event and where everyone is at this event. And this comp is a good example. Their Icebox comp is a good example as well. Okay, so we got a late recon, and then you drone at the same time, so it lands when your when your drone's going in. They go for a fade eye over the top. Wait, that's a lovely fade eye. Where did they even throw that from? That's awesome.
Happy way, trying to catch him. Paranoia just barely there towards his back and peeking out through the smoke. Trent will be punished.
It's a beautiful idea from G2.
Nah, it is a cool idea, yeah. It's a good idea.
Spike planted. All going the way of
It's
XLG.
mad that they got no kills
They
here.
now have C control, Garage Lurk, 5v2. Couldn't get a better beginning.
All offside as well. No smokes alive. Valen has been dropped.
This change breach
One way
Teo to
propped up
fade
on top of
Viper. Yeah, I think, dude,
It's inevitable
loads
at
of
this point.
teams
XLG
could have done that.
Strong start they were hoping for. Raga from behind. Just trying to tap away there, ghost in hand. Dorgamo.
Okay. Dude, I mean, Gila hit some nice shots. I'm surprised with what went on here that they got no kills
It's a
from
really
that.
nice idea, the flash and the haunt. Caught onto 4 or 5 players.
Fade supremacy, the Fade's win rate right now is really good. It's also very good against like double smokes, right? You got a Prowler that can like go through the smokes and clear angles if there's a smoke close. So you kind of get to check the double if someone's playing close.
XLG previously were running the Tejo breach version of this composition. Very similar. I don't think moving away to
Yeah, they're
Silver
allowed
Breach
2 deaths
hurts
on
you
this
too
one.
much at all. Changes things slightly, but should still put Raga in a good opportunity to get some big entries. Which, honestly, every comp they've played so far has not really done that. Empowered their star players.
And Sky be good too. Sky would be fine, it's just that Fade's in a much better spot than Sky.
Big group up.
Fade's just a better agent, really. And when you have flashes anyway, it doesn't really matter.
XLG
Like when you have this, like the fade is the way to go.
Here by Raga.
Best start that he's had in a map so far. 4-1.
Hey, dude, they're looking a lot better on this one. Nice shots as well. Can get some confidence up. We might be able to get a game here. Giving the Viper wall on C. This is the classic. This is the old school wall. It's great for retake. Basically, you can push down middle, and especially when you're playing against a Killjoy, it blocks the turret, right? So you can have a lot of pressure. We saw it on the pistol. They tried to combo off of it. You hold over towards Garage heavy, and it's like really good to retake over towards C and hold back a C site. And at the same time, you I can kind of show you. Like the wall has multiple things, right? Block the, say that you're playing against Killjoy, block the turret over towards here, same kind of thing with a camera. Then you got holding over towards Garage, you also got an area for you to hide from recons or anything, drones that go over towards Garage, and then it's good to retake over towards C. Some teams lean it heavier over towards C as well, so you have an area to hide from a recon back of sight, but you lose the pressure of your mid push middle. So it's kind of up to you which version you want. Okay, bonus round.
A bit of A-long control. Giving it up now. Coconut going to be rejoining the rest of his team. Leaf. Flash and a drone up and over.
They cannot see over it, depends where. It sees part of it, not all of it.
It's off to an absolute.
Yeah, dude, Raga's... So this, when I watched Eli, was like when Raga really farms. And when this was YOU, he would honestly have about 15 assists.
Players up. G2 might be able to put a stop to this. Paranoia's already going to be sweeping past. Vulnerability. All going to be used here with a snake bite. Aftershock into the corner.
Keep an eye on the time on this one, but they do create a little bit of pressure over towards here. Teva's in. They don't have a TP, so it's a one-person fake from Raga. And honestly, this might be all down to Jorgamo.
Right into where the wall was. But they've gotten a bit lucky. The Leaf's already gone.
Sidestepping straight back into this one. Valin.
And nicely done from Coconut. Ready for the reaction on this.
Try and hold this one down on through the bottom of mid, but here comes the re-exploration of G2.
Weapon here.
Through Link now, 3 players stacked up, grouped
not sure you guys can retake from this. Oh, maybe if he does that.
See if they can get any sort of easy access to these fights. Open sight lines. XLG not willing to get them too easily.
Oh, they didn't swing off each other. Oh, guys, no, you did all the hard work. This was an easy one. They messed up, dudes.
Slightly better weaponry, slightly poor crosshair placement from Happy Way.
Not even that, just poor from everyone.
No util for either team, and G2's coordination makes the difference. That could have been an opportunity for XLG to win a really big bonus.
That's unlucky,
they got themselves
man.
in a nice spot. Opening pig, an avenue into B.
One enemy remaining.
I don't think they had full knowledge that all of those players were coming through the A connector.
They just had no like plan, right? It was no like contact them to swing. And like they had the two in the right position, right? Even Prius managed to show us it. Probably Sapphire. Right, one here, they're ready to capitalize off of each other. Okay though, we got it's all good. They still got a lot of money and they got Euro all into this round. We got B clear with the smokes down. They can disrespect this. It's a fast flood in.
This is G2 playing this one fast with the flood defense. They want to try and take this one by storm, and they're overwhelming.
What?
Stinger in the hand of Jorgamo obtains the upgrade in the end, and Viva's the last one left.
Oh my, how did that combo so bad? I kind of need to see Coconut's POV. Because I'm looking at him here, and I feel like he should. He definitely ate some util. And I don't know what util it was.
Usually a little bit of a slower
Stinger, yeah, the Stinger getting 2 there. From what I can tell, the fade util was really good.
And wait for a plant to go down. Here they pop through almost instantly.
It's their own cage. Oh, their own cage wrecked them.
And there were players ready to
split them up
through that instantly. The C's as well, grabbing big value from Trent. And XLG, while they looked like they were in a position to go up 3-0, now the score's even and their economy's shattered.
Yeah, and then G2 are about to get a lot of ults as well.
Placed down here by XLG, looking to hopefully get a few more.
Okay.
It's called Trent.
And another?
Straight back
Damn!
up, and hello!
Two players toppled. XLG.
No way.
Kick the doors
And he
down
gets
over
the
towards
ult,
A,
gets
and
the upgrade as well. You guys can all join together, can come up with a plan. Nice.
It's unbelievable
Dude,
value from
go,
Heavyweight.
go get the Marshall back, if anything. It's incredible of it.
Jonah's got to try to stop them going
Yeah,
for
another
something
gun
quick.
down towards long as well, so they can get an extra upgrade here.
Stalling this one out. Tucks himself into the short position, looking to try and get embedded.
Okay, but he gets the info. You guys don't have to force this.
But again, no one's covering.
Uh-oh.
No one's watching it. Double up though, round towards it. You got to try and do the most now. The XLG rifles there, but lines up for Lee.
It's okay. It was a pretty close round. Nicely done from Lee.
At the very end from XLG.
Yeah, they just forced it.
One of the players not
And the call was like the most obvious thing as well, I guess.
He gets so much damage done.
Really good damage though.
A headshot
Really good
from the
damage in the eco.
And XLG almost managed to make a pretty impossible round happen there.
Line up, dudes. One didn't swing lines.
I think credit there. So
And they're the two that can't communicate to each other, right? Because of the language barrier.
He bought enormous amounts
One needs to say that he's swinging wide. They don't understand the same language.
also landed onto a ton of players as they were coming
That's
through long.
tough. Yeah, it is
XLG
tough.
were
Yeah,
not
you're right.
fast enough to actually commit off the back of the Cypher ultimate.
Stalled all the way out there from heads-up thinking, really, a Jonah P. This is the reoccurring issue, I think.
Is it not MIDI?
Now.
Oh, is it not MIDI who's in this? Oh, it's Viva?
First
Oh, okay, well they
editions
can
as
come.
where the
Oh, that makes it
communication's
even
going a bit
worse.
because they're having to compensate, I think, for MIDI coming in.
Ooh, that's rough.
But it's slow. There's a lot of hesitation in terms of the steps that XLG take.
I think they actually might want to play a bit slower though too. I think that's probably what
What is the
Foley
language
might be
barrier?
discussing with them here, is
MIDI
that
and
you don't have to
Raga
rush a spot like that.
don't
You
speak
actually could have gone
the
and
same language.
retrieved the weapons in long and short and then called a pause. You know that they're going to be panicking and running towards A. So just pump the brakes and play the player advantage. If you're not in prime form with your communication, and you have
How's
to
it go? I
play
mean, someone
slowly
just takes
anyway, because
control.
things need to be translated on the fly,
Like whoever's
you
calling
might
that
as
they
well
want to
play
swing, you could have a
really
protocol where that
structured,
person's
slow
going
game.
wide. You can have it the person at the back always goes wide. You can have the person at the front always goes wide, as long as you've got something done. Or you just comment.
Take flight. First line of defense is going to
Let's
be dealt
swing,
with.
I go wide.
No more thorns in through grass.
1,
Slow
2.
this one down.
They are potentially facing into the operator though.
Yeah, and they didn't really take too much map control with that, but there is a smoke here, so there's a little bit of vision block. But again, with this comp, they can kind of just smoke up, re-clear it. Or Vice Flash as well. Got the info from the Vice Flash, and they see there's no one here, so now they can put all that fuel back into the
Leaf also just
Viper.
used his Vice Flash
Or
to re-clear towards garage. They dropped the Viper
at Gen
wall,
G, you
flashed
see this
in,
wall?
and they know that there's nobody
Mate,
been inserted there.
I know that everyone hates the Gen G wall,
breaking it
but
apart.
you gotta look at their win rate.
Gonna be flashed up. And it has
I'm a
pulled
believer,
players
I'll be
successfully
honest.
over towards
Mostly
A,
because it's
so
my wall,
the map a
but
bit slower from XLG.
I think it's a strong wall. I think they play. I think they play it well.
Jorgamo's now no longer on C with the operator.
But I'm biased.
They've got all options open.
What is the call that they're making? They had players ready to go into a potential C split. They're going to go over towards A anyway.
Just a little bit, yeah, only a little bit of
Players
bias.
here waiting off to the side, including
But Mini
Trent
hates it.
tucked.
But I only think Mini hates it because I was doing that.
But Raga's dealt with TP into
That's
the
my-
back.
that's my
Nothing else to really
theory.
supplement the rest of that one after shock. And there it is. Trent's pushed out into the open, but with that operator in the hands of Jorgamo, Short is on lockdown. Flash, dodged up and over
Wait,
towards
a
the
flash
top.
what?
Supplementary util.
Wait.
And it's a scramble and mad dash
Nice shots from them as well.
XLG.
Good fast flood in from G2 also.
G2 with this new composition.
Moritz, thank you so much for the prime,
and a
dude.
ton
Appreciate
of
the
ideas
whole
of how they
year.
wanna
Thank you
play
for doing
it
that.
on the A site. We already saw Jonah in one of the previous rounds lock it down.
The old
This
guard, yeah,
time,
the old guard
you've got
used
Jorg
this wall that
sending
they're
a
using on
Julep
defense now.
flash up and over the top, and then picks up Mini. You see Trent hiding inside the Viper roll, but A long. A really aggressive position from him. But he's also playing anti-flash and can turn around to deal with that gate crash from Raga on the entry. Cute ideas.
Force him down
get
to an
4 in a
eco.
row.
Yeah, it's looking comfy for G2 now,
Knocking
especially they got a
XLG's
lot of
gonna be
ults
down
there.
once again. And Happy Way, if he tries to take space.
Great shot.
Straight to the dome. Call it overkill. An immediate reposition as well. Jorg's going to be a different spot.
Okay.
Nothing's going right now for XLG.
Yeah, and they can just play retake on this. Oh
That
no!
one's supposed to be. You gotta get a replay of that. That's supposed to be headed towards backside, and Raga just walked in front of it.
And at this point, if morale is not in the bin already,
No, that'll do it. Yeah, that'll. He's not wrong. That'll do it. At least it's the eco. I hope they just laughed after. I want to see a replay of like the comms. Hopefully they're just laughing. If you're not laughing at that, you're in trouble. You gotta just laugh at that.
I mean, show us this. What's going on here?
Oh, it hits the decoy.
No, that's a brutal one. We've been there. We've all been there.
Sova Utility does interact
Okay,
with
coach
your
is
own
laughing.
team's
Good
close.
reaction.
We learned that the other day.
If you don't laugh, you cry. Exactly. You'll actually be
You can also
tilted.
shoot a shock dart and do crazy damage to your own squad.
A brutal one, and it's fast going from XLG. Eurowalter, or Omenol, I should say.
They were thinking about it.
TP up towards heaven is going to be broken. Raga forwards here to breach.
Okay,
shots.
Breach or over towards site. Late fade eye. Omen flashed a fast flood with Vice or yeah, they got nice stuff.
Even going to be using his own dimensional drift out. Spots it out.
No one over here.
Waiting around to the side. Re-exploration, re-clearing.
Oh, they really do want to do this because there's just too many of them here, so they want to try to get info. This is cool, man.
Pouncing on the opportunity to draw out even more blood. XLG not able to take a breath in these moments, but they may have an opportunity to go.
You're concerned that the coach is not concerned? I think I'm telling you, I think YOU is like a big part of this team.
I mean, the spike is
I think he came into this kind of knowing where they're at.
There's no retrieving it, is there? On the side here is Leaf waiting. And now, just happy where he's earned himself that decent spot to play in, but like you mentioned,
yeah, I mean, what can you do? What can you do in this spot? It's not like you're going to be going for the pathing to get the spike, is it? I mean, how would you even begin to pull that off? Beautiful ideas, though, again from G2. They're so aware of the breach
G2 look like a condenser extra time.
XLG.
I mean, G2 when it comes to the Paper X game, again, I'm doing a video on this, but in my opinion, I don't really have a good split. That was like probably the reason why they lost split. Lotus, I think they had a very good chance of winning Lotus. They just misplayed their defense. That's pretty much where I'm at. So it's not like it was crazy bad. I think Paper X are very strong as well.
And then they're instantly back through. That's just as Raga goes through his teleport. There's no chance for him to break that.
One enemy remaining.
And of course, the flash re-clear with the teleport out through A long. Beautiful ideas. And it's all working.
That goes there.
XLG look to show G2 a bit of their own medicine here. Stingers on 3 of the players. And as overall, in case things get a little bit tricky, XLG will be trying to win this one.
Yeah, just in case, you never know.
Much there for the Vice wall.
Must be a nightmare to watch this one. Dude, I'm kind of just happy we're seeing some nice stuff from G2, to be honest with you.
Just can't get out of dodge. Still, it's there, available, ready, and wasting. Jonah P wants to try and flood his way in the vulnerable.
Ooh, that gets a little rough. Oi, imagine you got an extra one there as well.
Take out 2 of them. Leaves it into a 1v2 spot for Trent. We've seen this guy in the clutch.
Yeah. On Teo, he wins this. Chat and rage baiting, don't come for me.
Going to be able to put down a one-way for the spike. They can play over towards long, but it will offer potentially opportunities for Trent to pick them off if his aim can be good enough. Vandal, powerful at long range. And I think he should start to get the read that they're playing off-site here down C long.
Reveals his position. Now time to send some util flying forwards here. Sees, deaded. That's going to be cutting up the close angle here. Slight tap, trying to force these players out wide into the open. And Happy Way takes the peak. Time ticking though onto this spike, and the spot just unwinnable now. Happy Way doesn't land that shot though. Still, there might be an opportunity. There might be a chance.
Okay, not bad. Nice try at it. I like the from as well. The person that didn't eat the util.
XLG
Jump
chose
peaked.
to play the time there, choosing to go for 2 1v1s instead of double swinging.
I mean, with the time being so late, that's the right choice there.
But I think, listen, dial back, big picture. It's a good round from XLG. They came into this one with mostly a light buy, 3 stingers, bit of a thrifty. And they've come away with the victory. 6-3 though, they're going to need more of that. Because this actually looks like
Am I enjoying this? Guys, why do you think this is so bad? Chat, are you guys forgetting that I watch like all of the regions? Like the bottom teams of all the regions? This is fine. This is so fine right now. We're actually seeing what G2 did with a lot of their time. This is great.
XLG have got a really nice read right now that this wall is up on front B.
Jonah P, you're hard stuck onto this angle right now. Raga's got you watched. Flash dodged, and there's the peek.
Bro, look at that confidence on this one. Got ult as well, and they kind of got an ult combo.
Just from the sound. Bit bold. I'm not exactly sure what Jonah was going for there with the hop up. Trent takes a shot.
Yapping you didn't watch China. I mean, yeah, that's true. 50% my fault, 50% not.
Happened there on both ends. Raga also punished Trent for an info peek.
Raga hasn't cleared that.
Please look up.
I think he's missed it on top
Please
of
look up. No, he didn't. He didn't see him. That's so funny. Damn, bro. Okay, Leaf, what you got? That was the ultimate surprise coming out of the ult and just turning around and seeing an Omen there. That was sick.
Jump spot out into the open, stray shots and damage and spam in all. Oh my, no coverage inside! Not like this! Not like this!
Yeah, okay, Leaf's playing good, man. Leaf's playing good. It did, yeah, it just locked onto the head. No hesitation with that as well. That was so nice.
The player short was going to be trying to defend. He plays it beautifully, but also Lady Luck very firmly on his side.
How's he getting away with that?
It's not like Midi was 1 HP either. No. But he
He's like, what, 50? I think it was 52, I think I saw.
I think had done what should have been enough.
Dude, look at this one.
Look at this again.
Ooh.
Joking.
Absurd.
You're joking.
Oh my god. They didn't need that.
No.
I mean, if we're being honest, I don't think they need that.
No, but I mean, it helps, makes it convincing as well.
Down to Sheriffs again.
Can't catch a break. Clone's going to be broken nice and early, though. This one causing a few problems. Shock dart. Close. A lot of util is going to be primed in the hands of these players. XLG looking to potentially go now. There it is.
Great, Teva.
The C's to meet them. Locking them down. XLG can step no further. At least for now, Arago re-exploring. Risks to be taken with just the Sheriff in hand.
XLG did win that Thrifty before.
There's a head. Clean off the shoulders. Valent's going to be done. No more.
It does feel like Raga's starting to get a feel of the game.
Heating up.
He's playing very much on his own, though. It's not like
he's the X Factor. I mean, he's one of the. He's responsible for some of the rounds being close as well. He's the one getting all the entries. And the thing is, his entries are just him being very confident. Yeah, gets the full side control, calls him back over, asks for some smokes, picks up the gun.
Going through mid there, exposing himself to B and Garage, but they make it through. No casualties.
30 seconds left.
Should be a plant.
Lost shots fired up. Jordan, we're looking for a lucky connection in all. Raga, he's forward again. And this guy, is it?
Dude, look at his aim style. Bro, his aim style is crazy. That's Eco, by the way, chat. Eco picks up a gun. What an absolute god. That's a nuts round from him. Dude, look how shaky his aim is, but it's just so controlled. Whoa.
Utterly solo as well.
It's insanely impressive, bro.
I mean, we were talking
he doesn't want to lose, man. Doesn't want to go home yet.
China, how brilliantly he's usually set up by Initiator utility.
It's okay, RB aim, yeah, it does.
He does occasionally have solo plays here and there, but this round was just all on his own.
Dude, there's been a couple of entries that are all on his own. Ooh. Did hit 33 HP. Honestly, he's unlucky not to get that kill. It just clipped the wall.
Down to 33 health.
But you can't do that consistently.
Yeah, but the thing is, he just has full freedom, right? He's just allowed to do whatever. And when you're playing against an op on defense and you're allowed to do whatever, a lot of the times it's going to get owned.
And it's the last one in the half.
Cover going out.
He's on 0.35. Wait, that's a very high sense.
That's great info. Yeah. You know that the Cypher's lurking somewhere. You know that all three of the other players were over towards A. And Jorg, he's already anticipated
0.35, 1,600
DPI.
DPI.
Caught the timing past the flash.
Yeah, he has.
Yeah, it's high.
No acknowledgement on that one.
Very fast timing.
About as good as a timing as he could possibly hope for. And it's still being jiggled, but yeah, Leaf unanticipated.
It's probably the highest we've got in the event, I would imagine.
At 40 seconds. Jorgs on an island.
And happy way. Making sure that he can really take advantage of the fact here over towards C. This is Valin. He full sticks it. He full sticks it. He's all the way in through into the
Nice trades on this one.
Still cleaned up.
Can they get the last rounds? It's honestly, considering how it's looking at the beginning, if you ignore the pistol, it's not too bad.
Incredible round for XLG to get a 7-5 half, more than they could have dreamed of early.
Happy way. He's got the operator in his hands here.
Oh,
This is the first shot though, and a bit of spam. Trying to run this guy down all the way. The ults though have been earned up midi.
Okay, 5. I mean, they won a pistol. That's why it looks kind of rough.
A good finish here.
I mean, it is rough. If you actually think about what went down, it's extremely rough. But the 7-5 score on its own without the context is pretty good. Forsaken is on 0.712 800 DPI. Damn, that's really high sense.
Both halves of XLG working well.
I don't really like committing to things. I'm scared. But when Verizon announced that I could lock in a low price for 3 years, I mean, yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Still possible.
Can you hear
Dude,
me now?
if Raga's got some confidence and they can win a pistol, get that op out early maybe, then yeah. Definitely got a lot more faith than what I saw on Icebox. Raga needs the 40 bomb. That's probably true. Yeah, he probably needs to get 40 kills there. Am I disappointed with how RRQ looked? Yeah. I feel like you could say, I think you could ask that question and then put about 6 teams in the slot of RRQ, and I would say yeah. I'm disappointed with pretty much half the teams at this event.
Better start.
It also means that Paper X have a really good chance to win the whole event, so that's pretty fun.
Showcasing finally, I think, as well, what we all kind of expected of them.
Not with Wolves? I'm not disappointed with Wolves. Very impressed with
You
Wolves.
see a player like Raga really stepping up, and he's at the top here for the Coinbase Econ report. That ace put him right
on
the correct track, didn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, especially considering that it was on an eco round. So he didn't even bring a weapon into that round, and he still somehow came away with an ace. That was spectacular, but that's what you need to be seeing more of from him. It's the first map where I feel like you're actually getting to witness the real Raga. The Raga that we've been seeing across
Is
stage
5 really
one.
good considering G2 have a pretty good defensive con? Don't look at that stuff. We're just saying 7-5, it's like it's a game that's winnable. If you start actually factoring in everything, you realize that they don't have much of a chance.
A bit of nerves, having never played on a big stage before. And being a bit
On its
cold
own,
because they didn't play
7-5,
Swiss.
not bad.
It's taken them until
Yeah,
now.
you put in the
for us to
comp,
really
you talk
see
about the
that
pistol,
potential.
it's not
It
happening.
might be too little, too late though.
The only way it can happen
XLG
is this
must
guy
win
right
here
here.
on Haven in order to prolong their stay in Toronto.
But they
And
have to win
G2,
pistol
they're
for
gonna
him
be
to get
looking
that op out.
back into that dominant form they were on Icebox, where they tore through the Chinese squad.
Both of these teams be bitterly disappointed of an early exit here.
There goes the raid boss.
And that's an early exit for Raga in the round. Tried to take a fight.
Yeah, G2 with the deep
Analyst
smoke,
still
want to try isolate A default. I think it's also very good that they try and go for an A default early, because in theory you don't have like the breach stun or anything to actually like punish or stop people in this area. So I think that's good to do.
XLG have got a lot of space
Molly
off
for
the back of
spawn,
this, a lot
fast
of
flood, right?
information
Either that or it's going
gathered.
back a site.
That flash tells them that there's somebody either peeking
What is it,
garage
Molly
or
for
on the
back
flank.
site and then smoke here?
Into the corner.
Oh yeah, nice.
Snakebite round towards the back, flash
Oh,
into
and you got
face on
Fawns
top
to
of
make
the
sure that you can't fast flood in. So these two are isolated on site, and Cypher can't really do too much. Has to go over towards Heaven to help. It's a nice exec.
It's brutal to get through, and Viva just trying to weave it
That's a
out
nice
between
whistle.
it. Valin drops one, dropped himself, traded in a moment's notice. Up towards the top though, no more smokes. Up towards Heaven, and Happy Way just poking his head out. Spike has been dropped out into the open.
Yeah, and that's a little bit tough because they know there's a player over towards Heaven. Happyway with a ghost and very little health. How do you block this off?
30 seconds left.
Just has to be the double hold as they reclaim it, retrieve it. Scurrying back now to safety, getting that plant down.
Yeah, and I think Happyway missed his timing to have influence in this round.
I mean, he couldn't really do anything. He would have had to run through Thorns and a Viper smoke. Like he would have died if he tried to help his team out here. This was just nice from G2. No matter what, if you aren't on site already, you can't go to help them unless you go through Heaven.
You see here, a stun.
Like if you try Fast Flood here or try go... Wait, what the hell was that? He's just gonna die from smoke and
setting Raga up for the early fights. But G2 are through. I mean, they got fast into that area. Wall up, wall down, and they're in. G2 should be playing slower mid-rounds with the Viper in their composition. The double smokes comps set up people like Leaf or Jonah to go for lurks. But XLG are going to be wanting to force fights like this one.
5 HP.
Down, single digits.
Nice shot.
Stave off most of the aggression though that XLG were going for on their eco.
It's a Bucky and a Marshall being brought into this one. So there's danger in long-range angles and somewhere close, although Happyway's actually playing the Bucky.
I've never seen this.
Over towards A long.
Yeah.
Really bizarre. But it's also not an area that G2 are currently exploring.
All eyes towards C. Be onto Viva and Coconut to see if they can clear the way. Viva, a bit of supplementary.
yeah, that's the joke mode that was on 5 HP. We got to lurk with a gun into B. This is normally not what you want to do because there's now an extra gun on the floor. Yeah, there's a Bucky for someone to pick up. Gets the... Oh, okay. He's got everything playing gun game.
Marshall apparently. Happyway will have to get a run on though. Try and put a stop to this here.
A great fade eye.
That looked sharp, but he was also facing the haunt. So it would have been lit up like a Christmas tree on Trent's screen. 3 players trying to come back in here. They've got a Bucky or a Stinger to work with. It's going to be tough.
See what they can do. Util readily available here with a fault line at least. Alongside the dart, Paranoia, hold on, trenches down into the open! You gotta try and land those shots though, and he still gets the one. We're eventually going down. Discipline being played, G2 just waiting for the game to come to them.
That's a good attempt from them.
They know that game well.
There's been damage done there. I mean, if XLG can put together a
Leaf, yeah, I think he kind of overplayed it a little bit. Or at least if he's going to do this, I think he should have a Ghost. But I wonder if he just thinks they're actually going to be buying up because they're so low score-wise.
But this is now going to be a must-win round for them. G2 are coming in with double stingers.
Play clutch, play clutch, it's fine.
I mean, to be clear, they can't hear Josh in that moment, but hard when you're a coach.
Yeah.
Not to vocalize what you're thinking. Here's that stun like I'm talking about. XLG's comp is better for A lobby control.
A good trade though. They lose smokes though. Honestly, smokes on attacks pretty rough to lose.
I'm not sure that that's enough in a round
like you would imagine they'd probably try end B here because obviously they have the protection of this. Jonah still has a smoke as well, so you could also end over towards... I mean, honestly, because he has a smoke, he still kind of have options.
Wait now, plenty of bullets left waiting, and more where that came from. Jonah P. He knows where that final player could be.
Ooh, got an extra big 1v1. Okay, it's either a done game or it's a close game from it. Well, I say close game.
And it's a must-win here for Viva. It's G2's bonus. They can still afford to buy into the next. Viva can't.
Mutual setup. Plant is down and the game of timings is just missed by Leaf, but still it's going to be wrapping this one all the way around to the side, and a bit of patience now played as well.
Viva's had a nightmare of a map so far. He's 2 and 10. This would be everything for the guy.
Flash hasn't seen much. He's got to reveal his hand. Deep dart down, and it clears one of the angles for him. Doesn't know what to expect. Leaf, though, creeping around, crawling around this guy.
Yeah, very nicely handled from Leaf on this. Well, that's the map done.
And it's a gorgeous plant position from Leaf. Makes it feel like he's playing towards Cubby or Long. But actually, when he wraps around there...
yeah, good Bobby. Thanks.
There's no area where Viva can be on the spike and it's not just completely in the open.
Spike down, attacker spawn.
Jonah does a great job picking off both players here. But I thought that the double initiators might be able to pull through for XLG. I think that round, though, was everything for the Chinese squad.
Nice, Nate. Good shit, bro.
That's a bonus conversion here for G2. 10-5 now. Not letting their foot off the gas. XLG were given an in with the rounds that they accrued up on that prior half, but...
Dude, look at the minimap. Pretty much a perfect call from G2 here as well. Oops.
Get cheeky there, hopping around to the side. Hold on.
No, surely. Yeah, it's unlucky, man.
Down that sight line. 3 versus 3.
Yeah, nothing's going right for them.
Down to now here, playing a bit off site still. Coconut this up. They're going to have smokes to play this one. You can't be entirely off the side, and G2 I think have just realized it. Now starting to play up a little bit more.
It leaves everywhere.
Going to be that backup policy, but with a bit of pace, might get a chance to do it here. Shots already fired. Valen has been caught from behind. The TP down towards long. You are completely out of the picture. Jorgamo is forwards, and guns need to be at the ready. It's Viva again versus Leaf.
Again, he's here again. Same pause. He's like, come on, man. Surely not.
It's deja vu.
Surely not.
Leaf hops up to logs.
I think we just played this round, didn't we?
Another bullet to the side of the head. Tragedy for XLG. That's a round that G2 misplayed a little bit to get into a tricky situation. They weren't quite ready for what was going on with the trip. I mean, Jorg just beefed his movement a little bit. And then things cascaded from there. To be honest, Jorg redeemed himself.
How does it work so well? I mean, it's a plant for long.
But a couple of teammates got killed.
It's a plant for long, and he can be anywhere.
So similar to previous.
And the pressure is just off them at this point. You could maybe make an argument, I think, at the beginning of this series that G2 are the ones that are feeling like they have to put their best foot forwards. They've been locked down into the lowers when all expectations are sky high for them. Playing against an underdog team.
Stop flaming. You're all hindsighting right now. I guarantee you guys in that clutch as well, you're doing the same thing. You're looking down long.
And I think it's really reasonable to say that both teams, while they have similar paths, Ascension teams, meta playing teams, #1 seeds, struggled in their upper bracket game here at Toronto, there is a different weight of expectation.
I would have died before that. All that, yeah.
It's hard really to point at another squad that's been the best team of 2025 so far. It's not really definitive. Nobody has the crown currently. But if you were going to point at somebody, you'd probably point at G2. And that's despite them not actually winning a global tournament. But having said that,
I'd stick. I mean, that I could understand, to be honest. If you know this.
And you can just see it on their faces and all the replays and all the cams. G2.
Talking about the one before, could have been double.
XLG can feel it, slowly losing their chance.
Again, if you think he misplayed it, you're all just hindsight.
Flash and a peek alongside that horn. Viva! That's big.
Okay, that's nice for him. Bit of redemption. Oh my goodness. Same brain as Sideshow. That's firing. Ooh. Go on, mate. Go on, mate. Go on.
Raw spam maybe to get the job done towards the end. He's one away from the ace. And it would do wonders for the confidence.
He wants it so bad.
Juking, desperate to stay alive. And movement adjust, and
oh no, don't lose the round.
But no, hold on.
Now hold on.
No,
Pump the
not
brakes.
like this.
There's a minute still left here. I've seen Leaf work magic before, and his wall gets tripped over towards C.
There's a 1v2 though, and he's walking knife out. Doesn't realize the happy way is already there.
Okay. And the adrenaline can start seeping away for XLG. Those are good kills for Viva to get. He was hanging out at the bottom of the scoreboard for such a long time. I think he only had 1 kill in the first half.
Got to get the confidence back somehow.
And he's also lost 2 vitally important 1v1s against Leaf.
Yeah.
Go away.
So to be able to just step up and rip through 4 of the players, getting his team back into things. That's a big one. That's important.
Still a bit quiet from XLG's side of things. Mood obviously dampened, I think, by that scoreline, but 1 round at a time is how it has to be.
Double stinger. Valen and Leaf, they're both incredible with them.
Leaf keeps, yeah, that's true actually.
Theory, it's a weaker
Leaf
economy.
3 rounds in a row.
They're only heading to the site where Viva is
Wrecking 'em.
completely alone.
Walking all the way down.
Okay, you're all over towards site. We still got that early mid info from midi. And yeah, they could definitely fast flood this if they won't wait for the tap of the spike. You could all in. They have so many options, to be honest.
Midi to tap.
forced out the ult early here. Players are going to be colliding, clashing. Jorgamo tries to step forward. He's going to try and stem that bleeding, shore it up, at least momentarily here, round to the side, and the ult's going to be extended. Oh my goodness.
Dude, there's so much going on, poor Prius.
Walking. Happy way from on high. Operator in hand after shot, pushing him out wide. And it's just left down to Trent in that 1v2 scenario. And Happy way, sight set. On the appropriate
the good news is they didn't use too many ults, right? They used a breach ult, they used Yoru ult to retake here. This was absolute chaos, and they got the Vice ult out of them in reaction.
All about the ults. XLG were anticipating that G2 were going to lead with something. Let's say Vice ultimate, maybe the dimensional drift. So they ended up playing pretty soft on A. Tried to come back in with a breach ultimate, got stopped. And then skirmishes.
Vice and Yoru. Oh yeah, Vice and Yoru, because they got the. You're right, they got the entry ult from Jorgamo to clear the site, and they forced him down to eco.
Properly dead in the water. Still, the same two players with stingers in hand. But everyone else now, instead of rifles, down to sheriffs. This defensive setup is now working, partly because they've had the op, and partly because XLG feel like they're playing with a little bit more aggression, perhaps. Time to jump. An ability to take it to G2.
Pressure relieved.
There's one trip broken at the front
that's
of B,
nice, though.
but Happyway still has a second trip in a deeper position, so he's not as worried about
So
just getting
smoke
walked
goes in, blocks the vision of this, and you have a Prowler that cleared all of that. That's
pretty
cool.
dangerous. They have this camera that gives them information into Garage, but it got smoked
They get
off.
so much from that Prowler.
Jorgamo inserts his presence there now over towards B.
They should know that there's pressure here.
Reclear protocol for
Right,
this. I mean, if they
vision
have a
block.
breach on this side
There
of
is
the
a
map,
very
I'm
good
sure
chance
they
that
would,
someone's
but
inside here.
For now, with their current defensive setup, you've just got to.
The person that has to kind of re-clear this, though, has pretty much been using his util to get information over towards A, because once this wall's up as well, there's passive pressure over towards A that they could have taken the timing on either one of these. So at the moment, like, G2 have a lot of pressure around the map.
Jorgamo being a backstab, looks like that is
With one kill trip on site.
here, but Midi has plenty of util to dissuade this trip. Almost going to be triggered round from the side here. Sheriff not doing enough.
Whoa, Sova ult as well, and they got breach ult to make sure, sorry, breach damage to make sure they can't plant here as well. Not sure you need to do that.
7 seconds left. G2 trying to get that plant down here, running and gunning and coconut. Sling flame down now onto the side leaf. There's the last one left. Got into his hands. Diffuse is sticking. Shorty's round the
Okay,
corner.
nicely done. Dude, this was a good round from G2, though. This was a good round. Like that little insight over towards Garage here. I like that Prowler that they do. They get so much with this one Prowler. I didn't realize you could clear the top of heaven as well with that.
The player into his sight lines. And look at Happyway here. He's blinded up, knows he's being shot multiple times, and just spams towards Garage. Finds his kill. And the rest of XLG.
Do you reckon they time out? It's 3 ults out of them. 3 ults out of them in 2 rounds.
The economy's not in an amazing spot here for XLG.
Getting to the point where it's like, hold up, we could lose this.
But it's G2 who are going to be taking another timeout right before they get rifles back. This round could be incredibly important. Earlier on, it was XLG on the bonus when they were 10-5 down, I think it was. That's where we were looking at them like, okay, they might have let this game slip away from them at this point. They had a chance to get it back in the game, back into the second half, and they let it slip. Well, here's another big moment, a pivotal moment for the economy, for the ults as well, because G2s are going to start cycling again if they win this.
If there was ever a chance for XLG to do it.
See, like, and they come back with the op.
One at a time.
Yeah,
You
and
can see the timeline.
so like the op's really good against this as well, right? Even though you have vision blocked, there's not like too much that actually forces you off of the angles. Just like these, and to use this, you have to use these.
Now, one of the things
So,
I was thinking,
like the actual info of where you could be, you could kind of be everywhere, and for your op, it's pretty nice. Also, when you look over towards here, there's nothing to push you off of this angle, right? But the op is like really nice against this.
It's been Happyway playing
Recon goes in, and it looks like Eli as well might try and set one up here.
So if you try to get into that
D2 go over towards B when it failed so bad. Yeah, don't mind it. I guess they didn't use breach damage to stop the original plant, so they might feel like they can get a plant because he's late with the breach damage, which he is late with the breach damage. Because normally what happens is you breach damage here and you stop the initial plant and then you force them to go back. That doesn't come in, so they've actually got a fair amount of map control. Omen Flash goes towards back of site. They get over towards here. No one checks back of site though. Trade. It's a nice trade. Hold up.
There it is, Recon up and over. Smoke. Propped up, a bit of spam from G2. Is this what it's going to take? Is this how they're going to be claiming this round here? Stepping forwards and past it. The line of scrimmage that was layered down, and it's stray bullets follow the tracers. Time has run out.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice from G2. They got the smoke over towards the site for the afterplan as well. I think GLAI messed up with Coconut here. Right, I'm pretty sure they smoked over towards front of B, like when they had the control. I would have to watch it again. The smoke goes here, they kill them, they push into the site with the Omen Flash, and then they smoke this in the afterplant. So they like have to push through their own smoke and they kind of give them the freedom to spam.
But the players in the clutch are rock solid as always for G2.
Bro, the Thorn is so funny, just hearing like that crunch, crunch, crunch when he's running through.
It's good to see that even the simple things can delight the players after their thousands of hours of play.
This is G2 on the cusp of sending XLG home.
And Raga with it all to do. Bodies coming towards him, fast and unknown.
Very tight angle.
I mean, it's a nice off angle from him.
Just catching the clone.
Ooh, and that might be a free site. Might come down to Happy where he wants to push over towards the site. He has no cages to give him any control. Wait, he cages close? Oh boy. Viper Smoke, Viper Molly, and Fawns.
Foul concoction. G2 just
dude, he didn't double cage here for them to get back.
Site control is theirs. We're looking at Raga to see if he can beat the difference.
Yeah, I've definitely seen this from a little bit from G2, right? They have very nice fast hits where they just heavy util this area so you can't fast flood in. But whoever's on site is isolated. So if you don't make that decision to like fight site early or leave for retake, you pretty much get isolated. Okay, very nice from G2. Very, very nice. Definitely struggled a little bit once the op came out, but other than that, it was pretty good. Their fast site hits make a lot of sense. I like the dude. I like their comps. I like their comps. That's like one of the big takeaways as well.
Determined, very focused. Didn't run the Tejo, still managed to get the win. And they begin what could be an incredible low bracket run, but they will have to have perfection.
GLAI? Oh no, yeah, GLAI looked like losing YOU. They lost a lot, for sure.
A shot like they had at Bangkok.
Yeah, a mix of everything from them, right? For sure.
The bow before they'd even had a chance to
change of meta as well.
And I think Josh really deserves a lot of credit for feeding them good ways of being able to close this map out. Those final 2 rounds, fast hits, very different to what they were previously running. And it just got them over the line in important situations. XLG were just starting to warm up. I feel like we barely got a chance to see these guys.
I know.
This final map, maybe a bit more of an example of what they could have done. But alas, they ran into some heavy competition, faced both of the Americas teams.
Just I think G2 can win this tourney. They got a rough split. I'm not sure they beat anyone on split. And then, what have they been banning?
Congratulations, G2!
It's not too bad. I like 3 out of 4 maps that they've shown.
And this time, instead of taking the hometown hero away for the interview, I'm gonna join them. All right. Let's see. Jonah P, I'm gonna ask you to do a little bit of.
They've been banning Sunset.
Snap a picture.
Honestly, if it's a Sunset permaban, it might help them out a little bit.
It seems like you guys came in here today to make a statement. Was that the mission?
Definitely was a mission. We got our warm-up game versus Paper X. You know, Paper X are a very good team. Their coaching staff helped them a lot. And now it's do or die. So when we're in do or die moments and our backs against the wall, we're a different team.
Right. Wanna snap another picture? No? Okay. Right. Time for another question while you
She messed up by asking him.
Speaking of the tough loss, though, that is why you guys found yourself in this position today. But no doubt, you guys bounced back. So what were the talks? What were the issues?
The talks was honestly the same talks when we lost to Sen in the upper final to qualify for here. Nobody was down. We knew we were going to make a lower bracket run against 100 Thieves, EG, MIBR, Sen. And so we're going to do the same thing.
So no hard conversations.
No hard combos. Just watching the VOD, fixing our mistakes, and just had to be ready for today.
Lastly, I know Valiant said you guys are not scared of the lower bracket run, right? Yeah. I mean, pressure makes diamonds, and you guys are going for that diamond bracelet anyways. But do you feel like this is the position that you guys needed to be in order to get into that high gear?
I feel like the position we needed to be in was group stage, to be honest. First seed's a curse. We just needed to warm up into things, and now we're a very scary team in the lower bracket. And I got my family here, home crowd, my girlfriend, everyone supporting, and got nothing to lose now.
Right. Lastly, I know you don't like to trash talk, but we got some people talking smack about G2. Anything you wanna say?
Yeah.
No?
I mean, I'm gonna be humble because we talked some smack and then we lost, so we're just gonna let the game show for itself.
All right, thank you so much, Donopi. Congratulations once again. Leaf, are you willing to talk some smack? Willing to talk some smack?
To who? Oh, no, I don't need to talk smack. The regional results speak for themselves.
All right, thank you very much, and congratulations. G2, once again, I'm gonna let you guys enjoy this moment with the fans. Meanwhile, let's get ready for our second matchup of the day.
Who do you want me to give it to?
RRQ versus Fnatic. Woo!
Ladian, thanks so much for the Prime, dude. Appreciate the 22 months. Thank you for doing that. Thank you. Does she mean Sen? She asked off mic Sen, I think. Trying to instigate, yeah, pretty much. Okay, chat. Standard stuff. We've got some ads coming up, and then we have Fnatic against RRQ. And yeah, I'm hoping to feel better about RRQ's comp decisions as well. Let's see what happens. Okay, back in a little bit.
An update is required. Financial system updating. System updated. We will dance to get. The future of money is here. Feels good.
Red Bull gives you wings.
XLG have been eliminated from the tournament, and it's time to see which other #1 seed will survive today, and that will come down to RRQ and Fnatic. I am your host, Jinx, and I'm joined once again by Mimi and Vansili. It got close. It got very close in the first game, but do you anticipate a similar situation in the second one?
In the second game, honestly, kind of. I think it is going to be a little bit similar. I do really favor Fnatic in this game. I think that despite that loss to Genji, they are looking so good.
I wasn't trolling. I believe in the RRQ. I believe in Crazy Guy. Yeah, they're going to be able to do this one against Fnatic.
You might just be a crazy guy for that. Now, before we get into this
or
matchup...
a little silly.
Oh, very silly. Very, very silly. But before we get into this matchup, if you are the 3 people that are wondering, what is Golden Boy up to? I got a treat for you.
I'm one of them.
Let's check in with him right now.
We have so many awesome things going on here at Valorant Masters in Toronto. And one of the things that you can do as soon as you walk through the door, get yourself some awesome merch. And I'm joined by my boy Wyatt here. We're going to talk about all the amazing things that you can get yourself here in Toronto. So Wyatt, I just got to know right out of the gate, what's been like the big ticket item that people have been going crazy for?
Well, the biggest ticket item is right behind you. It's my friend right there with the spike. We've been selling out of him as much as we can, and I mean, you say big ticket, really everything is big ticket. We've got a lot of great products here, and everybody's been loving it. We've been selling out so much, and the community's been great. Like, everybody's been coming over. They've been great personalities, great people to talk with, and so far it's been a blast.
Yeah. Now, for me, I've never personally owned a hockey jersey in my life, you know, being a Puerto Rican kid from the Bronx, but here's a fun fact. I got one now because this thing looks awesome. I absolutely love the design on it. But that's also not the other awesome item that they have here, because I got to talk about the hoodie. Can we talk about this hoodie real fast? Because if you want to get yourself a high quality hoodie, this right here doesn't get better than this. You got yourself this embroidery right across. You can see the spike design, the obviously our Valorant Masters design here as well, and you turn it around and you got yourself a nice subtle 2025. So you can remember the year that you got to watch Valorant Masters here in Toronto, Canada. In any case though, if you want to check out the booth, make sure you stop by here, get it while it lasts, because it's been going fast, right?
It has absolutely been flying off the shelves.
Flying off the shelves. We'll see you soon.
I can't wait to go down and snatch myself some merch, and I think Lorax can be improved with a hat.
Or the hockey jersey. I think that's actually quite sick. I tried to get in line for that, but like 15 minutes after the doors open, it's all gone.
Yeah, people are buying it up so quickly. I think the Lorax with like the Masters toque on would look really good.
Oh yes, I'm so for that.
I'm surprised you know.
People are crashing out because of the fast seed, dude. We can't talk about it anymore. I've spoken about the fast seed thing so much. I'm doing a video. I'm doing a video where I believe the teams that were fast seed lost. The stats are currently backing me up.
When you're looking at this game here for RRQ, I mean,
Again, could be stubborn, could be wrong. I don't think I am. I'm also very stubborn, so who knows.
And getting fully flattened by your opponent at the walls. This is not the start that you want.
I think it might just be a preference thing, man. I think that's what it'll come down to.
Something out here to get some redemption in the day today.
Yeah, this is kind of a brutal series.
It's a preference thing, and I also think the worst team out of the 4s, seed 1, got the first pick, so that's why people kind of looks a little
is.
drastic
They are
as well.
one of the slowest teams at this event. They are constantly just playing around the map, getting spring embedded in a lurk, looking for those first picks, and they
Fighting my
manage
inner
to pull that off
stubbornness.
in
Mate,
so
that, dude,
many
I'm so
rounds. So now for RRQ,
tilted by how
super
the seed 1
unenviable
teams
task of
played that I'm
being
actually doing a
down here
video.
with teams like
I spent
G2
about 3
and
hours trying to
You bring
get
up a
clips
great point, 'cause
today.
that's exactly what Xero was talking about when they were having their post-conference interview.
I never make videos, man. It's annoyed me so much.
Wolves. And what's nice about this one, though, is that they're able to play against Fnatic, who has also been very slow against their matchup against Gen G, especially on the map of Split. So if it was a little bit of, you know,
Doing some work, yeah, who would have thought?
RRQ, and now they have that first taste of that slow-paced play style from Wolves, I think now they
I think first seeds are aren't experimenting as much because they view themselves as favorites and they don't need to throw the curveball to win. I think that is an element. I think people are scared to do stuff. I think it's I think a lot of the thought process is a lot down. Again, I think NRG is like a good example this year when Teo came out and they were winning the off season, and it was like, well, everything's working, we don't need to change anything. So they didn't adopt the Teo. Either that or they didn't actually rate the agent. I don't know which. But
a lot less supportive utility when you're switching away from the Teo. A lot of comps are going to be double smokes with just the Sova.
who do I rank as top 3 contenders for the title so far? Gen G, PaperX, Sentinels.
And I think Jemkin was one of the players who wasn't always like super crutching on a
think Wolves have a chance to win this tournament? I don't.
He does make his own kind of
I mean,
plays, and he'll need to
no,
find that
honestly, I
again
don't.
for
I
sure.
think some of their maps aren't good enough. But I think they got really good. They got like 3 really good maps.
Out in these open areas to get those dual fights. So I think this is something that Jemkin
Especially their split and their ascent. I think they might have the best ascent in this tournament.
Yesterday rather, and hopefully he's going to be able to.
Sonya, thank you for doing that.
And he had a lot of impact on those attack sides, which were the good part of Wolves' game.
And
but,
second map, yeah.
On defense, I think about their ascent. He's pretty much playing like solo mid every round. Wolves just fought hard into the extremities.
Wolves will win now. This would be the maddest event ever if Wolves won. I'd be so down for it, but I'm telling you, as soon as someone picks Lotus against them, they'll lose Lotus.
That's the thing. You're looking for fights, you can't get them because they were playing against a team that's much more slower. So if it's going to be the same style with Fnatic, where he can't go to toe-to-toe rather against Kayak as soon as the barriers come up, and
I think they've grown the most, Wolves. I'm not sure about growth because again, I didn't really follow them too much from China, but I think they probably have top 3 reads of the new meta at the moment of how they're playing. And I think they're also, I think a big thing can be said for like teams that want to innovate. And I think that they have people on their team that like to innovate. They play their split pretty differently. They play non-conventional ascent. They have a couple of defaults that kind of use agents a little differently to how teams do, and I think that goes a long way.
Hello, Jen here with Kushi next to me. Now, Kushi, it means a lot to the fans back at home to have players and teams like you to represent them on a global stage. So what does it mean to you personally, and what can you do to avoid elimination today and make them proud?
So personally, I'm very happy that I can represent the SEA community because I grew up watching these like kind of tournaments, and like now getting the chance to like represent them means a lot, and getting the support from them. And to avoid elimination, I guess we just focus on ourselves and our game plan to play the game. Yeah.
Right. Thank you so much.
Yeah, not too bad.
We hear that a lot, but Mimi, what
The
is their game
TMV
plan? How does Kushi
stream
fit
would be
into
crazy
that?
if they won. I mean, yeah.
First of all,
Dude, as long as it's not. That's the problem with G-Lai as well. Their main supporter is Sideshow. That's devastating.
Harbor Viper, Astra Viper. There was often a focus on like solo initiator players.
You're not going to get too far with that.
Sky or the Sova, how you're timing your utility for your duelist, but also if your duelist goes down, how well you're winning out in those late
Riot should wait to shift the meta. I think they probably should have hard fixed Teo, like right at the beginning, to be honest. But I would rather they changed it up now than later.
Playing almost exactly as well as he did in stage 1.
You nail it, Mimi. When you look at a player like Kushi as well, or it's just the initiator role, now you don't have to play the Teo.
They're trying to say Sideshow's a fraud. I mean, yeah, for sure.
Really. So you have to really get into
trying to think if he's been right about anything in the 5 years of VALORANT.
Utility to support your main duelist, you have to be the second or third entry to make sure that your duelist is in a
there must be one
spot. That you're able to take these site controls. Then you figure out what you have to do after here with your second wave, the recon to get info for your team.
Nothing.
There's a lot more chances to shine.
There has to be one in
the
5
Sova,
years,
especially in solo initiator comps, versus when it was Teo jail permanently for guys like Kushi.
Let's move on to Fnatic because it was a very close game on the map 1 and map 2, and if you watched the press conference, you would have heard them
Maddie
talk about how
he did own me in
the
the show match. Not wrong.
just like Shanghai.
But in terms of actual like teams
it could have honestly.
and
It's funny because
working out where teams are, I'm not sure it's ever been right.
Close those first 2 maps were, but Gen.G eked it out, and we go to map 3 of Sunset.
Yeah, GLI winning the Chinese stage. Oh, okay.
Fnatic in that one. I didn't think that they looked super ready to play into that deadlock.
Was he just doing that because of TMB, or?
Weird one to prepare for, and unfortunately for them, now they're down in the lower bracket.
Yeah, and if anything, if you're looking at how things have played out for Fnatic at the first 2 maps, Crashies has definitely stepped up to the plate here. The return on the stage and has been killing it so far. When you talk about the empty tank on that 3rd map, it was actually very full in the first 2.
He genuinely liked how they played. I mean, they did play pretty methodical in comparison to the other teams. They had that meta down for sure.
That was actually looked upon by Gen.G, or not looked upon. They were able to take full advantage of that one with the combination of the ISO on Haven.
Fnatic is one of the teams coming into this tournament that is not like 100% KO pick rate team. We still got to see 2 of their double duelist maps, and I really thought they looked good on both of them. They have
2023 K-Cup was so good. Dude, I'm not gonna lie. Because it wasn't even like hate watching. I was so excited to watch those games back then.
And you have to ask yourselves, you know, with a team with a map pool that's relatively deep, why did they decide to go here? They had the choice. They could have gone to Ascend. Instead, maybe Van's a mistake they're going to regret.
Yeah, definitely.
It was peak content. It really was peak content.
Them playing this map against Gen.G, I think I agree to what Mimi was saying, not ready to play against a deadlock. So if RRQ is able to come up with something different, something that they're not used to, or maybe something that RRQ doesn't play within their own region as well, especially the stage is set for these type of compositional changes, I feel Fnatic might be able to get upset here.
To be fair, I would not want to play Gen.G on Ascent. Both those pretty unenviable positions. But
Fnatic retakes.
Fnatic is a team who you
but
look
that's
at their success on Haven
that's their own fault.
It's down to how patient they play their retakes.
That's a pretty loaded stat. That's like that makes it look like their retakes are bad, but actually they just played heavy retake against 2 comps that they shouldn't play retake against.
The issue is when you play against a deadlock,
which I guess you could argue is their retakes are bad, but you just can't retake against that comp. They're playing heavy retake on Split, they were playing heavy retake on Haven. And it's like you can't really do that.
Yeah, and it was also a weird match, right? You know, we don't often have breaks that long too.
I will say that their Haven wasn't too bad, it was more their Split that kind of left them down.
It was a lovely atmosphere for them to be in. They spoke
it was their attack side of Haven that was like really bad.
But my eyes do go to some of the veteran players, the players that have been here before. You spoke about Crashies already, Vans, but for Alpha, you know, he warmed up into the map. For Boaster, I think he really struggled in the shooting department. And for Chronicle as well, they were just inconsistencies.
Yeah, definitely. But I just think, well, inconsistency again, it goes down to that 3rd map, not getting used to maybe how Gen.G is currently playing. But the first 2, you have to keep that in mind, that they still played some very good Valor.
Now, when it comes to dynamic duos in this tournament, it doesn't get more wholesome than these 2. Gen Lee had the pleasure of 3rd wheeling
G2 versus Gen.G and Loas. I mean,
hello everyone, Jen here with
I think
Crashies
G2,
and Boaster.
I mean, Gen.G are going to be fine against
Wolves. You
Wolves.
guys often talk about the importance of the vibes on your team. So what are the
Right.
vibes like now that you guys
Not
are
100% confident.
on a global stage? And also, can you give us a little bit of insight of your duo?
I think the vibes are really good, despite our loss yesterday. I think it was a good learning lesson for the team. And yeah, vibes have never been better, so I'm excited.
You've seen pictures of Forsaken's muscles, Silfat BB's muscles. No one's seen Austin's muscles except me in the gym when he's spotting for me. I know that weight ain't dropping because my boy got me.
Wow, we have the trust going on here. All right, all right. Thank you.
Vans, this is your wheelhouse. You know, as an avid gym goer, how would you rate Crashies' muscles compared to, I guess they spoke about Forsaken and Silfat BB?
I saw him at the gym. They maybe
you've seen it?
Yeah, I've seen it at the gym. It's actually quite chiseled.
Yeah, okay. He's got the receipts.
You're not impressed by my muscles, Sue?
Mimi, I'm impressed by other. You're good at other things. You bring other things to the table. Yeah. We'll hit the gym with Vans. But that man on your screen now, I want to yinstigate a little bit here at what I do best. Now, for those of you that don't remember Optic Crashies, where were you? I'm not happy with you for that. You know, you got to catch up on some history here. When Optic played against Boom Esports, Xfero, previously known as Deboto, had one of the greatest global performances we have ever seen anybody have, dropping almost 40 kills against Crashies and Co. So this is going to be an interesting rematch today.
I think it was, what, 35 just on Breeze in that series. It was outstanding
What did I
for
miss
the guy
that?
that is now going by Xfero.
I suppose it's the worst map to have as a comp for pick. Ooh, I don't know though. You're talking about Fnatic's comp. They got nice comp though.
They got close, couldn't pull
Again,
off
if
the
that's your
upset
comfort
then.
pick and you play a comp that no one knows how to play
I
against,
look forward to
I
it
feel alright about it.
RRQ,
They got some of the best retakes we've seen.
If they want to survive in this lower bracket. But let's talk about the debut of this guy on your screen.
Read your
Man
stat.
City.
Every
Everyone
team
was
that
excited
picked
to see
Icebox
him.
in
Is he
this
an online
tournament,
or not? Can he
except
perform
Billy
on the
Billy,
global
lost
stage?
their
What
map
were your
pick.
thoughts?
I think he's still in line right now. Maybe not putting that the
Yeah, but-
superb numbers that we saw towards that split
Yeah,
one
but look
that
at-
led them to be able to win the EMEA region.
Sure,
but,
it's a
you know,
small-
it wasn't the slow start that we
it's
saw
a
from
small
Crash
thing
when he
though.
went towards kickoff. I think he still had a really good
Yes, but I
opener
like your
and
stats
still found
normally.
his groove
I'm giving
going
this a
into
2
these
out of
games.
10.
He was not afraid to go toe to
No,
toe
I'm not the
or even
biggest
go
fan of this
aggressive
one.
for these early fights against Gen G. You're playing against Gen G and you're playing these openers.
I get what you went for.
I do gotta disagree with you a little
But,
bit because I think where
I
he
don't rate it
struggled
highly.
was mainly on map 3, where the team as a whole was
Solid
kind of
2.
failing
Damn, you're at the
across
point where
board.
you'll
That was
take it
more of a
2.
team issue
Oh,
in my mind.
that's not good.
When they were competitive on those first 2 maps, I really thought he was excellent and finding almost the same form that he had back in EMEA. Those fights into mid we were seeing in the replay were amazing. His confidence, his aim, it was all there. And I think you have to kind of look back at the history of Fnatic because they've always been so good at enabling their rookie
Say
players
the map
to
as a
be
comfort
great in
pick.
their debut.
Yeah, I agree with
Althea
what you're coming on.
in
Yeah,
Copenhagen,
because I
think
mean,
of
I don't
all
really
of
understand the
these
map either, so
different
I definitely
youngsters
get
that
where
they've brought
you're
into the team through their
going with it.
history that have
But I think they
always
have a good
thrived in
understanding
these
with it, and I think their comp's really good. So I think in this,
Kayak were able to recover
this-
after the ultimates.
I don't think it makes sense for this.
Ultimates, Alpha
Basically, that's what
barely
I'm
even
saying.
left-clicked at Kayak. It was a weird interaction as well with the Delog goal, but
I think the
Vans,
stats
they
back
managed to recover on split.
their
Not
map.
quite on Sunset, but this
Just
is
'cause
what
it's
they do
them.
best, right? Fnatic don't often
When is
roll
Breeze
over
coming back?
and die
Hopefully
after
never, man.
What we had as a curse in terms of a small delay was actually a blessing for sure for Fnatic because being able to calm things down and making sure that they're getting into the game, that the first seat curse doesn't
We got the new map, dude.
It was nice
We
to
got the
give a
new
chance for
map.
Bolster to have those type of calls
New
to
map,
allow here
show
Alpha
match
here to calm down
before
for
the final.
small mistakes that came through.
I
So
really hope it's
I
good.
still think that looking against RRQ, yes, it may look like on paper it should be a 2-0 for Fnatic here,
And the
but I
best.
think RRQ could be able to do it.
Yeah, this
I'm still
game
holding out that
absolutely
that guy's
should have been
wrong.
a 2-0
I'm not gonna
for
lie to
Gen
you,
G,
but I think
Althea
I think
had an
he has like
incredible
100%
rebound in the
success
second
rate.
half of Split, and I
But
think
I still
his
don't want
energy,
to believe
his
the Abyss
fragging
rumors.
did a lot to pull greatness out of the
Lotus
rest of the team
Haven
to make that
Ascent.
12-7 comeback happen.
Lotus
Yeah,
Haven
we're gonna check in with
Ascent.
the players in just a moment, but before they take the stage, let's
So
see
what
what
did
Golden Boy is up
RRQ
to.
pick?
I see you're wearing your
Haven?
nail from the artist alley, so
He
I
still
wonder.
got it.
I think
Yeah,
Ascent's
wonder
not too
what
bad for their
GB
third map,
kind of
but
goodies
they just play
GB
so
might get.
standard.
It's the first time that I had my nails done. I didn't know that this was like kind of permanent. I have to go get it, like going to a place to get it done.
I mean, let's see if GB got his nails done.
So here at Valor Masters Toronto, we have a lot of really cool activations.
What are the
and
Abyss
booths, and
rumors?
one
It's
of those
coming
things
back
is our
into the map
Artist
pool.
Alley with our amazing community, and I'm here with Kermi, who is she's corrected me multiple times now. Kermi, you have a beautiful setup here. Firstly, tell me about yourself. Where are you from, and also what inspired you to do this?
I'm from Toronto, and I basically started art when I first got into VCT with the team Sentinels.
Yeah.
And so at first I started with only Sentinels, but then slowly it transferred into mainly Tarek now.
Into mainly Tarek. Okay, that's completely fair. Actually, why don't you show us some of this stuff here? What do you have here? What's this? How long did it take you to do this and print out all that stuff?
I have this one as a freebie of Tarek. It's supposed to be him with his like final mouse collab.
Nice.
And I also have like keychains and pins of him and stuff.
That's so cool. So now, how's the experience been for you here in Toronto, meeting people? Has it been a fun one?
I was like really nervous at first, but everyone here is really nice. And it's just like a really wonderful opportunity.
Yeah. And look at you, you're killing it. I came around here, you had a full line.
It's a pretty
People
cool
were
idea
checking
from
out
them.
Your stuff. There is one thing that I saw that I absolutely loved. We can actually get a zoom in on it here. The anatomy of Wingman. And you have one here if you don't mind me. I'm gonna. Yeah, it's a small version right here, right?
this is hilarious. So how did you determine Wingman's anatomy? I just guessed.
And I'm sure he'll just guess too, right? That's awesome.
Surely he has a lot of like squishiness.
If we didn't have the
so
hearts, this would be really good.
I didn't have to guess too much.
Yeah. No. To be fair, that's what my wife says about me as well, so it makes a lot of sense. No, look, honestly, this is amazing, incredible stuff.
Honestly,
check out
that's
the
kind of
Artist
nice,
Alley
dude.
booth. Check out Kermie. She is an incredible designer.
could go on the wall.
Making fun things for the community at a good price, and it's worth your time. Kermie, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate you.
Use it
Now,
as a
if that is
dartboard.
not
That would be
hard-hitting
sick, right?
journalism, I don't know what.
Every ace we turn around,
But
just use it as a
Robots still
dartboard.
flawless in
Maybe we
predictions,
just
and
get
he's gone
Wingman
with
for that
Fnatic going
anyway.
into this one. What do
You
you
guys
guys
are coming up with good ideas here.
I think that, didn't he say in one of the tweets and the replies, like, I was going
I like
for the
that idea,
MVP,
though,
but
from
we're
Analyst.
going to let him keep the 2-0 right now for Rob Moore. I want to
he's
focus.
technically 3-0. But
He's
yeah,
technically
go on.
3-0, yeah, but I want to think about me here. RRQ. I
Hard
believe
is the
that.
bullseye, and
Achilles,
trust me, the
same.
head's the
So
bullseye.
I'm going to trust Achilles. I DM'd him yesterday. He's been the Achilles Al-Gaib. I want to make sure I follow along with that, and now we're able to get our prediction right.
Give me the spark notes. Why do you think RRQ's winning? What's the sell?
Okay, so as I was mentioning before, Xfair was saying not used to playing against a slow playstyle of Wolves. I
Could
feel that they
RRQ
can do
have picked
this against
Sunset?
Fnatic.
Oh, they should have
Then
picked
Crazy
Sunset.
Guy was mentioning as well. He wants to leave everything on the table. They want to make sure that they don't fall flat going into this game. And you also have Warbirds, recently added into RRQ, and he is the anti-strat master. So having that many rounds and tape against Fnatic, I'm sure they're cooking something up here.
Yeah, you're selling me on the Team Renegades mention with him coming into that roster.
Okay, yeah, we won't talk about what happened.
When does Randy Savage play?
We just, yeah, I don't know who that is.
Okay, I think I'm getting too deep in this one.
Yeah, right.
I do know who that is. Sorry, Renegades.
Yeah,
Renegades, Randy Savage.
The Valorant team.
Yeah,
from like 3 years ago.
He sent me some merch, you know.
That's nice.
Yeah, sorry for egoing you just now. But yeah, we have the players backstage ready to take the stage. This could potentially be the start of a beautiful lower bracket run, and one team will be going home no matter what. So let's send it down and bring out Fnatic and RRQ.
Yeah, Sonia, you actually bring up a pretty good point. What do you reckon? Fnatic ban Pearl and they get away with the Sunset float? I think that is a mistake from RRQ, if that's what went down. But trust me, after watching that Sunset that Fnatic had, I'd pick that.
It does not matter what happened regionally. What matters now for Fnatic and RRQ is if they can make a lower
G2 today,
bracket
G2
run,
nice.
and that starts right here.
Two cool comps.
RRQ struggled against a slow,
Made a lot of sense.
heavy team in Wolves, but it was their debut on stage for a very young team who is new to this global level as A5. Fnatic, they're going to be a tough opponent, but they have to put their all into it now.
I think that's an important thing that you bring up. It is RRQ's first time here coming on the stage. So I
What
almost feel
happened?
like
Yeah, they
coming into
banned
this game with a
Pearl, they
nothing to
floated
lose mentality,
Sunset,
let's
and it
just have
didn't
some
get
fun.
picked.
While Fnatic, there's
So I
so
do
much
think that is a
energy
bit of a
behind
mess
that
up
game
from
that
RRQ, but again, we'll see how they fare on Haven. They've at least got the
stage.
demo now for it.
Not something that they want.
If I had a penny for every time I rage in the Omen map select, I will have 2
I see.
pennies,
I
because
liked.
really
So
was
I would have
convinced
looked at the
that I'm gonna
Fnatic
pick
Haven,
Icebox,
and I would have been
considering
like, damn, if they had a better game plan on attack, like they would have won that Haven. I think this is very bold from RRQ.
Excellent at, I think they're split.
Like from an outside POV, I would say this is probably a 2-0. I actually probably think RRQ have a better chance in Ascent than they do Haven, but I haven't seen enough to actually be able to back that up
They like the VOD, they like
confidently.
to counter strat, and there is already a VOD, which it doesn't happen very often in this tournament. So
Fnatic's Haven, I like their Haven. If they had again, if they had
I like to think
done a bit,
Fnatic's camp, the prep going into
if they
this game is because they know
had
that
had a smarter game plan on attack, they would have been fine.
on the side of RRQ. So what is the next big comp that RRQ has been playing during the kickoff? It's actually trying to mirror Fnatic with the exception of a KJ playing a Vice. So if you're going into that one, it's something that's in the wheelhouse of Fnatic that's always been very good on this map of Lotus.
Yet again, Fnatic having the easiest
Yeah,
time
I
of
think
any
any
team
kind of
coming
best
out
of
the
3
tail
where
right with their
Fnatic
pivots, 'cause
don't
they just
have
didn't
to play Sunset, that's really good for
Both
them.
these maps to start, I would be absolutely shocked if they changed their comp, because they were great on both of them in EMEA.
RRQ's Lotus. Before this event, they had a very nice Lotus.
Yeah.
Had a lot of good Yoru stuff.
round
but
of bans, you know, they had 3 choices. They instantly take out the sunset as well.
Yeah.
You
Get it gone.
Yeah, gone completely. But do you feel like maybe RRQ could have abused that and picked the sunset for themselves?
Yeah, I would have been interested to
G2
see,
just
but I think
officially
it was a
qualify for
risk,
champs.
right? 'Cause they also haven't
Maybe.
really
They got
played a
two
ton of
two
sunset.
champ
In
points.
some ways, when you're in a high-pressure match like this, you don't want to take a huge risk.
Yeah, honestly,
you
they
wanna
might
play
have.
more towards comfort, but it just comes down to how good their Haven can actually be against Fnatic.
And
They
I think
have?
that's why they took it. Because
Ooh, that's them in a nice spot,
Just
though.
mentioned before, this is something that Fnatic likes to do, study the tape. But that's something that RRQ does
They
a
have for
lot.
sure, thank you, mate.
But one of the biggest reasons I think Fnatic lost that Haven game
No
was
pressure for
struggling
stage
to play
2, can kind of chill out a little
the
bit.
Viper, which RRQ hasn't been playing. I could see them pivoting into that as they were a Teo team before, but Fnatic's defense was really great on Haven despite losing there.
You two have a total of 18 champ
To
points.
start the
That's
map,
a
and
lot.
everything kind of just fell apart in the second half here. But for RRQ though, they're playing into 2 maps of Fnatic love.
Wait, that's actually huge, right? Because that kind of means, I mean, not that this wasn't going to happen anyway, but kind of means that
See,
2G
the thing is, for me, that's where I'm a little bit
are
scared. I
wrecked.
still want to go for RRQ,
means
but
that
after seeing
G2
the
secure
map
themselves
beatles and seeing
for
that
franchising
Ascent is
for
gonna
next
be the
gen.
third map, that's where I'm a little bit worried. The fact that they were able to hold some pretty good defense against Wolves because Wolves had such good util around the deadlock
Yes,
to
but
play
what on
against
earth
them.
are you asking me?
Then that's where maybe Fnatic should be able to take this. So looking at the veto process, I feel
That's a lot of names, bro, that I've never heard
I
of.
think Fnatic did it. They won the veto on their side.
I agree with FNC. Like,
Unless 2G
I think
win
if we
champs.
get to map 3, I really want to see
Dude,
Jemkin
honestly,
change up
I will
his
say
style
it
a
will
little
be
bit.
so
Strolled
hype
on
actually
that map
having
last
2
time, but here we
Ascension
go.
teams from the same region go to
Select
champs.
for Lotus,
Will be
Fnatic,
so hype.
No surprises, of course.
Yeah, they've only ever played 2 comps in the history
Go on, do it.
of Lotus,
Give me that.
and they're just going to stick to it. Crashes, I know you're
Give me
trolling.
that. Give me that Sage.
And for the side of RRQ, it looks like they are going to change into just
Yeah,
the
Vice
here.
though.
This is basically the same exact comp that Fnatic is running. Only difference, of course, is playing the Vice instead, who I think is super viable on this map and does
Yeah,
add
I
a
mean,
lot
I
to
think the
your
Vice is very
That's why
strong.
at kickoff, they were 0-3 on this map of RRQ with this composition, which is why I think Fnatic was still quite comfortable to play on this map. They're trying and true for their side, mirror matchups against with the Fade, and then you just kind of know how the map is being played when you're
Would
just
zero
not gonna play
initiate
against
a
Vice
comp
or
ever
KJ.
work?
Everything else stays
Depends on the map.
in terms
Maybe
of,
on some
you know,
maps.
the slow
I don't
pace,
think it would work long term.
C, try to get your lurks
A
towards
lot of the
side,
time
so
you like
Fnatic
need
definitely
some kind
knows
of
how to play
prowler or
against that.
drone.
Yeah, I'm looking at Cushy here. He was playing the Sova mostly in the first series that RRQ played and was really good on that role. For Vice here, he has a
Didn't
lot
Foot
of
play one?
agency with
Yeah,
his own
Foot
defensive
did an
side.
okay
They
job of
place
it
the hard hold
because they
down
kind of
that
used the
C side.
Cypher
You
like
expect greatness from
initiator
him.
It is
util.
my great honor to introduce to you your casters for this match.
But
It
again,
is a
I think
real
long term it
treat.
doesn't really
We don't
work.
get this one very
You
often.
could maybe
Give
do it
up for Pansy and
with
Kakuka.
double Sentinel.
Yeah, thank you so much. A bit of a surprise.
Wait, what
Mike
happened to
looking
Hypo?
better than ever, so I am very pleased to be joined by you here, Bea. But
love to be the side chick in this relationship.
okay, you put me on the spot instantly. But let's kind of focus in on this because we do have an elimination here, right?
The
Between
stack.
these two, that first seed
Wait, did he miss
curse
his
has
flight or
been
delayed
working
flight? He had a
wonders, right?
delayed
Everyone
flight.
seems to be
Oh,
suffering.
that's rough.
But what's your takeaway from that first game when we saw both these teams make their debuts?
Yeah, when I look at the side of RRQ, I have to echo the words
He's
that
in
Evie was
chat.
saying.
Hello,
I think that
Hypok.
Cushy played a very big part,
That's
and
scouting,
especially
mate.
moving on to Lotus with them starting on the attack. This Vice is going to be very important because unlike the Cypher, unlike the Killjoy,
Okay, Fnatic on defense, RRQ on attack, and we got a triple sheriff going for Fnatic.
From the side of Fnatic, but both of the teams can start very carefully on that one, on this one, especially Fnatic with how slow
I was
they
in
were
Atlanta
yesterday
for
and
20
whatnot.
hours. I
Feel
just
like they
got
want to test
just got to Toronto an hour
Like this,
ago.
though, from
Oh
Fnatic
man.
getting proactive over towards Mount,
That's
taking
so devastating.
space here, the exchange of goods almost. Yeah, Rubble's not ours, so we're going to lean over this way, clear through B main. So a nice beginning, but RRQ's pace is tempered. They're taking their time. They're not in a particular hurry.
I want to
Yeah,
see how this
but
change in the
they're gonna get
composition is
wall
going to
info.
affect the way
Do
that
they-
RRQ have been playing.
Wait,
Crazy
what?
guy finds the
Wait,
first
how is he
kill
ready
onto
for that? How's he got a
Under
double?
Chronicle, but Boaster gets the response.
Yeah, the third just felt a little too far away. Xfero just catching crashies. And this is huge, though. Kayak and Boaster aren't going to be pleased about this, but Kayak's done brilliantly thus far, but gets outgunned. This is the start that RRQ
Yeah, I
would
can't
be
believe he gets a
dreaming
double kill
about.
there.
Now we ask a big question.
He just shouldn't be
The
ready
main
for
man
it.
himself
that's the
gonna
mad thing.
lead by
He shouldn't be
example,
ready,
1-3,
and
a
from what I
lot
saw, he was
to
moving.
ask for. Sheriff to hand. And a a glance left and right. The first couple of
Poster?
steps, almost the deadliest this
I mean,
cross
he's
is in
the
place.
smokes, but
Solid
their
contact,
setup's just too good.
Champion, more
Mate, how did he get 2 here? I've got to see it.
And a good, comfortable start for RRQ.
Yeah, Fnatic that definitely wanted to fight. We saw a lot of Sheriffs going onto that pistol round, and that definitely was a pain point for Fnatic yesterday.
Let's see this one. How?
Win, like 3 out of the 6 that they played.
I mean,
but
fair play.
2 of those, they lost the next round. So it's not looking good. Definitely some of the homework that they need to do if they get back to EMEA. Maybe they can start a little bit earlier today. But for RRQ, be impatient, finding the kills, finding the space, and a very quick response. If they're pushing and putting all of these numbers in C, of course, A is going to be very weak.
So.
Okay, 1-0 on the pistols. We'll definitely keep an eye on this one. We've got late fade A out and
It was a
weird wall for Fnatic to push over towards B. Vision block, vision block. 1, 2, okay, so 3 before he went down, right? So they should be pretty good. They just don't know where 1 is. They can get a good plant here. They're allowed 1 death.
Yeah, exactly. And leaving Xfero in the back just
They
with
plant
the
for
Sheriff.
Heaven because they know that most likely the numbers are going heavy over towards Mound, and they hold heavy Heaven. You got wall save for after plant as well. I like that. Dude, if RRQ get pretty adventurous with their Vice stuff, they have a very good chance of winning this map.
Should is always the primary word, but I agree with you. They do have these 3 rifles that they really can't afford to lose, though. They need to keep these, and they need to stay clean in this round. Fnatic would love to make it a bit more costly, trying to lock them into the site at the very least, but time to slip forward. Crazy Guy still farming up. Monyet as well, going to find Boaster, and all so far so good.
Is he telling him to trigger it and he just didn't? He kind of died because of it.
Particularly gathered. Kayak going to go for a wild play. And now
okay, well they got a gun out of him. They lost the gun, maybe a bit of communication error. Doesn't mean too much.
Being fast on those reactions, getting into good positions for the post plans. Monyet being ready with that paranoia. Even though he was playing with one of the rifles, still in very good position. He can react to all the utility that all the team can use. Onto that, we also saw the Vice flash. So very comfortable for them. By the way, the next map is Haven. I would love to see Monyet on a duelist. I think it's about them time.
I'm with you in that, but I want to see them get there well. I want to see this
Crazy
team
guy?
show that potential. There was a lot
Oh, he really is a crazy guy. He hasn't bought armor or a gun.
Boaster with the Odin. Laying on Kayak. I think I've seen this film before.
It's the corner that's going to be costly if he sticks around too long, but he plays it well enough. Gets to slip away. You can see again patience being shown.
Okay, well, at least it's got his orb.
Going through the paces of this map, the protocol list looks reinforced here.
Yeah. One of the things that I was seeing about RRQ is
Okay, someone drops him a Sheriff, and it was late into the round, so it makes me think that it wasn't on purpose, because why on earth would it be on purpose on the big buy round that can force them down to an eco?
Their previous matchup, in my mind, I was looking
Oh man, you could have had something. It's not too bad. It's not too bad. They save a lot of money. It's okay now. I would have at least liked some armor, to be honest, and maybe for the Sheriff to go to him a little bit earlier. But it's all good.
The bundle to the he's low on HP.
They're saving a lot of money with this.
Just gonna give it the Sheriff.
Yeah, that's completely reasonable. But again, they do need to handle Boaster here.
Round 3 Odin, yeah, I like that a lot. Again, this is definitely the weakness of both of their comps. Once you get like the Odin out over towards here, once they want to re-clear over towards A, they've got to pop up the wall, which means they could be behind here. And a lot of times you can spam the fade util that's going to try and re-clear over towards Rubble as well. So the Odin's like very good against the Fnatic comp and the RRQ comp. So you might see a lot of Odins over towards A and defense here. The bait from...
Like he's nothing, and they've got a plant. Suddenly we're down to a 4v4 post plant, and RRQ are back in the driving seat.
Yeah, Boaster with that Odin is not going to have an easy time.
Crazy.
Crazy Guy that found the perfect
It's a good idea from Fnatic in terms of the retake, create pressure over towards here, especially with this plant. I like that RRQ are just holding heavy over towards site. That they are prioritizing the right positions, but that kill should mean that Fnatic are okay here.
Is get proactive, fight back towards CT. Kayak comes into the building though. And now down to just Crazy Guy, a 1v3, not able to stand the test.
Not bad. Good reaction from Fnatic. Nice bonus really from RRQ in the end. I think they could have won this if this guy over towards main plays a lot safer. The fact that he gave them the kill is like, he shouldn't be doing that. He should be staying alive and the passive pressure is enough that the people on site are taking the first contact, especially when they double pushed over towards Heaven.
But Kayak, yesterday, he was marvelous,
Nice shots,
wonderful
though.
on his debut, especially on Haven. At least good for 2 on most of the rounds. Good job,
But RRQ
Chronicle
save a
staying
lot of
in,
money.
another player that should be comfortable for today.
So they have good money.
Looking at Crazy
Oh,
Guy
no, it's
as well.
Crashies. They're just going to be swapping around.
Crazy
the
Guy
order.
has his
Almost there for
ult.
Crazy Guy early, so if they have
And
set
here a
piece
lot of
in mind,
util,
they'd
4
like to
people
run, they
ready
at least
to
have
instant
that
react over
option.
towards
Alpha,
C, as we can
that
see.
was a little bit too risky for me.
Alpha's got a lot to do on his own.
Could have been punished, wasn't, and there's the instantaneous ult. It's quick. They're not really
really
putting their
quick.
punches, and we're
Damn,
complimenting
bro.
the racing, but now Alpha's gonna punish.
Viper, Molly,
Yet on the
Smoke,
close-up,
and
Spike still
whoa,
hesitant to commit through
what's the
here, but
Prowler
now will
doing?
be making its way.
Yeah, we saw at the beginning of this game, RRQ taking those ores, farming this ultimate, but Fnatic knows
Still really late on the plant. Keep an eye on the lurk. They don't expect this one. What the hell's going on over towards Heaven? Kind of a 1-for-1 with the ult. They actually take that.
Next layer, the next step.
Okay, Chronicle gets the most important kill.
The flank feels almost out of place, but it might be the heroics they need. But they're dwindling in numbers.
That is absolute chaos, isn't it?
Only one alive, and Chronicle's awareness is
And nicely done from Chronicle on top of this as well. Didn't mind it too much from RRQ, just wanted to pounce over towards C with the fader once they hit the they're going to aggro over towards A. Chronicle got 2 important kills. Obviously the last one's nice, but the it was like a 1v1 that he won. It was really important as well.
Was missing all that utility to come in, preventing RRQ
Yeah, that
from
one.
having an easy time onto the side. And Fnatic also taking on the opportunity to break the tempo, to not let them take those positions. We know how difficult it can get for any team to retake on C.
This is where it truly begins. See
Nice
that
Molly,
depth
yeah.
of
I mean, they got the
RRQ
double blockers out.
frustrations, I'm sure.
And the dances.
Of course.
They got the double blockers over towards C, so it's very hard for RRQ to actually like force into here.
Don't need to pause this
Unless
early,
you kind of
mate.
got
Let's
a razor.
keep it calm, but okay, Stinger's coming out.
We can see from the guns that RRQ want to end over
pieces to
towards
look
B,
out for.
and they want to do some A pressure. Damn, bro, that's nice. Again, I'm a big fan of Fnatic getting this Odin out early. They don't check this
Has to
corner.
wait. Chronicle sells them down the river.
That was a nice, that was a strong bait on this. Nice and calm from Kayak as well. Didn't spray, just still tapping close range. That's cool.
Absolute flawless round for the side of Fnatic. Yes, it wasn't the biggest investment for RRQ, and there was definitely an idea to
really,
show
really
a
calm.
little bit of face on A, maybe drag some attention from Fnatic, but Chronicle and Kayak were ready for this aggression on to B. Timeout now being requested. It is time to slow things down.
Good job, boy.
Oh yeah, they were speaking about the vibes. Crash,
Yeah, and he just used his ult as well around before this as well, so him being able to get that ult up
Yeah, it is.
again,
And
nice and
again,
early, is
this is
pretty
kind
good,
of
huh?
I guess polar opposites in play here as well. When we talk about the big leagues coming out to these stages, you got one of the big teams against you. Fnatic has a very wealthy history of that, even coming off the back of a loss. You're looking at what people were referencing as like, you know, that Shanghai nightmare before, facing Genji, dropping into the lowers, and then obviously we all know what happens up against Foot, right? The ridiculous happened. But Fnatic, again, when we're talking about the composure capability there, the fact that they've been in these scenarios, they
Many
can
times.
fight through it. Now, for RRQ, this is the first time they're taken to these sort of stages. The pressure
Hell, the games
is
today, the games are okay. It was a very one-sided game to start as well.
So a nice early
But I think that's also good for long-term, this tournament, and G2's confidence going forward.
First seed, we're just in a crazy run. Especially with how Gen G is looking, you can be like, oh my god. And Paper Rex as well.
Okay, they get their own Odin out to deal with the Odin.
Listen,
Crashies obviously got the info they did so much damage last round, so he might be going for the same again. Looks like he has a proper lineup as well. He's like looking at the floor.
You're a Potter fan and you're a
Yeah,
G2 fan and you're right.
he definitely paid off last round. Let's see how many dinks he gets on this as well.
This again, this Odin in play has been something that we know is
Crazy Guy's ready to respond.
Really frustrating. They do need to find the reaction to it, which I said maybe Crazy Guy doing this. So they found a way forward, right? They've made it at least towards rubble. That's something. It's a step in the right direction.
Again, this is vintage from Fnatic, just playing from tree with this Odin. We've seen it a million times. It was definitely
welcome
not
to
Crashies
Valorant.
carrying it.
So this is no one's first time watching.
Expecting a bit of damage at least, you know?
Exchange here between the two. Picks up the mantle.
Booster takes it, so Crashes can start throwing some utility.
Ooh, the timing on this though, actually not good. Booster left completely adrift there. Flash in hand and they're punished. Crazy Guy unleashing. Now they've got to know there's still a player towards that A side. They've got to know there's one towards door. They've got a good read on these positions early.
Yeah, we're speaking
I
about
see a lot of
that is probably one of the
I see a lot of
adjustments that RRQ
punishes over towards Robble at the moment.
Let's grab their attention and
They
let's
don't
force
look great.
some duels. Now leading them into this 4v3. Xfero also with his ultimate. If they get to that post-plant position, it could be looking very good for RRQ.
Now I like this pause. It's good. It gives you a chance to get a bit of a punish, but you are going to have to start moving. Maybe depending on the lurk. Maybe bang
Nice
through,
shot.
you're going to get passed out, but he holds out
Oh,
well.
nice shot back.
Then Crashies plays it forward. 20 seconds now. It's getting down to the
Yeah,
wire.
but the guy over towards B can get this. This is a really winnable one.
Holding on so well. And Cushy.
Oh, nicely done from Crashies. Dude, that was very winnable, by the way. 11 HP, 63 HP. Good G2 from Crashies. This is a good round from Crashies as well, to be honest with you. Good trades on this.
You are already forcing that very close-out fight. We need the confidence to go one after the other. Crashies dodging that ice from the Fade perfectly. Just pushing at the right time, especially when the other player is playing the Odin. It's going to take a little while to get that gun out. A lot of players standing up on stage today.
And I'm genuinely very happy to see Crashies having a good performance here. His return to form has been
absolutely
meteoric near on. It's been outstanding. So for him, happy to see that. Obviously, a lot of stars aligning, and for RRQ, gonna need to see a fight back now. This is starting to feel like a bit of a drought of rounds.
Uh-oh. Nearly blocked him.
More and more confident. You don't want to see that if you're RRQ. You need to break back in.
We see
Hey, Jemkin picks up his ult on this one.
Not being the best for RRQ. This is one of the rounds that you can definitely
They've got an outlaw that
take
can
advantage.
one-shot everyone on the attack side.
On the other side, and they are gone, Lauren.
Yeah, and again, though, if you're looking at this, RRQ will have a lot of ults. I want to see them utilize them well. I don't want it just thrown out with a small chance of a win. I need to see them kind of build around that. A big opportunity, maybe in the coming round with a good purchase behind it. Would be fantastic to see. However, patience now being displayed. Slow and steady.
Yeah, and they've been given A control all the time here.
Almost everything is going to be available for
Okay,
RRQ.
wants to create pressure over towards A, and the Boombot kind of does it for them. Doesn't have to open the door anymore. Get info that it's at least too heavy over towards A. So then in theory, the person that should be over towards C is maybe leaning over towards B, as we can see the turret spin here a lot of times, so they maybe need to default a little bit more.
They're not getting given many chances. Look how far they have to.
Yeah, dude, they tank so much damage going into this as well.
Any of these Fnatic players. Don't give up the site, but there's a lot of players spotted. It's so clean.
Spike down, C.
Crazy guy. Xfero, there's just nothing landing for him here. Nah, it is done for.
Looking kind of easy at the moment for Fnatic when they got into these buy rounds.
I need RRQ to hit the ground running in this round.
Yeah, I mean this is the round for them. They got the Raze ult, but the problem is they go up against so many ults here as well. So
nothing found in this rifle round. Fnatic also very
the Killjoy util, is wrecking them. It's either the mollies over towards C that's wrecking them once they go in, or this turret that's perma up over towards B. That's just giving so much info.
Right moment into when to take some fights, when to back off and wait for the rest of the team. We saw like at least a couple of flawless rounds, and yesterday we saw a Fnatic that was barely putting a round together.
Okay, this time though, look at the fight, look at the adjustment. Most are playing over towards
so many ultimates.
Yeah, backed away from this.
On both sides.
Yeah, I did notice that Fnatic have got theirs as well, so a lot of counters here. This could get
yeah,
messy.
Bosta this time gets the Odin out. It's been going between him and Crashies.
By any means by RRQ, right? So you've got an exploration already happening for Kayak with that operator. Deeper line. The battle for Tree begins. The battle of spam is going to continue. Door gets open. Bosta needs to respect this though. The Prowler behind it. Fnatic need to be careful because they are at the door, maybe not believing the amount of bodies here. It's an explosion.
Oh, that Teva. Oh man, that was kind of insane from Jemkin. It was unlucky for Crashies. This Teva was really good. He actually got like loads of them, including the ult. I actually think there's a ward where he hit all 5 with that Teva. Damn, that was nice from Kayak. Satchel goes through so they don't get the early info as well. That was sick. Oh, that was awesome from him. RRQ get over towards the side. They got Viper and they have no idea where the Omen TP to.
Viper's pit guaranteeing the plant and maybe an easier position. This Demonia is not going to find anything.
Yeah, and I think Cushy at this point, I was going to say.
Going in with the Odin. Everything is out for the side of RRQ. Ice ultimate coming onto play. Only those secondary
the fact that they're all coming from here, RRQ should be so fun.
RRQ, this is a great reaction. It's a heavy
they can't all come from here.
Disconnected position from Monyet. He sees nothing towards this playback in from CT. It's going to all come through the choke point. It's time to go. Crashy's still going to get down Cushy. 2v2. Time, though, starting to fade away here. I think they know it as well. It's taken a great deal for RRQ, but they've managed to find a response here, Bayer. It took basically everything they had.
Yeah, exactly. They still have Crazy Guy's ultimate for next
Oh,
round.
4 ults. Omen ult as well, yeah, of course.
It has not been easy at all. A lot coming into this round. They knew that they had to be patient, taking the space for them to use the proper ultimate.
Dude, this was sick from him.
Yesterday, we did not see
Dude, this
him
tether
with
was
the operator, probably
unbelievable.
because Fnatic did not have enough credits to even purchase it.
It's a shame that he got a kill with that ult, because it was like one of the best timed tethers we've seen.
With X-Pharaoh, yes, they were in his ultimate, but he had to be outside of that fight for that post plant to be
Like this from RRQ as well. Like every time they've been given over towards A, they're just going out there. Like they get it for free pretty much, other than the Odin spam.
Yeah, it's stunning.
A nice shot.
Gonna get away with the first. Gemkin punished, and he's had a quiet first half here.
I am so sad that we do not get to see the Icebox from Fnatic and see Kayak on top of any wall with the operator. Maybe we'll get there. Opener for them, and Jenkin is out.
Yeah, what's the plan now? They've lost the tip of the spear. So they kind of fall back.
I need this to get a kill eventually. Either way, I don't care.
Fair enough. As it stands, just a frustration, really, forced to be respected, and curiosity starting to mount, though. Lovely work of synergizing that, at least with the Fade Eye going through. Going to confirm there's still
Here's the money
attendance
at.
over on this side.
1, 2, 3, they can't buy next. 1-9 loss bonus if they lose this. 4v5 and they're up against 4 ults. Like Fnatic have a chance to dominate the half with this round. Wait, how did he get no kills here? That's so unlucky. Great reaction from Crashies on this one as well. This is probably an overstep from him, but oh god.
He's damn close. Okay,
Oh, he kind of worked
forced
that
to
right.
give away a little bit of the position and slow down from maybe springing forward, but catching Cushy trying to take some space. They don't look comfortable in this post plant now.
Oh.
Yeah, Alpha, you're using
That's a
his
kills it.
ultimate. It's not gonna go down, and it's only Crazy Guy to defend this post.
This is nice from
Already opening
Fnatic.
the door. They know where he is, and he's going to lose his weapon.
Let him have the sight.
Alpha, he doesn't care.
Hold
He
all of this
loses
map control
after round.
so they can't spam the ult.
Chronicle diffusing. It's gonna have it. Probably just give it to another one of his
Cushy,
teammates.
I mean, he was the 3v4, so he like had to make a play.
For aim hits most of the time, just fighting for rubble. They've been dodging Kayak.
And then with the kill that went down, you would think that they're fast retaking over towards here in terms of numbers. The wall blocked it, so them trying to take a 1v1 here, in my opinion, isn't wrong.
It should be, but again, they're finding
Especially when they got so
easy
many ults to
solution
go up against, they need to do something.
to having anyone to clear out whoever's going to be sat with that Odin on tree, right? Yeah, it's
You're the
looking
guy. You're the
comfy.
man. You're the man.
Literally, it looks comfortable for Fnatic, and
No, it does.
I'm
It does
glad
look
they
comfy
used
as
both
well.
timeouts here,
Looks very, very
because,
nice. Actually,
again,
just
it's been
isolate the
both
buy
still
rounds.
or
It's been very good
potentially on
from
occasion where it was Crashy
Fnatic.
sat there as well with it, but
What did they
haven't
lost?
found a way to
Pistol,
clear that out without
Pistol,
using
Eco,
There was
and then
Fade
one
Out
round where there
on
was
it,
4
there
ults.
everything put to
You
this.
can't be
I
mad
think
at
the most
that.
important part is that they are clearing out. They do get to kill the person that is in tree. The problem is the second layer that they have not been able to find a solution to. It looks like A is not the kind of side that Fnatic is more down to play for the retake because they want to fight their opponents as they walk onto the side. So maybe it's time to change the plan. Hey guys, maybe we've been too focused onto A, but even though this is just the first half and this is RRQ's second timeout, they need to get back into the game. They've only won 1 rifle round, and that has to change.
Yeah, this is looking like Fnatic have a lot to prove here, really. After the loss to Gen G, I think a lot of us kind of walked away, though.
If this is an easy win for Fnatic where they're not change anything and lose next. But what do you think they need to change? The only thing that they've kind of shown right now, if we look at their game, is a rough game plan on attack Haven, and then a sunset where they don't really have a good understanding of the map, in my opinion. I don't think you fix that fast for sunset. The Haven stuff they can fix.
No wonder he's smiling.
Like I don't think them winning this changes too much for what they have to
nothing's
do.
really hindered them. Wait and see RRQ's response. Again, this was the double timeout in the first half, so putting everything into it, pretty much. Viper's Pit instantly put down towards the C site. That's just going to be Chronicle basically closing the door. You want this, you've got to put a whole lot to it yourself.
Uh-oh.
Sparrow?
Uh-oh. Oh, no.
He found a kill. He found a kill with the Odin.
This kept on getting worse and worse.
But I think that kind of sums up a lot of what we're seeing. This feels flat. It feels like it's flat-lining for RRQ, and it's devastating, right? We know that these guys are very good. We know how good Gemkin was. We know how much people are hyping this team out. Even yesterday, you look at Cushy, he was doing great. You look at some of the players, even in the loss, you're like, okay, there's a lot here. but today it feels like it's compounded.
I think that maybe one of the things that we've been missing is Xfero doing what he was doing just now, just being a little bit more on the lurk, trying to find something.
Oh, okay.
And all they find is
Yeah, nicely handled from Fnatic. The thing that I like about Fnatic at the moment as well is that they're very calm, right? It's very, very calm from them at the moment. No overuse of ults. That round from earlier, just a Killjoy ult. Next round's Viper ult. Still got Razor.
As I was mentioning, it was not there
On
yesterday.
Das and Nini with the tier 1. Thank you with the 4 months, dude. Thank you, thank you.
This rounds for Fnatic is not looking good for RRQ. Desperation on their faces. How do you get back into this? 2 more rounds for their attack.
Yeah, and they still got the Razor for this one.
They do. They really, really do. Still have the ults here.
Oh, Chronicle with the operator. I'm so down for this.
Big play from Alpha on this one. I'm not sure this needs to be done when they got the Razor, but they are not even considering it. We had the Opta beta out. Yeah, we don't even spam that. Yeah, we're out here really feeling it. I think that's a big win for RRQ, really. I know that they lose their Vice, but I feel like when I look at a lot of the util with what's going down, and how they've been defaulting, I feel like the Killjoy util's been wrecking them. The only thing that is nice for Fnatic is obviously the damage. Wall goes up, and you should see why the Odin's really good against this comp here. Yeah, Crazy Guy down to 2 HP. Gemkin. Time to bullet as well, 5 HP.
Go hunting too. They've got no idea. Oh, Kayak!
Very, very nice. Nice shots, bro. He's very calm at the moment as well.
And RRQ looking
yeah, good example from Fnatic again. People maybe after this, in 2023, I was going mad that Fnatic had like a 13 win streak using this comp. And that no one got the Odin out on defense, and that round right there is all I wanted to see. Wall goes up, Odin spam, you break the fade util that's trying to clear over towards rubble, you spam people at the back. It's an absolute nightmare. So, this is very good from Fnatic, knowing the weaknesses of their comp and using it against them.
It's like a weight on your chest here, and RRQ are feeling the full force of Fnatic.
Very, very nice from Fnatic. They look great. Just around eco, 4 ults, that's it.
Has one more chance in this attack to get around, but the pressure for Fnatic has been wonderful. I would have liked, though, for Boaster to be the one having the Odin and Crashes to be sending in the utility. Maybe that Seize and the Odin could have been the death of at least 2 of the RRQ players. But Kayak, and now he goes on the rifle. He has his ultimate. Chronicle back on that operator. And it looks like RRQ want to go for this rubble control for the last round of their attack.
The Odin is still here, this time obviously in the hands of Crashies. Has to respect it for now. Could assess the fact that there's already been maybe a cross towards rubble now. Wants to confirm that. He calls in the rotations. Or are you going to see Kayak leaning through towards the door? Boaster passing through CT. Now, this is a show of presence, and they go the other side. Now, they don't know about this.
Yeah, Prowler kind of clears close.
Off a shot in the last round, but is that in the forefront of
what are we doing?
minds?
So, Viper is meant to either shoot the Prowler or do late pressure over towards door, and we're going to try hit over towards C. This is a big change up from Chronicle. Dude, I'm not sure I've ever seen Chronicle up.
Falling short, calls for the one-way, dodges the flash, waits for the Prowler, couldn't quite find the timing to thread the needle, but now they back away. He's read the next layer to RRQ's approach.
And all of Alpha Year's utility is already waiting on C for that second layer. He himself is also supporting. 40 seconds left, and RRQ still has to make a move.
Fnatic have done so well at clearing some of these question marks. That late haunt coming in, just making sure they know the lurk's still in play. Chronicle keeping that deeper line, but Kayak wants to stop.
Oh my goodness.
Hello, hello, hello.
What happened?
On the other side, the spike.
Damn, Chronicle is looking good.
Over here. Monyet trying to take steps forward. Delayed by the util. Alpha in support.
Down. That is a flawless defense off right there. Fnatic really showing us how to play against this comp.
He's got 10 seconds. And it's certainly not a dream now. 2 kills, yes. But to find the other 3 was never going to happen here. 9-3 Bayer. This has been a statement half from Fnatic.
Yeah, absolutely. They can be more than happy. They're usually on the other end of a 9-3. But you know, we still have the second half to care for. So let's take a small break and we'll see you on the other side.
Played Chamber in 2022. Is that Berlin? Dude, I didn't watch Berlin, man. I was too depressed. They muted again. When they did make a LAN? Oh, so like first Reykjavik? Plat chat? What day's the live plat chat? Thursday maybe? I think. Don't you think Fnatic should just perma put Alpha on Sentinel? I don't mind their Haven, to be honest with you. I think majority of the time I would just force them onto a Sentinel, yeah. But I don't mind his ISO on Haven. I think it normally delivers. I don't think it was great yesterday. But I also think that he didn't have an opportunity to shine because of the game plan on attack again. Intelligent Dummy 17. Thank you so much for the Prime, dude. Appreciate the 10 mums. Thank you for doing that. Since when did the lows become defense sided? It's just Fnatic having a good understanding of how to beat their comp. That's all it is. Like the only change up is a Vice, but Vice in a Killjoy, and that doesn't change too much up on attack in terms of how you want to take map control or re-clear rubble, which they couldn't do, so they had to go aggro over towards A each time and tank the Odin spam.
I want to see the numbers from Chronicle. People barely getting to those double digits, and look at Chronicle with 147.
When you wanted to be a coach, was your ranking game important? No, but I'm different to other people in terms of I started early.
I think that on the other side,
like I played ranked just so I could understand the game, to work out what to do at the beginning of the game. But now it's a lot different. What happened to Boaster here? That's got to be a bug.
Big and important part. Now that we move on to the defense, because he loved getting aggressive, trying to get a little bit of a pick, put in a little bit of pressure, and then go back with that TP. He's not going to have that facility now.
I think it's some kind of bug unless they're out here throwing guns around, which honestly with how the half went, maybe.
Yes, they have the Omen, the Viper,
but I think there's been I've seen something with Zero as well.
An easy time. Or an easier time.
Yeah, I'll go for easier. Again, though, they did pick up that pistol in the first half. We could either call that a blessing or a curse if you look at the rest of it, but they did pick up the pistol, so maybe this could
a lot of time coaches don't have time to play. The rank's normally not that good. And as long as you understand what you're doing, you don't have to have a good rank.
You saw by the end of it how aggressive Fnatic were being, and it felt like it was trying to prove a point, but...
okay, 1-0 on... Dude, it looks a lot worse when it's 1-0 for the pistols.
Taking a lot of time. Some utilities falling down.
Bot coming back.
Mini's immortal. I mean, me and Mini both played the game at the beginning a lot, just because we were trying to learn the game. Like we both had Radiant then, but that was just because we were just trying to learn the game as fast as possible. When you actually coach a team, you can probably play like 3 ranked games a month if you're fully going for it.
Proactive in every angle. Again, explores CT, a little deeper look towards Waterfall. Any flanks? No, Kron's already got it. They are making RRQ reinvest everything just to clear this close space. Alpha, again, on red alert down here, but the site's being retaken, but there's no bullets being placed towards Fnatic. Jemkin does draw blood, but there's still 4 more to clear. They've got to get a move on. Got to get towards that spike. Alpha! Sharp as ever. Xpero's gone down, 21 HP, but the time he's buying is precious.
Looks convincing. Got that good plant for Mound as well, and as soon as that happens, then they don't really get traded or anything. Get punished for doing it. It's just the round done. Hello, Yampy. How we doing, mate?
The Vice, getting that first
Damn,
kill.
a compliment today as well, Yampy. Thank you so much, dude. Add noodles today, mate. What do you eat?
Of course, because race is what it is. I'm loving this isolating fights. Alpha, you're just moving like a dream. It's not only the vibes. This team is feeling it.
And I'm just worried that RRQ are crumbling under this. Genuinely, I'm worried because
they're just not
almost scared in this
scenario. Looking great.
That's maybe why Kayak's not missing a shot. This shouldn't be much of a round, but the problem is it's going to put Fnatic
looking like 2 stomps. It is looking like 2 stomps. And I think Fnatic's Haven's not bad.
So Paint Shell could be big if the timing's right, maybe. It's too late in the day. Surely Monyet.
Oh, hold up. They just kind of force in without getting any info. Yeah, they might have forced this one too much.
This is huge from him.
And delivered a gun also.
Wait. Sorry.
Keep an eye on Alpha. Obviously, everyone can get one shot.
Look, someone is looking. I think Xfero's keeping a glance on this. That's really smart. Okay, they've seen him. Alpha. Oh my god, stop.
He was calm on it though. It's a great trade going in.
That's a 3v2.
I actually don't know how they win. Actually don't know how they win.
By Monyet on his third.
Gonna have to wait for the smoke to go down and then try to take a timing. Smoke is going down. Gotta try to take a timing here. Smoke's up. Just gotta wait again. Oh, that's such a misstep.
He's taken down Monyet in command here. Crazy guy now filling the void, and they look a bit hesitant about this. 30 seconds, and it's just
oh, guys.
Crazy guy left with just that Marshall popping off shots. He's down to the ghost here. He could back away. He could give them the spike if he wants to. He could fall off from this. He doesn't need to take the fight right now. The drive-by attempted.
Okay. Okay, dude, they actually straight up needed that.
I do not want to
They
say
nearly messed it up.
Fnatic were struggling with this yesterday, and even though I like the look of them,
pretty bad from
being a little bit
Fnatic, by the way.
faster in this executes Monyet and the rest of RRQ so ready in the C side to stop Fnatic from taking the site.
Just that heartbeat back in.
Fnatic, yeah. So RRQ get rewarded for their early gamble stack over towards C, and normally what happens, and the reason that Alpha's got a Marshall is the fact that he's kind of like a human drone to try feel out the rest of this. And RRQ get out the Odin. Oh, it could get close. It could get close. They understand the win condition.
Medicine. He actually finds a couple of kills. It's 3-3 now.
Cleared. You can kind of see the shades almost of the protocol list here for Fnatic, even in this sort of round, identifying where that one was going to be, kind of going through the paces, getting the test over towards Rubble. Okay, what's that B site looking like? Cool, let's have a little look towards C.
Yeah.
Everything proactive in this. Does catch. I thought it might have been a bit late, but Cushy's got to be careful. They are ahead of this. Yeah, they are very ahead of this.
Jesus,
Crashies
that's
from down below. Going to get the reward as well. Yeah, Vandal found. That could be a plant.
Yeah, Guardian and Vandal. Both are going to get that spike down. Of course, RRQ respecting this position.
And if Boaster goes towards Mound Bayer, he's had some
matches
from here. I think a couple.
But he's against an Omen, yeah. So probably
Crashies alleviate some of that.
against Omen and Vi for the double block.
He's still here though, and they fight forward. It's Crashies.
Oh boy, he lost this. Nicely done from Crashies. Kind of crazy from Crashies and Boaster to win this. The new duo. Yeah, I kind of got a little bit of hope for RRQ after that, but they just completely stole the round. And I think Cushy kind of misplayed it a little bit as well, to be honest.
Better for RRQ, but Crashies, he just has a different opinion. He has a different plan for today. He's been having it the entire tournament. Time to stand up.
Come on, boy. You and me, baby. You and me, baby. Him and me.
Just get a room.
I-Series poster. Back at it.
giving it large bucks.
So funny,
what the
man.
protocols look like here. We're kind of seeing Fnatic going on that fact-finding mission in that previous round that actually worked out in their favor. Ball's now changed up though, and a quick rotation from RRQ, looking to try and keep pace here with where Fnatic are kind of hurting towards.
I have the spike. Would have liked maybe Crashes trying to fight for that orb, having that ult really execute.
Ooh, what a shot from Monyet.
Is it live?
Those damn stingers, man.
Crashy's head ringing after that one. Monyet's been the one to keep a couple of these rounds competitive, but a 3-play stack. Kayak.
Joe, man, you got Razor.
Good, you ain't that good. Ooh, that has cost him a lot.
Yeah, do you really want to Razor now with
Surely.
It's 70 HP, it's not too bad.
Not back to back to back, right?
When you look at this map, again, I love that there's still control on this side, right? You've got Monyet kind of playing it in off maybe the paranoia. Looking to potentially set up. I think it's Crazy Guy over there. Yeah, it is.
It's a good setup for RRQ.
He shouldn't have been able to get this far. That's my issue. He should
Omen Flash was incredible.
To get this far. Kayak's fallen, but Chronicle's still
Oh,
alive.
that's
He's pulling
for
all
nothing.
eyes towards this way. Look, coming in at the same time.
They get
from
info
Alpha.
at
This
least.
is getting messy. Monyet is down low on HP as well, and Alpha's taken this space. Yes, there's a player nearby, but now has to respect that smoke.
To watch out when they go into the site.
Great from Crazy Guy though. Nice re-clear here. Tries to swing off at good spacing.
I tell you what, I like how together RRQ was on this though.
Found no easy approach. It's Chronicle last alive, and the time has
Yeah, and they can pick up some upgrades.
RRQ holding on to this, Bayer.
Absolutely.
Dude, Monyet getting this first kill, not getting traded, to really
What
open
you
this
bring
round up.
into the round is more what you do with it.
That stinger again.
And RRQ, a very good idea of how to play with those stingers, the damage that they can do. Monyet, I feel like in this round, we saw him right after the pistol in the eco, him getting a couple of kills, him also feeling himself in finding those first ones.
I mean, Monyet, for me, has been pivotal so far.
Oh, yeah.
He isn't sitting towards the very tip top of the board. That's Crazy Guy. He sat down, you know,
Yeah, but the
9-14.
difference is...
But the value is there.
Totally.
It's been exceptional for him.
Love the fact also we saw Crazy Guy using his ultimate.
He's trading a stinger for a rifle, actually an upgrade.
Definitely invest in that.
And,
In theory.
yeah, a pace change here and a punish. Chronicle going to catch Crazy
Mate,
Guy.
Chronicle's 17-4. Like, my god, man.
Almost in every round, I must say.
I mean, and look at the buy that Fnatic have forged around it as well. This is, they've got what they could. Kayak's got a Vandal, you've got a Stinger and a Sheriff.
So here's the thing, now with the man advantage, having Kayak's ultimate and also Crashies to get that information onto the site.
What fade eye did they use here? Did they fade eye like close wall down so it already landed and then swing? I should watch that back at one point. I think that actually might have been... I probably should have given them a lot of credit for that, if they did what I think they did.
You're going to think maybe it's on B, they still haven't explored that part of the map.
You can see the Prowler going through that side.
The fade's looking very strong at the moment.
Either. So I quite like this adjustment. It is testing the protocols. Because if Kayak does go in, he probably would be alone.
Bit of a stack at the moment from RRQ, and looking at the mini-map, we should know from when the fade goes where they're actually going to be going. Okay, ending A.
Until this rotation comes out from Fnatic. If they leave this seaside of the
Yeah,
map,
so
the rest
what's it,
looks
fake
very
over
vulnerable.
towards
B,
B, Omen ult back at A, fake A, pivot into B. Yeah, fake A, pivot into B. Fatal goes in, hits no one. They might try fast flood on this one. You've got to keep an eye on Monyet with his Omen flash, 3 people here.
This should also be setting off
Top of the spike.
about this retake potential coming in. Plants now down.
Ooh, keep an eye on the luck from Chronicle. My Odin luck.
Walking carefully, slowly, cautiously. 2 players waiting to punish. All eyes turn towards the site now. The Flood waiting to come back in. Alpha a mile away, but still here comes the pressure. Jemkin clearing Cushy there. He needs to speed up. He might just make
Here
it
comes
back
the
in
Odin
time.
luck.
Now we're in uncomfortable positions. The C's, the Orb, the Diffuse.
Nice
gets
shot.
ripped away from it. Monyet wants to go back though. A 2v2 in Alpha. Completely unconsidered. Gets away like a thief in the night.
Oh man, yeah, they're wrecking them. RRQ are gambling heavy, and they have been for pretty much the whole of this half.
So slow yesterday. We know that they're so comfortable when the clock is running down, they still think time is on their favor. And for this round, at some points you might think it's a little bit overcooked. We saw Alpha so far, but taking
Yeah, it
such
wasn't even,
advantage
man.
of
That's
this
insane from
advantageous
Chronicle.
5v4 right at the beginning. Yes, the trades were coming in for RRQ. Are you really going to expect that Chronicle is pushing from behind with an Odin? You expect him to be playing from main and whatnot. Very good round, and now
Right, 7 chances, and it's, yeah, I mean, what can we say, man? It's very impressive from Fnatic. Looks convincing. RRQ maybe don't have that much confidence on the map with some of the gamble stacks they're doing, I would guess, from what I'm watching.
In Kayak's story so far, a 12-5. It has been one-sided.
Jemkin had to show up in this round.
Yeah, and he sadly hasn't.
Kayak has to nade again. Got everything for a Kayak round.
Waiting here, though. Again, I like this tempo from Fnatic, pausing for a second. And
Good freezing. I think that they need this too. You know, you already have the advantage. Wait and see if there's a response for them. You have all the utility from Alpha behind you. You can rest assured.
Yep.
Bomb buddy out.
Contact made. Sphera's got to be careful here. Doesn't take too much damage, but look at the util.
What was that?
Such an easy punish for Fnatic when they tailor-make this sort of take. And Cushy falls.
No way, that's his last bullet. That's the last bullet for that as well. God, that looked easy. That looks worryingly easy.
up to his usual business, but the pacing, the tempo player, they came in looking mean today.
They've got all the moves, Lauren. Everything is ready for a lower bracket run. On the other side, we see an RRQ showing up those maps without the deco, and it's not looking brilliant, but hey, they decided to go onto Haven. That will be the next map. So let's toss this to a break.
Yeah, and I think
Analyst.
I would love to see a Fnatic on attack actually.
I worked my ass off. I'm still getting paid though.
And I just enough to get up in this club, have me a good time until my time was up. Hey, let's get it now. I want the time of my life. Yeah, hey. Oh, baby, now. Ooh, give me the time of my life. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I completely forgot what I was going to say, man. It's gone. It's not going to me. Oh yeah, I was going to say, default. I hope that Fnatic, on their attack, try and farm some orbs. The Fnatic Gen G game, the Yoru and the ISO didn't get their ult until the 21st round, or the end of the 20th round. That is insane. Basically 8 rounds in. Basically no orbs, no kills, pure death.
Gives you wings.
You get your ult. Pretty criminal. Okay, Signo with the prime. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you. We'll be back in a little bit.
Let me show you how the Fox does. Oh man, I was just getting warmed up.
Spike defused.
Here with Coach Milan. Now, Milan, long day yesterday. You guys obviously had to choose your priorities. So what did you guys decide to focus on coming into today? Was it trying to keep it as clean as possible, or resetting the mentality, or making sure that you tweak the strats to make sure you counter RRQ?
We focused a lot on ourselves. I think losing yesterday sucked, but I don't think any of us were like particularly stressed. I think we just made it difficult for ourselves. And even in this first map here, we made some like critical errors, losing another pistol, another round 2. So we like to make it hard for ourselves, but overall it gives us reps, it gives us, you know, practice. So I'm happy with it.
Thank you for your insight. My neck hurts, so I'm gonna let you go. Thank you.
Welcome to my world, Jen. I've had that problem all year long in EMEA. But you heard it there from Coach Milan. They like to make things a little bit difficult for themselves, but this is a win, Mimi, and a dominant one.
It really is, and I think the biggest difference you can see from this and the last series Fnatic played is just like the energy they are bringing, the confidence in all of these players. I feel like it was really only Kayak and Crashies who were taking over, who were having those moments in their last game. Here, the entire team is popping off, taking timings, showing that energy on the stage as well, and it's so clearly reflected in the result of that match.
I think Coach Milan saying focusing on themselves is a big thing. That's why probably they pick Lotus instead of going to something like Icebox that we were mentioning before. Not having to focus on how, you know, you're struggling for the side of RRQ against Wolves before and try to anti that. You're playing your bread and butter, which is Lotus, one of your best maps, and you're playing to perfection, and nobody's able to beat you towards that. Even if they know where you're going to be playing from and where you're positioned, they were still winning all those fights.
And it's time for the Verizon high-speed moment. And if you ever had doubts about Kayak before, Vans, I think he put those to bed.
Yes, definitely, and it starts over here. If anything, when we look at the macro side from RRQ as well, and from Fnatic, there was a little bit of preparation coming across, and look at the bait and switch coming through. And Kayak going into, first off, yeah, a little bit easy on the first one, but just readjusting for the other two. Just very nice from macro to micro from the whole side of Fnatic.
Yeah, we do focus a lot on the overall macro of how Boaster's calling these mid-rounds, but Fnatic's players do a really good job of setting up the little ideas like that. The trap play you see there, the Odin spam to push players away from Aang. They were getting all of that little stuff right in this game, on top of the big
look at
stuff
Chronicle
as well.
score.
And,
Shout out to Crashies as well.
One of those things, 21 and 11
15
for the
to
rookie.
6.
He's doing great at Toronto.
Mimi, how
Kayak,
do they keep
Beast.
getting away with it? Because we saw
It's just a bit of a masterclass from Fnatic on this one. I am very worried for RRQ. They looked a little bit lost on attack. Didn't have a proper good default where they broke a lot of the Killjoy util. Then on defense they gamble stacked, even on like buy rounds.
Who was good? Austin Crashies Roberts, your boy.
Yeah, played so
Wasn't
well.
a sense RRQ's best map? Yeah, but they lost the Teo, and the only reason it was good was because of the Teo.
A lot of those moments when you're seeing maybe his KDA wasn't the highest going into the defensive side, just because his util was always funneling towards those anchored players on that C side from Alphayer and also from Chronicle. But when he needs to step up to the plate, he had some key moments right over here, and also even that clutch later on, and the 2 versus 3 on top of that. So definitely a player that you could rely on, and you're starting to see why now on the global stage, why Fnatic has reached out to a player like Crashies when question marks were coming through when he got dropped by Energy in the past.
I've been yapping a lot this tournament about going into a double controller meta again, how important the scout initiator players
Slay Joan with the tier 1, thank you so much for the 8 months, dude. Thank you for doing that.
2022, when it was Harbor Viper, you look when it was Astra Viper, who was one of the best teams in the world, Optic, and who was their initiator player?
Between Wolves and Fnatic, it was the slowest and more tactical attack.
He is still just as
I would say
good
map
in this
dependent,
kind of meta today.
because I would say you would look at the Wolves attack on Lotus, and if you compared that to Fnatic's attack, I would have to lock you up.
I mean, he said it himself. He
But
feels
then
like
if
this is his
you
prime
were just
right
looking solely at
now.
split,
But can he do it
I
again
think you
on
would have an
Haven?
argument.
They weren't able to close it out
But I think
against
it's a little
Genji.
map
Yesterday,
dependent.
it caused, I think, it snowballed into a lot more issues as well. And Vans, they gotta fix the pistols. It's nice to win a pistol, but why are they losing so many anti-ecos?
Yeah, I think the issue right now for Fnatic, the anti-ecos is just a perfect stacks coming through from RRQ when they're setting up.
Why do you think all the first seeds lost? I'm doing a video. It's coming out hopefully Wednesday.
Very tough here for RRQ to readjust.
It is going to be indeed, so let's send it back down to Jen and hear what Coach Ewok had to say.
Hello, Jen Lee here with Coach Ewok next to me. Now, Ewok, from Breach Teho to Vice Fade, we see you guys kind of making those adjustments to adapt to the non-Teho meta. Has that process been more challenging than you thought it would be?
I think challenging so far in our matches. I feel like in practice it's been good. But we didn't really play like ourselves. I still feel like we're not taking enough fights. So hopefully now we get to take some more fights.
Okay, thank you and good luck. Go fight!
Go fight.
That's what Gen G did, Mimi. They fought and then they won. Is that the answer for RRQ too?
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to have the confidence. But when we're looking at the Gen G,
You think they need to change something to incentivize fast C teams? I think they just need to get rid of this. I think that the 12 teams, I think the best takeaway from this is argument of side of if it is an actual advantage or if it is not. We just need to take away this. We got to take away 12 teams, 8 passing Swiss, 4 going through. That's the best takeaway from all of this. Like argument aside, it doesn't really matter about it. Essentially, the argument is preference. Like really.
Where they faltered the most was just those duels. Sometimes they're getting into a 3-player stack.
Just I think we changed this format going forward.
Trying to open up the C side, he's able to satchel away, or just simple 1v1s that were just not one on their side. I think it just stems to what
give the first seed another map ban. I'm telling you, the first seeds get so much already. It's crazy. I find the whole argument crazy, but it's we don't need to give them anything else. Let's just scrap it. We'll just scrap it.
And they're going for a double duelist look. All right, that's a little bit spicy to pull out here.
Go for a double duelist with a neon shot.
But that Yoru is basically filling the same slot, something like a KO would on this map, with those double flashes to act as an initiator. On defense, the TPs for fast rotates are really nice, but what you're missing is that breach for the really heavy line control. You basically only have the Omen Paranoia or maybe that Sova Dart to set Munyet up.
And that's why you probably have that Yoru coming through as well. If you don't have that breach to initiate, at least the Neon's there to block those lanes, and then you flash and double swing out in those moments. But I love, at least for the side of RRQ, you're keeping a Sentinel player going into this composition. That was something that was really good for Gen G to play against Fnatic, because Fnatic was very slow on their attack side. It allows for them to get good information.
Not gonna judge until we see it. I think it's so fine. You lose a little bit with the ISO, especially like forcing map control.
In map number 1. I'm hoping to see a little bit
but
more from him here, because
your C hit should be better.
Double duelist comp. You're going to pull a lot of rotations, create a lot of
arguably your defensive A setup should be better.
I love that they moved away from the Fnatic comp, because Team Heretics are the only team that has ever beaten them with the comp they invented.
Honestly, it's not too bad.
This is new. We've never seen RRQ bring this out before. So hopefully Pansy and Kukuka, this is going to help them to send it to a map 3.
We're hoping so, right? I want to see this go the distance.
Would you thought to some of the ideas out there that the first seed team should start at 1-0? Dude, just let everyone start at equal, man. They'll find some way of saying that that's not a good enough advantage. Like, I just give up with it these days. Just let everyone play at an equal playing field.
For it to be a Neon
just have it to the first seed play the second seed or something.
That actually played the Yoru, and Denkin was on the ISO. So he's moving away from that Yoru, going on to the Neon, and probably having a very different plan. I love the fact, and what the analyst was saying about, you know, you don't have a breach, but you
in an ideal world, honestly, we'd have more teams go into events.
A little bit more versatility in their composition.
10 more seconds.
Yeah, we don't have anyone skipping anywhere. Okay, Fnatic on defense, RRQ on attack.
They are that first seed comes with a lot of expectation. They need to live up to it now. Starting out on the attacking side, of course, Fnatic on the defense.
Okay, looks like both are still going for the lowest. Oh, he's gone for a higher smoke this time. Interesting. He was doing the lower smoke. Maybe he feels like it could be antied a little bit by spamming, or that he plays behind it too much. This is a shock to try and get the camera. That's funny.
I like what we're seeing, kind of drawing this eye towards B.
Big B hit with the double duelist, and then you got a TP over towards long, and he takes the TP. Oh my! Did they not hear it?
Surprise appearance behind
I think they heard it.
Clears all 3. It's beautiful work from RRQ.
Absolutely gorgeous from their side, getting all of that attention, all those eyes on to B, so to have that beautiful draw.
That's a nice pistol from them.
If you have 3
Camera
people
clear.
defending on A.
Wall goes up, fake the B, late hit over towards A.
And I love that. Whether or not they were aware of how well they manipulated, Fnatic wanted to take back space. It worked perfectly with that pressure on B. Now, can they close this out cleanly? Chronicle and Crashies to try and mount some sort of resistance. Not looking likely. Last now, Crashies, a 1v5 asked. think we know the answer. And it's Crazy Guy to close. That is exactly what the doctor ordered for RRQ. A flawless beginning in map 2.
The resurgence for this team still has to begin on this second map. It would be the first map win in the tournament. So starting like
yeah,
this
can
was
I?
such
I'll do a
beautiful
video
play,
eventually on it.
read
It
from
might
the
take me
side
like
of
half a year
Fnatic,
though.
reinforcing. Kayak not playing alone, getting that tail and reacting to it instantly. Clean round for them.
It's like whenever the time is good, we'll do it. It's not a good time for it yet.
Just keep it clean, right? This has to
Okay,
be
we got the Outlaw,
build back up for
and
RRQ.
everyone can get one shot, and they are allowed 2 deaths on this one. Fnatic for the eco, 5-person over towards middle, camera info,
It's the sheriff in the hands of Alpha
over
we've
towards
gotta
here,
keep
and
an eye on, I
I'm not
do
even sure if this sees garage, maybe it does.
Actually didn't get the full information at all. A lot more
Ooh,
players.
could get a little
than I
scary.
expected. You can see the
Oh, it's gonna get
surprise in
scary,
their
right?
faces. Crazy Guy, doesn't matter. Monyet looks lethal, already flying back in here. They're dealing with it well.
Okay, not even worried on this.
Is out for the last one
Not
alive.
even worried.
And he's not in the action. You can
Yeah,
see him
and they
trying to
lost the
find
2 deaths that they're allowed to
visibility,
lose.
slowing it
Anything
down.
else is
Now, at this point, they were still fine.
damage.
They haven't
Ooh,
lost out
they go
too
to
much.
him.
It was a couple of pistols here and there, but these
And
remaining
he tucks
weapons,
in.
they'd
Ah, I
love
thought he's
to
going to
keep.
tuck in.
Alpha. Oh my god, it's good on one, but
It's great
it's
damage.
not
They got that gun
good
out of
enough
them.
on the rest. RRQ.
I was going to say, yeah.
First test.
A lot of classics coming in from Fnatic, just that one sheriff. I think it's a very, very fair trade. This is also one of the reasons why we're so excited to get onto Haven, see Monian on the duelist. I expected a different one, but I'm going to take the Neon. If it means this kind of reaction, this being fast, being on the game, all eyes on, I am so for it.
But we saw this before. We saw this on Lotus. The first 2
Okay,
rounds are picked up by
have a
RRQ,
supportive
and they
flash
ended
to
up
swing
with
out
5
towards
in
her in
the
case they
end.
want to
So
duel over towards
this would be
A-Long.
where we start to build in. This would be game
Double
on.
damage goes in. Normally when the double damage goes in, you know that they're fighting, especially when it comes from this angle. You should, like there's 3 ways of doing the double damage, and depending on the angle that it comes from, they're normally fighting you. Right? If it's this one over towards site more, they normally have some kind of 3-4 person setup to fight. So I don't know how much RRQ's looked into it. It is a bit of a tell.
It's a bit audacious in a 5v4. You don't need
I like it from
necessarily,
Fnatic though.
but I
Early
like
on,
it.
they want to make sure that they show them that they
Stick
can't take
now.
A
Is he
control.
up for it? He is. Clears Kayak. This is good. This is heads up work.
It's
Now
not
they
the
can
first time
pause
that
for a
Fnatic
second.
goes for this.
No, it's certainly not. They can pause. They can slow things down for a sec here. They have got a nice 4v4. They've now shown presence across the map. This keeps Fnatic wanting
Very
that
nice,
back,
and
but
they
the
don't have
freeze
to do
doesn't
anything
work.
else on top of
Crazy
this.
Guy just maybe eyes off the prize for a moment and gets punished.
Feels like he has a timing, had the footsteps, had the jump peek.
Xfero to go for his own wonder, but Alpha's no slouch in this. He's already on the case. Maybe not clean on the first attempt, but that does open up a chance for a trade. This now feels a bit scrappy. Individual near on.
Wow, what a round from you.
Sight is a clear sight. Kushi's done well on this. Tap on the spike, but Bosa's not going to disrespect the dart. He's going to wait it out a moment. Has to wait a couple more for Chronicle to get closer.
He's going to take a small peek, going to force out that drone. He's going to be spotted, but
They
as you
still
say,
don't know where the
Chronicle's just
Cypher
joining
is
the
yet.
fight. 2v2 situation.
They hear the steps as well. Jemkin going to be blinded. Now it's game on. Kushi forced to swing.
Oh, really nice round, man. Really, really nice rounds.
Kushi converting this
Okay,
bomb.
pistol
This is
into a
everything they
bonus
would
as
have
well. Force
wanted
him down
here.
to an
After
eco.
a
They can get those
shambles of a
ults closer,
first
get the
map,
money good.
That is how you start things
That was
off.
very
Love
nice
the
from him.
patience that they've had
I'm surprised he got
working
this kill
around the
back
map,
site, to be
thinking
honest.
about
Not this one, the
tells
next one.
that Fnatic could have if Kayak
That's
was going
fast.
to have that presence on mid that he did not only show at the beginning of the round yesterday, but also in that position beneath the window, finding that kill, just forcing Fnatic to keep clearing. We know that they've been very insistent in keeping and retaking that A control. Kushi as well, seeing him on the Soba, he's been so good this tournament.
So good. A standout in what was a bleak beginning for RRQ. He was the one who picked up the pace. Speaking of pace, Monyet back to business.
Yeah, the
Fighting
problem with
down
this for
long.
Boaster
Fight
is
Boaster's failed his there.
just
Jemkin
becomes too
also aware.
telling.
These smokes, these
I was
plays
talking
that
about
Fnatic make
this
feel
on mini stream a little
also
bit,
readable
just in
but
chat,
similar, right? There's
because
a
we
lot
used to
of
use
take
this
from Fnatic
smoke
here, and someone I
on
do wanna talk about in this
B
round,
on
and I think
Ascent
it's
in
been messy,
after
is
plant,
Alpha.
but we
It's
couldn't use
rarely
it consistently just purely because
Yesterday
it just
he did not
gets
have a good
spammed.
Haven.
No, he did not.
So
And even
I don't think those plays work. It's pretty much good for like a one and done. Maybe bring it out for a long time if it hasn't been seen,
Red
but
see him having an off game. This is a chance to make up for it, but a slowish start, 2 to 3, not exactly the worst in the world, but Again, you hold it to a high
It's
standard.
an
when
eco
you
though.
talk
Yeah,
about
it's worth an
begin.
attempt, but again, I don't
This
think it
round
will.
shouldn't be the one that they get too much of a fight back on.
It's
RRQ need to be able to
there's a
handle
reason
their
people don't
business
do
here.
it.
I don't
Or
wanna
there's a
see
reason like we
mistakes.
didn't do it consistently.
Would you consider that a silly mistake?
I mean, Kayak hitting that shot, it just feels like it's a Kayak moment. But in
They
the
get over
meantime,
towards
what they've
side.
done
There is a camera over towards long
really
that can
good.
kind of
They've
clear
taken
this, or at least
control
check
of
out
this C-side.
numbers.
They should be able
They
to get a
throw
good post mark
Jemkin
here.
the
There
ult,
shouldn't
trying
be
to
too many
plan
worries.
ahead a little
Giving
bit.
Jenkin that
Get a
spike, so
kill.
he's one away from his ultimate.
Definitely got to focus on Alpha on this one.
make the
Still has
difference
shield, has the
in the next
hero
round.
done.
Jemkin is the one who's probably going to receive the vast majority of Fnatic's attention. First player swings off the back of the clone, but now Monyet there to support, slows down the tempo. Crazy Guy going to try and disconnect away towards long as well.
Yeah, this is smart
Try
from
and get
RRQ
ball
as well. They play down towards long. They realize that they got rid of the vision block as well in terms of bolster, so they can actually just play heavier down
See the
towards
range
here.
being held by Xfero as well. He wants to keep it at arm's
So
length.
it's heavy down towards here,
And a
all
little bit of
four.
back and forth, but again for Kayak, it's okay. That's a shot. But
They
Jemkin
should
quells
still be
that
okay.
threat. Down to the 3v3, but time is going to start ticking here. They still have the smoke towards the spike. He's still got one. Yeah, beaming him
Very nice.
down. This guy's aim is nothing to be underestimated, as Chronicle is a formality.
I really like the call from RRQ here. Like this call that they did here. If the Omen's still alive, it's the wrong call. If the Omen's alive, wait. If the Omen's alive, it's the wrong call. If Omen's dead, it's the right call.
Fnatic back on track and to get some money in. But if Monia and Jenkin keep finding the effect that they are, same goes for Cushy.
We're back, boys. Let's play the game.
They could actually be
He
very
said
bad.
I
I
put
don't
up
disagree.
slightly.
You're starting to see them firing as well, right? You're seeing individuals.
Okay,
in the way that you're doing
Bosta
it.
gets the op out. Gets some smoke over towards A. Looks like they want to go heavy over towards A again. Still no
It wouldn't be a surprise to
ISO.
see it in his hands either. Normally sits
No
towards that
ISO
B
double
side,
damage
top
on this
side,
one.
Gets that nice deep line to play.
Speaking of ISO, one away from an ult. We've got a lot of ults for this, right? Especially considering the rounds. You should see everyone wanting to use their ults into this.
To keep Fnatic making these kind of very hard
And
calls,
not giving
right? A lot of
Alpha a
question
kill
marks
is
on the map, and
definitely something
that's
that they
good
want to
audio
do here.
keeping on yet. If they're aware
Bit of pressure
that
over towards
generally
A.
this
Drone to
play
re-clear over
maybe
towards A.
sewers, hearing them already back away is pretty good, and I don't think the outdrone actually managed to press that corner, but Monyet's got two players
Okay,
to
Monyet
deal
goes
with.
for the fake over
Kayak
towards
wants
B, but they have the
information.
TP
Monyet
over
wants a
towards
fight.
A, which
He
just
wants
got
blood,
shot.
and he's gonna only get
So
his
then
own
now they
left
have
on
the
the floor
backup
here.
plan, but that's a
Nice
spike.
follow-up
Oh, they
from
messed up a
Kayak.
little bit.
It's clean. The spike does go down. That's a big bit of
I
info.
like how
but pressure
proactive
on the
Fnatic were on
C-side
this
as well.
one.
I'm a little bit baffled by this one. Jemkin almost over-succeeding here, pulling the players away, and now they want to make the most of that.
4v3, Boaster now peeking onto C with that operator.
Nice shot.
Ooh, Kron, that was kind of nasty. Boaster.
What?
Shot goes astray. Thought that was his all day, not to
Yeah,
be.
kind of looked on.
But
Maybe a bit to the right.
2v4 Bayer, these are the rounds that can break the spirits if you lose them.
Cage triggered.
How can
Spike
they?
is going to go down.
Jemkin goes walking. I quite like this. He's got to get proactive. They need to get a kill.
Timing.
Yeah, he's been spotted. This would be a miracle if he even survives. He does get
He
down
did good.
more.
He did good to
Still
get
valuable
one.
damage, but a very heads-up jump
Okay,
spot from Crash
about
Hughes.
damage.
Noting out Xfero. Swings in. Can't
Not that
deal
much,
with
just
it.
an armor.
Fnatic
Um,
re-clear the site. 3 stay
Okay, this
standing.
was so the overall strat from RRQ. It looks pretty good. It's the only reason that it kind of fell apart and didn't look great was just because of how proactive Fnatic were. If they held passive over towards A, they don't see this TP. They don't get any of these kills, and they got the fake C with the ult going on. So very nice from Fnatic being proactive here.
On one side of the map, if you do not like it, you go back, rearrange with the rest of your team,
Wait, what?
and just go
I
on
was so
a
far
very
behind.
hard execute somewhere else in the map.
Did it take a
Fnatic,
while
they find their
to
foot in a little bit just for this round.
Now, historically, Alpha, when you're talking numerics with his ultimate, was very, very good. He
little
seemed to
confused, but
always
still
get
good.
that. But it has not been a good couple of days for him. He's had a hard couple of performances as of late here. Again, this became the Fnatic comp, right? So people started to read into it well. How do RRQ keep this in mind? Kayak's got his as well to throw into the
Okay, you
mix.
see the double damage. This time they don't fight with it, or at least the cancel is done early on.
And it doesn't look like it's particularly stopping either.
Yeah,
He
and
is
Alpha's
up to the
not in a
races.
position to use his ult, and they didn't. Oh, they did check it. He came up on minimap.
Bounding into the site. Crashes, left isolated, he's in trouble because look who's hunting him
Together,
down.
boys.
Does well on one,
Fair.
but it doesn't matter. Oh my god, this is unreal. And then again, Bosa needs to start landing these. He's got to start landing these.
Very nice.
Just taking away Kayak. It's time to save. You're going to be walking away with
Yeah,
that.
I like this as well from RRQ.
100
It's
credits in the
something
back for him.
that
The tempo that
I honestly
RRQ
think some
are
teams
playing
can lean into
is
more,
just
right? You
gorgeous,
play against an
Bayo.
op, you just go
I love
fast.
this. But it is so
This is pretty much all we used to do against ops. You go against an op, you either overwhelm the op or you have an op for a retake. It's just not good in both of those situations. I like this change of pace from RRQ, and they're just doing it purely because they know the op is in play.
Okay, let's freaking go. We have 2 duelists. All of this. Alpha not shooting when he saw Monia walking in, just trying to work with that trigger discipline. We see all of the tells.
And I have to point out Xfero here. For me, yes, obviously, Monyet looks super explosive, exciting, taking the space, all of this sort of stuff, yes. But Xfero is still checking that cubby, still checking that corner. Great
maybe they're going to change up their plans. A lot of focus on A at the moment, going aggro.
Correct, and that great spacing, even clearing back towards quad as well. It's so nice seeing this. It feels like they've suddenly got confidence after a map 1 that felt lacking, I think is the best, fairest way to put it. But this is the team that scares people, right? They can shoot so damn well. Jemkin's on 8-1. Easy to miss when you've got Monyet flying into the site. But this guy is right there. It's cost Fnatic an early timeout here. Round 7, they think, right, coming into this, we kind of need to slow them
Get the
down.
op out, maybe?
We've got a bit of a weird buy, but we've got plenty of ults.
Exactly. They're going to have 4 ultimates to use. Boaster's also 1 away from his, so it could be a full bingo for them with the ultimates, as we're saying. Buy is going to be not the best, but so many things that they can do. We saw it in the past. What we also see is a judge in the hands of Monyet, and with how fast he's been entering onto every single one of the sides.
I was going to say they're saving enough for the op, but
this is giving Jink with
not anymore.
Oh god.
Oh wait, no.
They got a lot of ults. It's one of those. It's one of those. It's like it's very easy to win this round if you get a couple of kills, and then obviously you put the ults into it. But you have to try and get a fair amount out of it.
This hurt. RRQ, you had a rough map 1. Show us who you are. Show us why you had that first place in APAC. Show us.
Okay, RRQ keeping up with something similar in terms of the pace from the last round as well, and still an A default with a lot of pressure. Heavier gamble from Fnatic, but you won't see this in the buy rounds. Fake over towards A. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, keeping them here. Smoke, double damage. Dude, this fake is incredible. Nice shot as well, and then they can run back and they still got the luck over towards short. It's a good plant. Boaster down the vision block. Should be impossible for RRQ to lose this. They'd have to heavily overstep multiple times.
And all the positions from RRQ. Kushi already taking control of that garage, clearing it out with the drone. The paranoia not going to hit.
Nice shot.
Crashes is going to hit.
Maybe that's one.
Yeah, okay.
He went a little bit early. They're not even over towards site yet.
Make Boaster jealous.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
But there's still a post plant, right? There's still a post plant here that is going to be hard to break because the time. You can hear it. The clock's already.
It's not even the time. It's just the no vision block would just wreck them. Like as soon as they tap the spike, it's just done.
Look at him farming them up, dropping the bodies until Crashy's denied. But this is round 1. Again, I love what we are seeing. RRQ playing with the conditioning. They know that Monyet's been in their head. They know that
okay, 5 ults for Fnatic.
They punish this here.
Yeah, especially with a lower buy, a force kind of, to getting a couple of rifles in. Having this response, as you're saying, putting in Monyet, making all that noise, using all of that utility. But especially in this later moments, we see Monyet getting the kills, yes, but you wouldn't be anything without the Cushy using the recon, without Crazy Guy. Like, there's so many things going on to why this was such a good round.
Okay, this would be highly criminal of Fnatic to lose. More of a question of how many ults can they put into it. The one thing to probably look out for is... Okay. The one thing to look out for is Jemkin getting a kill. If he gets a kill, he gets his ult.
Yeah, they're going for it. And it's all a ruse. They're going to leave Xfero out here, that's fine. Backline player, and all in the meantime, they're building towards C. It's a win out for both of though, punishing Xfero, but the C site now open. You're looking at the likes of Chronicle over on this side. He does have support from Kayak. They've got plenty of ults to play with if they feel like they need this still. A lot to be utilized. Into the post-bomb, we look at the utility. Monyet still got plenty. Jemkin still with a bit.
Okay, ISO ult for the retake. No shield on this though.
And this
And Monyet is in a
position
great
could
spot.
be
What's his
everything.
timing?
Patience pays with one. He gets the info on the
it's
others.
unlucky.
They
He
now
should have
need
got
to
more
ready
there.
themselves to what's coming. Spots out the player and gets the kill. Jemkin's done well. Layers to this though. Kushi's still going to be in position for this. They can't make the most of this ult coming out from Kayak. They've been denied this. Kushi's in trouble though. Overwhelmed by Kron. And now down to 2. Jemkin and Crazy Guy, can you hold on to this up against the 3 of Fnatic? Defuse started. Denied the first player peeking, but the defuse is coming in.
It's nicely done from Chronicle.
Take him away from it.
They
Fnatic finally
I mean, they played down long against, you know that round where I gave them the tick for playing against the Omen and playing down towards long? I mean, the Omen was alive, so...
The Footstep don't have a weapon because he got a kill with the classic. I don't know if he ran out of bullets.
It wouldn't be the first time he's forgotten to get a weapon or armor or anything.
Smoke miss? It was a defense smoke, no? Oh god, it's their smoke and he missed it? Oh, that's criminal. Oh boy, that's
on this retakes.
But it did come down to a 1v1 with 3 ults.
Dude, I looked at it and I thought it was, I
if
thought
you're
it
looking
looked,
at it just kind
it
of
was
bigger
the
picture,
defense
I
one.
wouldn't say it's even bad for RRQ.
Oh, that's so guarding, man.
Get a kill, go back on the board if Fnatic wants to bring this back.
And they are avoiding that A side of the map. They don't fancy it this time.
Crazy guy? Yeah, he's off the tail and he definitely looks a little bit rough on some of the flex agents.
Speaking of patience,
I think his KO stuff on Ascent was missing a little bit as well. I think it was him playing KO.
I like this though. A change of pace, a gear shift from RRQ. They do have this ult to bank on. Util being cleared. Chronicle just trying to drift in behind that though. So they've got to be quick on their toes if they want to try and punish it, and he doesn't. Doesn't swing the window by any means. Backside now controlled.
Okay, full retake. We still got the pressure.
I'm surprised that Alpha does not
no, I mean Alpha's still got his ult for the retake on this one, so they got double bit of info if they need to try and make sure that they're actually going to hit someone with it. They got full info in terms of where they're coming from as well. No one over towards middle, no one going behind. Yeah, a lot of this is down to Boaster staying alive in my opinion again. They got led heavy off the plant.
And there's the catch. Jemkin taken. In the meantime, the Paranoia then pushed in. You can see Monyet picking up the space. And the one
damn, Jemkin wins it.
by Alpha against the odds. Monyet cleared backside, but then Jemkin
And then gets 2 more.
punch. That's the player we've
Oh
been
god,
waiting
they're
to
wrecking
see.
him.
That is
They
the
start looking at the money.
It
It is absolutely in the bin here.
For RRQ, looking like a renovated and different team on this Haven.
They look revitalized, Bayer. This looks like confidence. This looks like the team we wanted. They are taking Fnatic to a map 3 if it keeps on at this pace.
They needed to believe in themselves. They
Spot
needed
on.
to believe they deserved that top seed. That they could do such things against a team like Fnatic. This composition from them has been stolen and tried out by many teams.
Yeah,
One of them
that's
beat
a
them, so they know
it's a
exactly
straight
where
up
the weaknesses are.
hands in the air, my bad from
And again, in my mind,
From Alpha,
that
yeah.
makes the problem for Alpha worse.
16 and 2.
Yes, he's absolutely nailing this. And this is now compounding issues for Alpha. The confidence won't be there. The ult didn't go well. It almost felt like he was
Thinking, yeah,
hesitant to invest it. But a
he's
mid-walk
good.
is
But
their
this
reaction.
is him back on the Yoru. This is what I think a lot of teams maybe they were farming like pretty heavy with the Yoru. I think a lot of teams have moved away from Yoru because of the Teo's gone. Which I think is kind of crazy. So I still think the Yoru is very good. The Teo just meant that you had more options.
Too many rounds on the side of RRQ. Taking their time, and Alpha is trying to go for time in here. Crazy guy going to be the end of this round for him.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, this is
And you had the person holding over towards Garage. Wait, this is nice.
Played in well with the curiosity of the Fnatic players, and also probably just Alpha wanting to feel like he can get into this game. 3-9 is a quiet game from him.
I think he must have felt a little bit, you know, unlucky when he got on the ult, and it was like, oh, is the guy that is 13 and 2? Oh. Ooh.
Anyone else?
It's a good gamble stack from Fnatic.
I think he needed that for confidence.
Problem is just numbers.
And RRQ just walking
30 seconds left.
onto A.
Yeah, this is just beautiful to witness.
Just passing by.
Really solid. I normally would get a bit nervous around this time just because it does get a bit late here. There's always a chance it could go wrong. As the way they're playing, I don't have that much fear. And that's why RRQ
Hey, dude,
continue their
8-2.
path here. 8-2 Fnatic, floundering under the pressure of this. Really upset potential in the making.
Yeah, absolutely. RRQ knew what they were doing, choosing this map. They knew the Fnatic played it yesterday. They saw no surprises in the picks. They said, ooh, we know this song. We know where we can fight you, and we know what to stop it. We know where we've struggled against.
Good job, guys.
And just like we saw on map number 1, Fnatic are now requesting their second timeout.
Ooh,
of course,
double
in
timeout
map
into
1,
a
it was
half.
RRQ using both of them in that first half.
Is it time to hang up the ISO comp? The thing is, they didn't play too bad yesterday.
We're speaking about, what was it, the one after
It's interesting because they messed up attack.
And then we had, no, it was after.
And
They won the
this one, they're kind of, I want to say they're messing up in defense, but I also think RRQ actually playing like
a lot of
pretty good.
Invested, a lot of ultimates, very expensive ones. And
They look very comfy on this.
We're speaking about a Fnatic that was going from flawless to flawless in Lotus, and that right now RRQ are defining this haven. This double duelist, Jemkin, is back online, and just following him is Monier. Oh, I want a big cheese too. I don't know what a big cheese is. Should I say that?
I don't know either. I wasn't going to
I
bring
love
attention
cheese.
to it. I was just going to say that, honestly, and I'm not even trying to, you know, ham it up to the crowd, because I'm not going to yell it, so maybe they won't even really notice, but the Toronto crowd's kind of been sick.
Yes.
They've actually kind of been, they just cheer for good Valorant, which is rare. I like that. Big fan.
They remind me a lot of the Japan one.
Ooh,
It
good
was
shout.
so good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, glazing over, time to focus. Fnatic, let's see if you can recover anything these last couple of rounds, right? And again, though, in this moment for RRQ, they can flip the script themselves, right? They can come back into this call, yeah, nice timeout, guys. Anyway, we're going to just change things up. Good luck. Now,
Yeah, nice timing on this one. Big flash to push through.
Chronicle is deep within enemy territory, and he is dead.
Jemkin.
Bye-bye. Moniet back to the side. He did actually get Jemkin down, which is wild. Hold on. Ooh, I thought that was on the money. It wasn't for the second time. But the plant's going to be coming in now. Garage pressure break from
Ooh,
Alpha
nice kill
coming
on
in
this.
soon, but Moniet's doing wonders.
Yeah,
Didn't even
swinging
catch that
before
one.
a drone as well.
But for now, you look at what they've got in the post plant. Still got that paranoia, still got a lot to play with here.
Interesting, man. RQ after
be an
plants over
instigator.
towards
We've
C.
gotta
Like
see the
Fnatic
man
have done a
there
very
on the
good
kid
job of like
himself.
pinching and clearing over towards
He needs
Garage.
to make an appearance.
They just don't care.
And it looks like
They just play
RRQ trying
heavy
to bolster
sight
the numbers
down
on the
towards
side.
long
Here
if they
he
kill the
goes.
Omen.
Alpha strides in, kicks down the door, couldn't get the second. Crazy Guy denies now, Boaster fills the space. Pressure from CT. Looking to try and close the net together though. It's not working out.
It's sick round from Moniet. Sick round from Moniet. He won like 2 individual 1v1s.
Defying expectations now, keeping Fnatic on only 2 rounds.
I absolutely love that out of the 2 timeouts that we've seen this half, we see such curated rounds for the side of RRQ. Again, just being very, very fast on the execute. On the other side, we see an Alpha that is not hitting the shots. It doesn't matter that he has a shield to go with. We see an RRQ that is hitting.
Yeah, I mean, it's been nice from RQ in general, right? We pretty much had the first start of the game plan heavy over towards A with the A defaults.
But I do start considering
And
map 3.
then now we're kind of pivoted over towards abusing C.
Right, we have to talk about the mental effect this could have.
Yeah, and it's a
on
classic.
Fnatic.
You get the
Even after
Sova ult, you insta drone just in case someone faces over towards here, and then you got to dodge the Sova ult as the Neon's jumping on you. Recon cross map Neon, fake over towards A, and then hit back over towards C. Like we said, a lot of C hits after that second timeout from Fnatic.
They're quick to react.
Looks like they have a pretty good timing on this one as well. Chronicle's got a choice to make. Does he fight side alone? Yes, he does. 2 people here. Can they fast flood in? Oh, it's not too bad, man. Damn, bro. They are wrecking in.
Trying to hold some space here. Plant's not in, but it doesn't seem to matter as it's only Crashies alive in a 1v.
Jemkin finishes. Oh, no shot. Jemkin finishes the half on 18-4.
We were speaking about how good Fnatic was looking after a 9-3 on Lotus, but a 10-2 with Fnatic looking so lost for answers. Let's see if they can change things up on the second half.
RRQ 2 raid bosses. The game plan here was really good from RRQ though as well.
Esports is
You
a
definitely got to give their
$2
actual
billion
like
industry now, but it
ideas,
all started in
props as
dingy
well.
basements and cramped living rooms.
It looked hard to
From how
play
the
against,
pros
especially
train
with
to how
the
the money
initial A
flows.
working
This
so well that when they
G2
started
and
faking
Mastercard
A, the
series
over
breaks
rotate
it
was
all
coming in
down.
from
12
Fnatic heavy.
episodes, packed with
They could pretty much
insight
just
and
walk over
lessons for
towards C.
anyone looking to understand the world
And they
of
got a Neon as
competitive
well, so they
gaming.
can really capitalize
Ready
off
to
of
learn
that
the game
timing.
behind the
And the
game?
Yoru as well,
Stay
same
tuned
thing.
for what's next. You won't want to miss it.
You say RRQ's Ascent is better than Fnatic? We haven't seen it, whatever they're playing for this one, so I don't really know. Fnatic hasn't historically been the best at Ascent. But I also felt like RRQ didn't look great on Ascent, but it's also different when you're playing against a deadlock. Like if Fnatic run more of a normal comp and it's something that they're more used to playing against, then they'll look a lot better. odds on the deadlock, I don't think you'll see it from Fnatic. I think it will be more of a safe comp. There's something I've learned, it's that we're not taking too many risks this event. RRQ, no, they play traditional comp. Like old school. KO server. Sorry, KO server.
The beauty
Duelist
of
does
the
RRQ run on
lower
Ascent, chat?
bracket resides in the fact of its fatality. At 10-2, Fnatic will be feeling this now. The likelihood of a map 3 becomes real. And
No
then the
FPS
chance
with
of
the Prime.
survival
Thank you with the 2 months,
comes
dude.
down
Thank you,
to
thank you.
one map. And it all compounds, Bayer. It all becomes a little
What
too
did
real, and
RRQ
those
ban?
echoes of Shanghai
Icebox, right? I'm pretty
get
sure.
closer and closer. We get ourselves
think
ready
that's
for the
right.
second half, but this
Otherwise, I
is starting
imagine
to feel like the tempo
they might
is
have been tempted to
shifting.
pick it.
Yeah, and as we can see by the
As in terms of
Coinbase Econ report, Jemkin is on
They banned Split?
We were
Oh,
saying
really?
that about Chronicle
And then
on
what,
the
second
previous
banned
map,
Icebox?
But Fnatic are finding today the worst fear. The form that RRQ proved to have in Pacific. They're showing it today. They're showing it in this second map. They are not defeated after that first Lotus. And a map that has always been so good for Fnatic is about to take them onto somewhere they might not be as comfortable.
Let that
Yeah, we
nice
don't
box
know
again.
yet. That is into the dark, but it's not over. 2 rounds.
Do you think is winning this event?
Lot, though. It takes one mistake, one
Paper
solo
X,
round,
Sentinels,
one
or Gen G
all
from what I've seen.
ultimates online.
And with the pistols have been going, Lauren.
Yeah, or one Jemkin round, one Monyet round. Look at the score. Look at the state
Or
of
G2?
those two.
I don't think they're.
Absolute
I think they're split or let them down,
We
man.
go into the second half now.
And
it
they
is
they
gonna
permaban
be
Sunset, right? So their split's always going to be there.
bombs for Fnatic here. They need a pistol, and that's not how you start it.
Yeah, Alpha cannot seem to connect on this Haven. And him going first with that Sheriff. I'll find him out. He's about to buy as well.
Well, the start of
Four
the end
person here for
potentially.
RRQ.
As we wait, look at the presence.
Omen
on
Flash
this
is
side.
looking like it's
4
going to hit the
players for
Euro.
RRQ all here.
Yeah.
With that
Wait, you
smoke
heard
going
that though,
in, they
right?
feel confident in the hole. They know where they are. The
Okay,
paranoia
fake TP
divine.
anyway. Omen
The
Flash
divine,
hits
the
3.
approach, but actually Chronicle 6.
And
Hello?
like, what the hell's going on here? Oh, yeah. Oh, boy. How on earth has Fnatic come out on top of that? 3 get Omen Flashed over towards short. And then Chronicle has owned everyone.
To climb. Right.
Sorry, over towards long.
Center,
And
just
Chronicle
about
has
every
owned
position,
everyone from
all
short.
complementary. How do you try and divide that? You don't. Chronicle had a round when they really had no right to.
The stun must have been crazy. Let's watch it back.
And a round that, of course, Fnatic needed. If they want to even make this competitive, of course, it had to start in the pistol. Lauren, they've got
Oh, the team stun because he was flashed. God, this fell apart so heavy.
Even though this corner wasn't checked, and it meant the death for Kayak.
The replay guy did Monyet a huge favor here. I'm not gonna lie, because I think it looked horrendous.
So that they can keep their head in the game.
There we go. There we go. There we go.
He needs a bit of it, old Boaster, given the
revealing area.
Battle cry here, but what a
That
shot
is
from Kayak.
fast. That has to be a
in second
pre-fire.
round, if there
There's
is
no
even
way
one
anyone's
rifle,
that
it has to
fast.
go to Kayak.
Yeah, this guy is monstrous in his work. And Crashy's concise as ever. Plays it well. No loose threads being found here.
I like that. You use the second round, you've got in that opener, you
Picking up orbs, yeah, who would have thought?
Thinking about the length that this half could have.
Oh god, oh god, oh god,
my.
what are we doing? What are we doing? Stop faffing about. What are we doing? Okay, thank
Nice
you,
shots.
Alpha. Thank you for
They're just gonna get
remembering
their
who you
ults
are.
early, and they're min-maxing. Oh boy, they
I
learn.
didn't love seeing that, Bayer.
They
That
learn.
made me get nervous.
Chronicle just going to be
Yeah, just giving it to Alpha now.
behind, sorry. And now Alpha is going to be the one farming his ultimate.
Very nice.
Spike.
This is what we flamed them for
Anytime.
against Gen G.
And Crazy Guys just
They didn't get their ult until 8 rounds in on attack.
Yeah, so plant in play. Alpha going to get a lot of farm for that. And again, you're looking at him getting close to that ult. Going to need to see him do probably better than the first half. Which, again, you've got to feel like there will be a lot in the tank for him if he can just get himself activated here, and he needs a farming round, right? Get the confidence building, and normally we wouldn't have that discussion, but a couple of bad maps can certainly make those issues occur.
Hey,
Now,
very nice.
overall,
Very,
bigger
very nice.
picture, Fnatic would be happy with that.
I don't know if there was a rifle there that can't get, but celebrating is also important. Now, on the
Min maximing, yeah. It's just another way of saying optimizing, but there's like loads of different ways of doing it. So min maxing in this round, in the way that I was using it there, is the fact they're getting the most out of the rounds, right? They're making sure they get the AWP here, they're making sure they get the AWP here, and they're kind of just snowballing. And another way of doing it would be... Dude, what's the best bit of util? Like, let's say for the stun over towards here, you could have a stun for your default here, right? And you're trying to min-max the maximum area that you get from your stun.
Again,
right, it's basically just optimizing, but it's used in different contexts depending on what you're talking about.
Kind of, not silly investments, I guess.
It's like having a Viper molly that would, instead of just covering here, would cover like the whole of the area.
Yes, Fnatic. Always solid in this. They'll always give you a fight back. You know, there is caliber to this team for a reason.
Over towards... I like this from Fnatic. We start looking at this comp. They don't have anything in theory to stop the original plant over towards site, so they just go straight over towards B. Vision block on this. Double damage goes in. Spams are here. It's going to be a spam fest on this one. Shot goes in. And might be able to get this half, though. Half on it. Oh, he's just going for it. Oh, he's just going for it. No way. How's he managed to get that? 40 HP. And he's just straight up gone for it. Tanked the double damage at the beginning. Shock Dart was a little bit late. Smoked it, stuck it the whole time. Everyone from RRQ fighting in front, so they didn't have like full freedom to spam it, but my goodness. And then I think Monyet shot the recon as well before it scanned him.
Wait.
Yeah, shout out to Monyet. That's a huge kill of a recon.
But it's so selfless, as said, just diving in front of him, willing to die for the cause.
Yeah, and he died. He did everything. He ran in front of him, so they thought they killed the diffuser, and he shot the recon.
Devastating, but a costly round, of course.
Hello.
Oh. Takes
yeah, Trip's still up though.
To get out of what could have been danger there for himself.
He will never wait again, I'll tell you that. Look at the position also for Monyet. Speaking about how Fnatic wanted to fight that A side, it's just him with all this space. He's going to find a lot of friends very soon.
How much does he get? He was the danger on the first half, and now he's got a lot of players, and he can't get past the first hurdle. Kayak with a good clear. Keeping Fnatic on the wall.
Good reaction though from RRQ. Lose over towards A. You fast rotate over towards her, you push down the middle, but I tell you what, Fnatic pretty much perfected that as a reaction anyway, so it's hard to do it against them. It's nicely done from Chronicle.
Crazy guy, and Kron. Good tag as well towards Xfero.
Having the position in both of the players. Think about how crazy
Which
guy
is the
most of the people from RRQ
I know you're baiting me out, but I'm gonna read it out loud.
Okay. The economy wasn't the best.
Which is the worst region now, China or EMEA? It is still China, just purely because they're behind in the time. Consistently, again, they just do better. But I will say the reason that it's so close to this event is because China pretty much had 14 to 16 days extra than the EMEA teams. But China is catching up pretty fast. And I do think that EMEA is dropping behind pretty fast as well.
To have Chronicle getting those 2 kills on mid. But he saw them. I think it was Jenkin pushing with the... Was it an overraid or was it a Vandal?
Idiot. Not too sure.
Let's see. Oh, never mind. Or not. He's going to see it. Yeah,
lucky. Prius on the replay is crazy. Now, we got classics, right? So it's just weather the storm here. It's that slow build back.
Okay,
right?
full eco for RRQ.
You wouldn't get many rounds against Fnatic like they did in the third, so you're going to have to do it the hard way now. Fnatic start just rebuilding, and it's a lot off the back of, I've got to say as well, Chronicle. He's doing very well. Crashies too, having very good performances here. It's not your big dogs really though. Kayak and Alpha haven't been, you know, 1v5ing rounds like we've seen before. It's been somewhat average from them, which is surprising when their average is normally excellent. But Kayak, he heard it. He fancies getting back into this. Plays crazy guy.
Wait, did he even see him? I'm pretty sure that's just a straight up wall spam. It's just eco though, so it's so fun. Important thing to know at the moment, Gemkin is saving for that AWP. Is it a good comp to op against? It's okay, because obviously you only have like a few bits of util to push you off of the angle. The problem is, if Alpha is like freely using his ISO shield, then you can get wrecked. So he can't like heavy commit too much. He needs to make sure there's TPs up.
Trying to find
And
something,
maybe
but
be
probably
smart
just waiting
with how he uses
to
it.
die to the spike. Those ultimates already building up. Kushi also, one of the players that we were highlighting. I really want to see his
Kayak here, considering his money, yeah, it's so fine for him to hunt here.
Close to his ultimate
Even
as well.
even a death is worth for Kayak.
I don't want him just as a support player. I think that he has so much more to give to this RRQ roster.
Very much with you.
Oh, it's a cute shot.
And Jar looks very suspect. Kayak, oh, I thought he got a second.
Almost looked like he had it. I think you give him an extra bit of time, he might have been good for it.
It's all good in the end, though.
Okay, Kayak, Alpha, ult's online. Jemkin gonna get his ult on this one. Does Fnatic keep this simple? I'll tell you what, this is like right here. I know that Jemkin wants to get the op out, but I can't imagine a worse round for him to op, to be honest. Your ult, ISO ult.
I mean, if RRQ is to win,
Gonna be rough.
next round, it's time to call a timeout first. Yep. Because it would be a 5-1 in the half for the side of Fnatic.
Here we go, op.
Jemkin on
Where
that
does he go?
operator.
Over towards top B. Does Fnatic just do a set strat?
What's the look from Fnatic to begin with? It looks like an early fight towards A.
Yeah, they don't even give him a chance to get a kill on this one. It's going to look like, and they might have to retake, because I'm looking at C right now. Not a great gun to retake with. They do have Kushi's ult, though, if they can get here and kind of create a bit of chaos.
Good choices. These are all the right choices thus far, right?
Might just be one of those, have to save the op. Let's see if they can get any kills before they get over towards site.
This is very, very good thus far.
Same at Sex, Pharaoh Chronicle has to be in the back. Probably finding Moni fairly soon.
This retake means so much to RRQ. A tag could be lethal now.
Okay.
And into the site. Paranoia going to find Boaster. Going to get himself out of dodge, but that's 3 players now pushing back in, and Kayak misses his opportunity.
Oh, it's going to get weird.
And now Hunter's Fury layered on top.
Great server ult. That defuse is coming in again. That defuse is coming in again. Guys? Guys? There's no smoke. There's no vision block. They're all just dodging the Sova ult. It's not like there's vision block here. They just straight up go in for it. They used wall to retake. There's actually no vision block. That's kind of criminal. Everyone's dodging the Sova ult. The Sova ult was really good. Did they mess up in terms of Fnatic? For sure. They gotta fight on site a bit heavier here. It felt like they were being a little bit too greedy with the ults, maybe. Like it looked like they wanted to save the ISO ult for the next round. You gotta give full props to Kushi there. This ult was crazy impactful. 6 chances.
You have to.
White Rose with the prime. Thank you for the 2 months, dude. Thank you for that.
Lovely stuff. They still need to land that final round. Now Fnatic still have finances, because most of the time they've lost
and
round
the little
when,
win on top of that is Alpha
on
kind
the
of panic
line.
used his ult at the
For
end.
now, they can still get this purchase. They still have Crashy's ult. But they need to stick the landing.
So good for RRQ to save the distances in the previous round, something that they also are doing in this one. Of course, Monier is the exception.
Ooh, nice shot, bro.
You absolute beauty. Now they start
Okay.
firing back. Insult to injury, salt to the wound. Alpha trying to play up some space here, take something away. Crashes does well, Jemkin goes down, trying to secure this plant, trying to play for a bit of safety, but they're surrounded. Kayak
He's
doesn't try and
wowie.
find it out, but Xpero going to find it. Trades out effectively. Alpha, 1v3.
Yeah, RRQ wrecked them. Okay, so Fnatic wreck RRQ on Lotus, and then RRQ wreck Fnatic on Haven, and we got Ascent coming up. And RRQ play normal comp, and we don't really know what Fnatic plays yet. Dude, Jemkin went crazy, yeah. Dude, the double into the defuse is I feel a little bit rough. If Fnatic play a normal comp, yeah. I mean, RRQ, if it's a normal comp, RRQ are going to have a much better time than they did against the Deadlock Cypher. Okay, Infinite, thank you so much, bro. Appreciate that. Thank you, man. Appreciate the tier 1. Get this VOD going. Okay, we'll be back in a little bit. We have Ascent coming up. And the Pengu, thank you so much for the Prime, dude. Thank you for doing that as well, man. Appreciate you. Thanks for using your Prime on me.
RRQ are taking us to a map 3, and with the way the atmosphere is in the arena right now, we have to come and check it out for ourselves, didn't we?
How is the atmosphere? Ah, that's better. That's better.
Good.
That's
He's
better.
good.
That's better.
He's real good. But are you as good as RRQ, do you think?
Yes. Especially if I'm going to have to run double duelists. That was looking very good here for the side of the duelists of RRQ. I mean, they came up with a new game plan as we wanted to see.
I feel like this is the game we've been waiting for from RRQ. They've had kind of underperformances across the board thus far, but here you come out, you see Jemkin playing incredible, you see Monyet playing incredible. This double duelist comp just brought so much confidence to this team, their entire attack side. They were getting into these sites pretty much every time, and they just kept fighting through the post plants as well.
Speaks back to what Ewan was saying before. We want to bring a little bit more firepower to this second map. They come out with the double duelists. They were very quick, and 2 maps in a row here for RRQ. They get to start off on the attack side. This is what they wanted, an opportunity to run the tempo on their side. And it seems as though for a couple of these rounds, Fnatic just gave them too much space. And when it gets to those moments when you're great on the push and pull on the side of RRQ, you can't take the retake for Fnatic that way.
Yeah, if you're RRQ and you were watching Fnatic's last game on Haven, you'll notice how slow their retakes always are. We were talking about it before this game, but they really love taking their time, waiting for the util to fade out. But when you're playing a post plant where your 2 duelists are just continuing to fight, continuing to get aggressive, it's so hard to get back in if you're waiting that long.
Yeah, and it's a different comp this time. You know, they had ran the ISO Yoru previously, but with Monyet on the Neon, Mimi, the impact was just there from the outset.
It seems like it would play similar to with the ISO Yoru instead.
Yeah.
You really have such a quicker pace with the Neon. The way they can be fighting for extremity control super fast as well is really, really good with that comp. So I love the pivot at RRQ.
It almost looked like Texture as well, played for the Gen Z side, and it became a little bit of a thorn on the side for Fnatic to deal with that. So I love you. The preparation that comes out of that was not only on trying to anti-Fnatic, but know where the weaknesses were to take advantage of that too.
The defuses help though, because there's one way to stop a Fnatic comeback, which is just to defuse under their noses.
I mean, take a look at these rounds. 2 times Fnatic gets full stuck on. This could have been a comeback.
My boy, crazy guy. Go there, let's go, Vietnam. But no, those are definitely 2 pain points for sure. But if not, if anything, for the second defuse that comes across here, how they were able to deny this, you know that there's an ult available for the side of Fnatic. Look how many bodies are out there just to try to protect the diffuser. So there is no way for Alpha here to pull out the diffuser, and that was just probably an off-the-cuff kind of a play and type of call that allows here for RRQ to get 2 diffuses under Fnatic's nose and close out the map as dominantly as they did.
It's so cool to see crazy guys succeeding not just with pressing the fuse, but with the calling in this game, with this individual performance as well. As a reminder, less than a year ago, that guy was playing in Ascension, and now he's here winning a map against Fnatic on the global stage, going all the way to try and stay alive, Yinsu.
I mean, they can do it if they win out on Ascent. And you and I had a bit of a disagreement earlier. I feel like Ascent is when Fnatic gets nerfed a little bit, and you feel like maybe after seeing RRQ's Ascent, it's the other way around. We're going to find out soon, Van Silly, but the momentum is certainly on the side of RRQ.
We're going into the unknown, basically, for Fnatic, because, yes, it was a weak map in the past here for Fnatic, but they haven't really played it. I think they played it only once throughout the Teo meta, but in like a year and a half, they haven't really played it. So now they have an opportunity to say, okay, well, they got kind of owned against Wolves, speaking about RRQ. There's a way for us to exploit this, and also maybe bring out a Deadlock of our own.
Yeah, they're going to have some time to prep for Fnatic to see what RRQ did last time on this map, but I'm honestly a little bit conflicted.
All right.
I didn't think RRQ would win that map too, so I need some help deciding. Toronto, if you think RRQ is going to close out this last map, if you want to see them take it home, let's make some noise.
They might.
Or is it going to be Fnatic closing out the series? I think we still have some Fnatic fans.
Pretty close.
We might be on the. Are we on? No, we're in the middle. So we're kind of in the middle between the players right now. We can just see them right now setting up back on stage. But let's talk about this Ascent. You already mentioned it could be a deadlock coming out of them. They've done it a couple times before with QEON playing the deadlock and Alpha playing the Cypher. Is that the solution?
I think so. I think this is going to be a perfect composition, a perfect map as well for Fnatic to play this double Senti. Because we just also mentioned how it was difficult for Jemkin to get great openings on the side of RRQ when they're playing against Wolves. You're trying to be the tip of the spear, you're trying to be quick against your opponents, but you found nobody in the process because they were playing a slow-paced game.
Fnatic's good maps.
Yeah, specifically for Jemkin.
For sure,
Lotus
Split.
I think one of the biggest issues was he likes
I'm not sure we could say. Can we say Split convincingly what happened?
A lot of these rounds. And a lot of the time he's just walking.
I'm not sure I can split there. I can say convincingly Icebox and Lotus from what I've
for the
seen.
extremities and then just going for full hits through mains.
We hope Ascent.
Yeah,
if you're a Fnatic fan, you definitely hope
I'm hoping to see a Jemkin who's more willing to fight those extremities, to maybe have one of Initiators rotate over and help him out a little bit too, because he needs a performance more like he had on that last map.
I mean, the good news is he's warm now. They talk about needing to warm up on stage. They picked up their first map win. They have what it takes to snowball this into a win, which would mean another early exit for Fnatic. It would literally be Masters Shanghai all over again.
Yeah.
RRQ's the same comp. I mean, they play the old school, man. They play KO. They play KO, Sova.
It would truly be a heartbreak for the number
I
one
can't remember if it's
EMEA
Killjoy or
seed.
Cypher. I think it's Cypher. They play KO, Cypher. Oh, is that a Vice?
Teams behind them because they're the only teams that made it to the playoffs just because they had that number one seed.
Whereas Pacific, it's arguably the strongest
chamber?
region. All three of their teams
We lock in the chamber? We locked in the chamber.
Prove they're up there as well.
Okay. Okay.
Locks in the chamber.
Oh, okay. What do we got here? There's a Vice chamber. Honestly, Vice chamber's kind of strong.
I mean, I don't know if it gets to
I'm not sure it's the best map for it. What duelist do you play?
RRQ will be kind of crazy, but yes, Alpha in the chamber, I would respect that for sure. You want to get those aggressive angles against this.
You would imagine it's a Jet, but I think you play Yoru with this.
Yeah, I'd expect it to be that Yoru coming in because you're pretty much forced to play no flashes, probably crashes on the Sova there, and then you make up for
I haven't seen a chamber on Ascent for so long.
Allowing this chamber to come in.
And off the server, I need to see a better Fnatic in terms of mental. The defuse
I think he's
is going to
actually
get to you,
locking
but
this
they
in.
can't
I'm
be
pretty
letting
sure.
that happen twice on top of getting ecoed after winning a pistol.
They have the experience for sure for the side of Fnatic. I mean, they have so many veteran players.
Okay, so
yeah, it's Chronicle on Vice.
It's a Chronicle
especially on defense, this is insanely hard to play against. You've kind of like got a default to find the Vice wall, but then at the same time when you've got the chamber, it's like very hard to default. I will say RRQ.
I'm really looking to see what they have up on the attacking side. I think the strength of
I
the
mean, a lot is
chamber
down
on
to the
defense
KO.
is obvious, but how does Alpha play it on the attack?
I'm excited to see this. This is pretty cool.
I think at this point here, you're
How
going to
does
see
this go
a
on
little bit of a
attack?
slow play on the side here of Fnatic too, just because they're playing this double Senti at the
I
start.
mean, your sight hits are good. Your sight hits are good, but it's like your default. Let's see. The default can be very good with Vice. The Vice Yoru default can be very good on attack. Probably a very good time for me to promote the Coach Potatoes. Me and Minnie just did a pretty good deadlock Vice, Teo, Sova, Omen. If you want to know some good stuff to do. I don't want to brag, but my default is like legit. My default's really good. It took me a while, but it's a good default if you want to check it out.
But this composition, across the board, is not very
Yeah, we stole some stuff from C9. We stole some stuff from
this
ESM,
last map for this ascent because
and
it
then
was their choice whether they wanted to start
I
on
made
the
some stuff
defense or
because
the attack.
I
And
thought
they
there's a lot of
decided
stuff you can do.
with this composition, with everything that is at stake, with them being in the brink of elimination
Okay.
and removing EMEA completely
Prove it's
from the
legit.
tournament,
Hey, you just have to
it's
believe me,
attack
or you're gonna
on
have to
ascent.
find out. It is
Do you
legit
like
though.
Oh, BA.
Ah, come on, bro.
I'm so
Oh my
sorry. I'm
Lord.
so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'll leave. I'll
Seriously,
leave.
what else do you
I'll
want
leave.
from me?
I'll leave. I'll go home.
Do
I'll
you
go
reckon
home.
they misclick the agents? Maybe all that hovering. I'm gonna say no because I want to live on this.
Surely not. Wait, I'm looking at the stage. Is anyone moving anything? Is anyone doing anything?
No, I don't see it. I just see the Kayak's chilling.
Yeah, even the admins aren't like rushing over. Oh,
Kron is
the
chilling
ref's
too.
closing in. Hold on. Ref commentary time. Dun, dun. No?
Oh, even Alpha is
Gotta wait for a little bit.
He doesn't. I don't think he looks that.
Change my
relaxed. He
t-shirt,
looks
mate.
terrified
You
in
can't
my
blame
mind.
me for every
Because, look,
tech
if we can
pause,
actually talk
or my
genuinely
t-shirt
about
for every
this,
tech
it's a lot of
pause.
pressure on that man. Now, the amount of praise we've sung of him throughout the years now is never ending, right? This guy was the original wonder kid, the one who came in and surprised everyone, the Turkish talent, right? You know, all of these accolades and epithets put towards
I
him.
should stop the recording,
and
right?
deservedly so.
Stop the recording.
Last map was not good. ISO on Haven for him has
Yesterday
started.
wasn't as well.
Exactly. These have been some really rough performances. Now he's the crowning piece, you know, in this
Okay,
composition.
high fives are
potentially.
coming in.
This is pressure. If
All
he
good.
doesn't perform here, Bayer, that is devastating.
Absolutely, and we've seen different faces of Fnatic on this ascent. The last 3 iterations, different compositions. We've seen them running the deadlock, and I want to see how this composition fits with them.
Right?
As I'm saying,
Oh boy,
like,
maybe this is a
we've
bit
seen
too
them play
early.
the Vice before. It was actually Alpha playing on that Vice, but not Crom moves over there. We've seen a lot of double Sentinel, but it never had the name of Vice and Chamber on it. So I want to see how that makes a difference. It looks like we fixed it.
Okay, we got
It was one of the guys'
RRQ
connection issues.
on
It's fine,
defense,
it's all
Fnatic
good.
on attack.
Let's
Crazy comp for
remember where we
Fnatic. I'm
were.
excited to see what they got for some kind of default. Instant Omen Flash, we got a TP over towards here and a recon. That looked like the good recon that kind of clears everywhere.
Had the best times. Jemkin right off the rip.
That's nice for Jemkin.
Ooh,
Ooh, maybe that should have. Maybe that.
take it. He'll be happy enough with a win on this.
Maybe that should have been a kill, but at the same time, I don't know about this reaction together. Like, he's on his own.
And Chronicle's just waiting for
Chronicle
him.
is super ready for this as well. Nicely done from him.
As now Boaster should be
Oh boy.
well. Yeah, this is just
Been a little bit
perfect.
rough from RRQ.
Everything happening the way they
Fnatic managed
wanted.
to get an orb on
I
top of
like
this as
also
well.
getting
And
the orb, something that
yeah, I'm
has
going to be
been very
focused because
present
RRQ are playing like a very
throughout this
traditional comp. I'm going to be
those
focusing pretty hard on Fnatic just because I want to see what they got planned. Because it's a cool comp.
And
It's a cool
Photos
comp.
executes. The spike is going to go down. No opposition on the other side. Kushi just coming in from the other side of the map.
And again, we roll our minds back to the fact that we have seen RRQ here. It was up against Wolves, and it wasn't a great performance in my mind. It actually that was the first time I was a bit worried, right? Seeing Jemkin not look
30
quite as
seconds
well
left.
played in on, maybe
planted.
suffering a little bit. Kushi was great, but it wasn't the same sort of effect that we'd seen them have before. Their ability to kind of play around with Jemkin, play him in a lot. And again, it was one of those, I shouldn't be worried about this, right? I can go back to the whole
Nah,
narrative
you shouldn't be
building
worried
thing,
about
right?
this thing.
I
It's
can-
okay.
yeah, right, okay. If you kill Alpha... Oh, the crowd.
Ooh. It's okay, right?
He takes a second glance. Oh my god, he's
Oh
seen
god.
both of them. Stop it. Cushy, Cushy, relax.
Okay, nice try on this one. Nice try on this.
A little something there.
So narrative, you were saying.
Right. But yeah, this isn't the first time we've seen this map, and again, it's Cushy looking pretty good here, though. Gotta say,
I think it's very important that you resemble and you speak
Almost
about
cast,
that match
almost.
that we saw against Wolves, because it was a 13-11.
We got a pistol.
Nah, I was
Yes,
fine.
you
there.
got pistol, and it was very defined by those pistols. Wolves won both of
5
them.
seconds
So
behind?
you're in
I
that
don't think
scenario
so.
that advantage is already going onto the other team. After how
This
devastating
is the
for
mainstream.
Fnatic that Haven
If anything,
was, they need
we're
to
10
start
seconds
off
ahead.
strong. Just the same showing that we saw from RRQ on Haven.
And also, I do want to put a little bit of a caveat to me watching Jemkin. I want to see him back on really good entries as well, because he kind of
Okay,
fell off
recon
a
over
little
towards
against
mid.
Wolves in that regard. Didn't see him having
We
that same level
got
of
2
impact.
people that
If
are
he can
allowed
have
to
this
die
sort
in
of,
this
like,
one.
Haven resurgence, it's game on. For now, though, we're going to see Fnatic going through the motions here. Quick pressure up towards
Ooh.
Cat through short.
We got the clone
Runs down
lineup.
by Tree.
I will say, again, self-promotion. Got a bit of a better one than that, but this one's good though. You can have two different ones. You actually have three different ones, but
RRQ just leaving the
at
space.
least we put a little bit of thought into it. I
Guy
like that from
looking, using
Fnatic.
that knife. I think he didn't catch anyone.
Take flight.
The fact we got clone setups, that's good. We got some clone lineups. That's how far we go in. I pride myself on my min-maxing.
4 players from RRQ on the opposite side of the map. Easy entry onto site for Fnatic.
Hey, really clean for this one. Really nice and easy. Gamble wrong from RRQ.
As well, just kind of getting some time on the server too. You talk about both these teams. They need a couple more reps, right? Feel out the tempo, get themselves situated. And for Alpha, it'd be nice to get that confidence up here too. Kayak looks like he's fine in that regard. Kron's having a lovely performance so far. Crashy's doing well, so mostly just eyes towards Alpha when it comes to that. But for RRQ,
Yeah, I mean, Alpha's allowed to hunt this, and so is Crashy's.
Position there, and they don't allow any build of those ults.
And with what's going on here, I'm so fine for Crashy's to kind of bait Alpha a little bit.
They want the orbs.
Alpha, nice. Nice. And a third, not to be. But for him, that's great though. Again, you're building that ult early. You're building confidence.
Yeah, I mean, Kushi will take that as well. Might get some silver ults early, maybe at the same time.
It's very similar to the first, but he's still farming up. He's still, I mean, you talk about farming ults. Kushi was the one as well. His ult before up against Wolves was one of the key factors that kept them in the game at times, really doing incredible work. So for me, it put him really on my radar. But gonna need to see this now in this sort of bonus situation for Fnatic.
Yeah, pretty evened out. Fnatic, as you say, not having all the credits in the world, and RRQ still looking to make that break in the scoreboard. But still, is very early in the game to see. I think that they obviously, I'm going to say they did not predict Fnatic to come out with a composition like this.
Big
right?
bonus
So
round for Fnatic. What do they do on this one?
Fnatic to come up with some
Default.
very set play, something that RRQ is just not prepared for.
We got a flash that is up the top that you early pop to see if they swing out towards shore. Oh, that's nice though. I mean, that's just Alpha being a beast, to be honest, on this one. Does both the TP away.
This seems a bit too risky for me. He's not really got the get out of jail.
God, Munya plays like an absolute lunatic over towards A. I'm not gonna lie, this is your bonus. This is your big buy against the bonus. He plays like that.
We just need a highlight reel of Stinger.
We had a KO here that could have flushed him out with a molly.
Massive impact
And we had a flash as well, and that's how he handled the round. What the hell?
Fnatic getting closer and closer to securing this bonus, but still they're being cautious. Chronicle looking up for mid. Everybody just gather up, waiting for RRQ to maybe go on the aggression again.
Yeah, still presence on this side, and this will confirm that they want to stick towards it. 3 players will be here. So Fnatic need someone to deal with this, and it is dealt with. Crazy Guy doesn't get cleared, but I think that they've got a good read on it. Doesn't get affected by the shock dart.
Still has Yuto.
3-person gamble stack from RRQ. Look at the mini-map, we know this one's fine. They leave the TP and they got info about this. This is cool. It's very hard for them to get through this choke point. Keep an eye on the time and Vice going up towards short. They're kind of waiting for Vice to make a play here, but Crazy Guy looks like he's on top of it just purely because they're not going fast over towards A main. There's 15 seconds. Oh my goodness, get a flash out. 10 seconds. They might get all the kills. Someone has to survive here. Oh god. Fine, he has to survive.
Live here, surely. Spy his time.
Oh, what the hell? Sure, man. Or you just do that.
And the timer then forcing them forward with a Red Bull clutch in the end for RRQ.
They had no business throwing that round for the side of Fnatic. Such a big amount of time. What was the plan? +2. Not thinking.
Lovely shots on that.
Being alive, just having that knife delayed them even more.
I think Fnatic will fully take this in terms of the damage done, though. There's a lot of damage.
Good for the coaches. They are not happy with that. Again, that is something.
How can you be? That's a 5v3.
Yeah.
Okay, Alpha has his ult on this one. Looks like they want to fight over towards A main again.
Yeah, you're gonna hit
It's
the
such an odd
for
way
Alpha.
to use
That
this
is a
flash.
Big investment here and a very similar start. You're going to want to have.
We got a cross-map recon that lands over towards here, and then potentially you can Omen flash off of it if you want to fight this. That's not too bad. Also, if it gets shot as well, you could Yori flash as well. The TP that goes over towards middle with the drone clearing this as well, so they create pressure over towards middle.
Make any quick moves, really.
We can secure that part of the map, and that is something that RRQ has learned to respect, even from just this 3 rounds.
Drone re-clear over towards B at the 1 minute mark, and honestly, this is very nice from them. I like this a lot.
I'm looking at the rotation of Monyet too. Is where
Yeah, and Monyet's starting to lean over towards A a little bit, but obviously there was pressure over towards middle because of the fake TP. Jemkin's got to do a lot here. Ooh, that knife is good.
Just on the other side here, tries to play forward.
No way you got that one.
Kicking open the door.
Ooh, nicely done from Kayak. 10 HP surviving on this one. Yeah, I wonder if RRQ needs to play a little bit more aggro over towards middle or hold short a bit heavier. Either way, this was nice. I wouldn't mind a timeout from RRQ at one point, especially as they're going to be eco on this one. Oh, okay, we're getting everything on this. You want the example of min-maxing? This is another good example here. Just making sure they get that ult early.
5v2, surely this one, it's secured. We already see the players from RRQ saving for the next round. I want to see a very good repetition of what Kayak just did there.
My camera is destroyed.
If he can find consistency in that level of form, he is arguably one of the best players as it stands. And there was a lot of discussion about it. Of course. There was a lot of standouts from various regions.
Yeah, no, I like this comp a lot for Fnatic.
Going out, should I say.
Again, I think any comp that uses these four at the moment is pretty much what I would be using, and then I feel like this is up for grabs. And I like the chamber. I think the chamber allows for individuals to pop, and I think on defense it can be pretty good. I also think the trip can be very nice for, honestly, attack.
And again, the interesting factor about Kayak for me is that when he first
obviously defense as well, but I think it's a little bit underrated on attack for when you need that like extra bit of initiator util.
How good he was at dominating that space, but he didn't hit the ground running perfectly. But the
Vasco's kind of crazy. Well, the coaches write together because they can't see the enemy team, so they're kind of writing what the setup is, maybe what they did, what worked out. Do they have success doing something?
What a play from the duelist.
Like maybe notes that they want to talk about in terms of their own game.
The ultimates are getting there.
Someone like a little bit quiet. Is someone making mistakes? Is there like big change-ups they need to do, small change-ups? Just everything that they want to say in the timeout normally.
Is a very, very good investment to make. Keeps you safe for the rest of the round, for the rest of the half, sorry.
Yeah, I like how they're using the trip. This is really cool. Again, Fnatic, they only have...
It's not worked out, but I like it. Oh, wait.
Sova ult and the eco, kind of crazy on this one.
A big old investment to throw in from Cushy there. That felt maybe a bit
okay, I think I'm cool to talk for a little bit, unless this guy swings. So Fnatic, you've got the... for God's sake. Okay, we've got the solo Sova as like the initiator, but the thing that I like about double sentinels at the moment is that they kind of... You've got the two sentinels that pretty much have initiator util, right? If you start using this trip, like they did for chamber over towards here, you can clear all of short, right? You go over towards short, you can clear these areas. The best example I can use is actually like on Garage Haven. My goodness. It's Garage Haven, you can put it over towards Garage, right? On attack and it will clear all the Garage for you. And then obviously you have the Vice Flash.
Nice clear on towards Crazy Guy, and that is Diligence.
Yeah, and it's a good example, right? Just clear back of sight, or at least get the info back of sight.
You're not gonna do it.
Very, very nice. I like this a lot.
This was a bit dangerous from Fnatic, but it worked out. And again, I get the temptation, again, even from Cushy.
Deadlock does this too, to an extent, kind of, but not the same as like direct info.
It's so annoying.
But the GravNet can allow you to like forcibly take some map control. I get it. Or potentially like lock people in positions. I guess you could say with the wall as well.
Boaster can get into almost any position with those TPs as well. Yeah. But those two, especially those two, with that trade denial potential, Jenkin with the operator now, he has to make a difference.
Yeah, he's been a bit hot and cold in middle so far. It feels like he's just
RRQ, Jemkin gets the op out. Alpha has his own op, and it looks like we might see the battle here. Oh, did we see the flash bottom and middle? Oh, I like this. Flash bottom and middle is part of my default. When you have the TP over towards here from yours, it's really strong. Dash goes away, sees one. They got the Thorns to try and lock him in place. It's a cool idea. It's a great shot from Jemkin.
The initial plan is not going to be keeping coming this way. Surely they adjust.
I liked what they
Flash goes out, doesn't hit anyone, so they know for sure they create a question mark over towards B. Then it's an instant group from the attack and hit over towards A, knowing for sure that they create pressure. Damn one yet. Knife goes in, kind of clears A main for him as well. Flash goes after him to swing.
line is difficult for Fnatic.
Uh-oh.
Kayak going to clear through Jemkin, though, opens up a chance.
A lot of this is up to Crazy Guy here.
There's no safety on this site, right? Look where that spike is.
What a weird round.
It depends where they go with this now. This could be everything or it could be nothing. That dart does not reveal.
Oh, they knew. They knew they heard him. Dude, crazy round. I actually don't think I've ever seen a round like this where you go over towards Heaven and then you pivot over towards B. You got Omen. Oh, they know that he has the Judge here.
But he still just has that
He
judge.
could have picked.
He's got the ghost.
He could have picked up another gun, but they should just go for a plant back a site.
15 seconds. Can he buy the precious time here?
What a weird round.
Kayak watching for it, waiting. Plant comes in. Monyet can't affect
Now
it
what?
yet. Waiting for support to come in, but Crazy Guy's a mile away, and they know it. By this point, even Kron's made it over here. He's up by market.
Oh, God.
Lives up to the name.
Insta pop of the KO.
But it's Chronicle.
Flash for his
ice cold in these
teammate.
situations.
Pressure of the
There's a timer
defuse.
on what he can
As a
do.
judge, though.
Gonna get going.
Oh, Chronicle. Absolute mad round this was. I don't think I've ever seen anything like this.
Round in the end though with Crazy Guy getting those 2 kills, but the Red Bull clutch goes for Chronicle this time around.
Mid-rounding on this was mad.
Overcook, and as you were saying, the tour that Fnatic went on that round, just giving us a different version of themselves in each of these rounds. At the beginning of it, enemy remaining. I was looking forward to what the Vice could do.
They kind of misplay a little bit in the 1v2.
Fnatic getting round after round here. 5-1, celebrating. Please don't break the coach ring.
Breaking the coaching
Of
booth.
course, it calls for a timeout on the RRQ side. Now,
Yeah, this was a wild round. It's a pretty bad round for RRQ to lose here.
RRQ have already played
Definitely a couple of oversteps, but I can't even be super mad at them because I've never really... You see those rounds over towards B, right, where they chill out over towards Bo and then they pivot over towards over towards A. I've never seen it in reverse. Through A, Heaven.
Not getting the reps onto stage, not getting a feel of how you're doing, or Fnatic with a completely new composition that God knows.
Do you guys like this comp? I love this comp. This no joke. I thought this stuff was going to happen every single game on like on different maps. I thought we were going to see like 40% double sentinel, to be honest with you. I got the misread of what teams were thinking for this meta.
Of their ability to learn on the fly. Can they find the adjustments? It's hit round 7. They've gone for the timeout. That's fine. That's fair. But it's unlikely they're going to convert this one. To get the beat on this round, you're always going to be behind the curve.
Can this comp work on all maps? An iteration of this comp can work on majority of maps. Not all maps. I think the maps are pretty varied at the moment.
Would mean a lot. As we can see, Jemkin is
But I think it's a very strong comp.
Kill, and he could be the difference maker in round number 7.
I think Vice Chamber is like heavily underrated as a combo. And I think Vice Deadlock is also the same. But again, I like what they're doing. Info over towards short, they don't have to worry about short.
Picks the right target, plucks away Alpha and backs away. Crazy Guy now gets contact. They've read a lot of this. They've got an idea of where 3 players are out of the 4 that still stand for Fnatic.
And blocking the eyesight, of course, we see Kayak ready to get on that TP. He also has his ultimate, but... Oh. He decides to go for it, gathering all the information.
Spots 2 though. Dude, he's got no help on this one. He's got the TP to get out of there. He sticks it out in the open, kind of uses their smoke against them. That's a really weird round. 3 passing over towards site. I got a lot of respect for Kayak. He's in a lot of like situations where I think a lot of people would panic or misplay, and he's very calm.
This is a pretty much done round.
Pretty much done. Still Fnatic, they work for those orbs. Crashes, gets one closer to his ultimate, and speaking about ultimates, with this plant, Chronicle gets his. Kayak wants it.
Oh, that's brutal. Fnatic though. Another step in the
Fnatic
right direction.
Yeah, he's already celebrating.
It was a blowout.
It has too much good thought process. I think Fnatic are just so fine here.
Went down in that second half.
This is like the exact perfect example of what I thought all the seed ones were going to be doing. A comp that is good for a couple of reps, but the first time you use it, you're guaranteed that win because the thought process is just too good. And this comp is going to be so good on defense, by the way.
Maybe some aggression, maybe just setting up some of the plays. They need something else beside that bonus that it wasn't theirs to take even. That 3v5. They need to find that kind of energy.
Fawns is cool. It hits behind here, you would have to swing out. They've microed this to a really good level as well. But Boast has done a bit of a masterclass in this. Oh, we finally saw something good, man.
Kind of using the vines to go down the thorns over towards short, kind of then using that as a way to take space safely.
You got TP over towards middle, and there's two ways of doing this, right? You can have a recon that clears middle, you can have the Vice to clear over towards middle, and then you know for sure that you create pressure over towards middle.
Exchanges in this map, so far so good.
Same thing over towards short, using the trip to clear over towards short.
Towards that B main, but it doesn't look like they're particularly sticking around here. This high attention to detail over towards Cat once again re-emerging.
Taking their time. We know that Fnatic are definitely good at doing that. Feel comfortable.
I need to see some discipline from Jemkin too, because there's obviously that want to play into it and be pivotal and you know, be aggressive in a way.
They kind of know with that flash not hitting anyone that there's no one following this up as well. Get the chamber set up towards middle. 30 seconds on this one. The problem is the spike is solo over towards A main, and I think that's an issue. 30 seconds, we're going back over towards A short. Omen on this one. I mean, Boaster has his ult, but I'm still so nervous for him.
Really late.
Boaster is 15 seconds, mate. Ult goes over towards short. Vice ult goes in. 12 seconds. He just goes through short. They haven't checked Mon yet. Oh boy, spike goes down. They gotta stick this. Gotta stick it.
Look at the time now. It's too late. I'm pretty sure this is way too late.
Okay, this is a disaster class from Fnatic on this one. Like the first 30 seconds are really good, and then it feels like they don't really get a pick, and then they don't know what to do. And the fact that the spike was over towards solo A main was pretty rough.
They know how to play with the time. They're going to leave for at least a couple of options. But with so many players alive, you not having the information of what is on site, what is on
so Boaster here for sure can kind of talk about the fact that because he was the one with the spike that couldn't do anything over towards A main, right? And they know that RRQ have been pushing heavy and fighting over towards A main, so they should be talking about this. And when you see them A split in the future, I think you're going to see 2 or at least more numbers here.
It won't be perfectly smooth yet. They won't be in that.
They're playing heavy over towards A main.
I think some of the issues of this round started
Truck towards middle to try break a trip. We got TP over towards here, Recon clears it. We got a TP on the bottom floor. And I guess the TP goes over towards short, so you can prod from short as well.
How does that fare? Really need to see Jemkin playing this perfectly though, because again, he might be the one in that crosshair.
Flash default over towards B again to see if anyone's over towards B main. I think they're like Chronicle's getting way too much info over towards B. Like he's clearing over towards B main on his own as a Vice. Speaking of clearing B main, Recon goes in and actually push a bit deep. But again, we've got the trip here, or the wall to let him know.
This hasn't been an area they've been contesting often. This gives them good information.
Guys, don't do the same mistake as last round. Why is the spike over towards A main again on its own? Recon goes in, no one shoots it, so they should know that A main's clear, but I'm looking at Crazy Guy clear this early. Big duel over towards B main. And they got a kill trip over towards market.
But if they keep their eyes on the prize here, and again, Xvero does do well.
Chronicle, oh my god. He's doing work. It's like silent, apart from this round, in terms of how much pressure he's creating around the map. But I mean, this was just insane double kill. Gonna start looking at this. They win one, they lose the next. 1-9 loss bonus. Kinda have to win this one. Gotta be going for this.
Swings off the pop of the ult, but that's a player without a gun in their hands. They can try and gap close, and they are. You can see it and put it away, but Boaster with a shot through the smoke. Catches Jemkin. Monyet looks for a target, dives in on sight. Can't quite control on the first try. Can't get the spray. Crazy Guy now needs a 1v3 as Fnatic holding all the time.
Very nice. Chronicle, what a beast, man. Beast. Again, he's been doing work over towards B, but this was like visual impact in terms of double kill that he had to get.
And also that he's been making in this map. 30 seconds. Constant pain here on me.
I mean, if he didn't do that, I think the round would be done. Yeah, genuinely. Coming back to these sort of late rotations, if you aren't clearing this space as well as he does, you're done.
With 2 of the players, like the movement from RRQ was good. Yes. 2 of the players just waiting for this to happen. We also saw the utility from Cypher on site. They were ready.
He's like, damn, bro, really? No, it's over the high five.
Now they might fall into the trap.
Eco. I got a hero gun, hero ult.
In towards this fight on Cat. The temptation, obviously, so sweet, but again, Fnatic, they've been really good at clearing this. And you can see Kayak is so locked in. Oh my God.
Where's the trip?
Oh,
they put it over towards A main. They changed it
again,
up.
this was kind of off the back of that one to
Because
maybe
they
playing
eco or something, and they want to see if they push.
Space, but Xfero's the one to do well here. Taking away Chronicle is huge.
Absolutely. They've been putting up a lot of utility to those drones that we were speaking of. Not only he gets the kill, he also gets to use his ultimate.
Oh, I like this as well, though. You take space on one side, but in the meantime...
It's a shame that Monyet's dead, because otherwise he could have asked for a smoke.
With him being here, you get so much information. And again, it was a mistake that was made before that
You would hear this, right, if it goes off?
Wild round,
I actually don't know if that makes a sound if he goes out of range. I think it does, but I might be wrong. I'm pretty sure it does.
This is now going to be one of those later rounds. Now, can Fnatic
somehow
find this information themselves? I don't think so. So in reality,
We'll stop making the sound. Oh, okay, yeah.
Last time
the beeps of it, okay.
was god tier at playing from this, but it looks like a focus towards top middle. RRQ doubting themselves, it felt like, wanting to check, wanting to make sure, but they were right in the read. But the timing now wrong as Fnatic get the red carpet rolled out towards B as
Alpha
the
has a kill
next.
out. Oh, Alpha.
To be taken.
That's my fault, I guess. He's so dead, isn't he?
Potentially there.
For God's sake.
Takes away one. That is a Vandal picked up.
All you have to do is just hold the angle the whole time.
But Crazy Guy just about making it over here. And Crashy's making him
What would you do to anti the Fnatic comp at the moment? I put so much pressure over towards the sides.
What do you have
Like,
here,
for sure right now, what they're doing over towards A main's a little bit criminal. What they're doing over towards B main, they're getting away with murder as well. So you'd have just put so much thought process on like fighting over towards the sides, but it's so easy when I can see the minimap. Like when you're on the server and you're the coaches and you're trying to work out what's happening, it's a lot harder to piece it all together. But I would say with the info they're getting over towards B main, they should be going way more aggro over towards B main.
Made the worst decision that they can make, and he's giving Fnatic what they want.
So yeah, he's mid-round dancing because he knows he's won.
Long time for you to make a mistake, for you to take the step.
When was the prime, do you think, of Boaster?
Excuse me, Pansy?
Astra.
Oh, right.
He's a very good Astra. Like when Astra was on top, he was very good.
Now,
especially even like maps like Fracture and whatnot. Yeah.
You actually answered that honestly. I was just flaming.
Oh.
Yeah, I knew she was flaming.
But RRQ gonna burn this time out here, right? Because I do feel like they've had the right reads a good couple of times. I think even that first time out was correct. I think them playing deeper. I think them playing into
What did she say? She said, when was the prime for Boaster? She said it in a way that you knew she was flaming.
Right about it and then just misplayed it at the end. So, as said, this to me feels like they're watching this game fall between their fingertips.
These first halves are being so one-sided. Both of the teams using both of the timeouts, or their timeouts, in the first half.
It's unlucky for RRQ. It's just like you've gone up against a comp that just has too much thought behind it. Can't believe it's taken me so long until I've seen this. To be fair, Genji had one on Sunset. Genji had the deadlock comp on Sunset. That was always going to work.
So for Fnatic, a couple more rounds. Already 6 rounds of difference in the scoreboard.
God, my faith has been restored to an extent. We don't see enough of it, but at least we got a little bit.
And prove to us that he has what it takes. What he had on Haven. And I feel like we've seen this round 3,000 times.
Yeah, I mean, it's sick though. What are you meant to do?
I'm already tired of this comp.
But aggression down middle, it's not looked good, actually. Again, I think that Jemkin's been very, very willing to go for it, but it's just not worked for him at all. Alpha's generally been having his number in this. It's not looked.
Shock missed the trip. Yeah, they put their trip a little bit deeper
this time
though,
they
right?
go for the litter aggression onto me, trying to force something.
Yeah, this has been nice though. Actually, break the trip over towards short.
One shot that he hits is on Kayak's bone. So not looking the best there.
And he does have a little bit of utility to play with, I guess. Invested kindly by Xfero, but now he's on the chopping block. Like, what do we do? Okay, well, okay, you just headshot Kayak, I guess, is what we do. But it's a one and done. There's no furthering that. And now the map's split in half. 2 on either side. Where does Fnatic decide to go? They've won the mid-fight completely. That's the spike going through
30 seconds left.
I get really
Wherever you're asking for people to flame you. Don't do it.
He was on his own. Now, no one was there to punish him. We're seeing how deep RRQ are sitting. Fury gonna find a man. Ooh, and the follow-up to Alpha goes down. Okay. Now, do they scarper? It's messy from Boaster there. Couldn't get back in time again. Feel like a broken record, but running out of time and running out of options. Fnatic luckily have 8 rounds, so it's not been that much of a big deal. But this is how they've been losing them.
Definitely, yeah, I mean, yeah, definitely a couple of
Let
rounds.
it fizzle out. It's not the most explosive way to get to 3, but RRQ will take it.
Absolutely. I think that timeout, maybe for the side of Fnatic, is guys, you're doing well. Keep it going. For the side of RRQ,
I think there's a possibility some first seeds save the comps. Honestly, I like your way of thinking, but there is no chance that any of the first seeds save their comps because they're overconfident. They just came in with 2023, 2024 comps. That's all it is, man.
1 minute and 9 seconds to get the spike down for Fnatic. That is outrageous, and obviously the highest in playoffs.
Oh, it's got 5 years in the cake.
Okay, last round on this one. Any kind of change up from Fnatic? A little bit. Omen flash over towards A. They got the TP in the corner. They got a TP close from the Omen and a TP here, so they hear double TP. Then you recon site, Omen all towards the back, and then hit over towards the site. It's not too bad. Maybe over towards here the Omen. Sorry, the Euro all needs to be a lot earlier. Like the little double fake over towards A was kind of nice. Yeah, it's messed up their timing.
I'm not sure about this, Lauren. Fnatic could be caught up in the blender here, but they still need to land the shots if you're RRQ.
Boaster was bold, they were just too slow on B main.
I like the idea of the gear shift, but something slowed them down towards main that just stopped them actually committing.
4v4 on site.
God, please be disciplined, RRQ. You don't need to do too much. We said it before when they made that play towards top middle. They got almost, they got into their own heads about it. They're once again right about this. They don't need to change. If they hold these positions, hold this line, they make it hard for Fnatic.
Oh, guys, no. Oh, boy, they waited for all their U till they got it back. It's nice over towards B as well. The Chamber can just get all the way down to lane. Still has the TP over towards B main if you want to get out of there. It's a good recon on this. It's nice from Fnatic that there's like these weird rounds where they're just very comfy in the mid rounding just to cut sound. And dude, I swear they do not care about time. That hit? Gonna move. It was kind of on though.
That doesn't make things easier.
Wall for the after plan as well when you want to go fast, and they've been using it normally for B main info.
Is all that's there. Alpha, back of the boathouse.
I mean, this was very nice from Fnatic. Again, I think the thought process is so good that whoever they played, they would have won this.
Fnatic look good in this form.
So yeah, I can't really say too much stuff about RRQ. Maybe the coaches needed to get involved a bit more.
Those mistakes, those rounds that they lost, they could have perfectly won. They need to get back on the drawing board. This composition is giving us so much, and I cannot wait for what we're going to see on the defense.
Defense, yeah, they'll have a good defense. It's hard because RRQ have to kind of default to find a Vice wall, and it's going to be pretty hard. To say the Vice wall's over towards middle, maybe you find it one round, but next round you're gonna next round you're gonna find it, and there might be a chamber there to punish you.
A little hydration break. That's right. Take a
Also, you got double info as well in terms of the trips.
Now, of course, the most important thing is if you have a drink in your hand, we want to give a toast to the two teams on stage. You see yourself on camera, give yourself a toast, give yourself a drink. Let's do this right now. See? Cheers to the invisible person.
He spilled it.
I just spilled it on myself. Like a tonto. Unbelievable.
Drinking problem.
Who we got next? Look at him. Take a swig for the worker, man.
Wow, they took him off the camera? Too embarrassing. Can't be advertising drinking problems here. Sniffler with the Prime. Thank you with the 11 months, mate. Appreciate you.
Fnatic's creativity giving them a solid standing here in the half bay. 9
Who gave
rounds
Uncle
to their
Mike
name.
is crazy.
Yes, some fumbles. Yes, some
That's his literal job.
But 9 rounds
For God's sake.
is solid.
And from the attack, something that they chose themselves. Now moving on to the defense, where our eyes have to go on to the other side.
Yes.
RRQ might have not been able to find some solutions, but now they should be the ones setting the pace. It has to be night and day for a player like Jemkin.
It certainly does. We saw his potential in map 2. We've seen his potential during that regular
Funny
season.
that after our grumblings, 4 out of 5 maps today are going to be won by a team using something new. Yeah.
So the Coinbase Eagle report kind of highlighting some of that here with, again, small number, not good.
Most for me is going to be Chronicle. And
I think the G2, I think no matter what G2 played, they would have beaten G-Lai though, with how they were playing.
Something that we're probably going to see also from the defense. But I want to see how deep this
Your stat still
composition
stands.
goes. having the chamber, having the Vice. You have so many things to work with that probably the opponent
That's
did not
why you typing
expect
that.
for today's match. This is not the way you expected to close things out if you were RRQ. Hey, not everything is set.
What's the econ rating based off of? Econ.
Starts with a pistol, though.
It certainly
as we
does.
always say.
It certainly does. And Fnatic weren't loving them before, right? They were
I mean, even if they
hard
caught the pistol, yeah.
But here we go.
Okay.
Final half.
Chat, I've lost track of pistols. If I had to guess, I would say it's 3-2.
RRQ bringing out all the big guns in map 2. But map 3 could be all over in a blink of an eye.
We got a
They
wall
need
over
this
towards
pistol.
shore. We got no. Wait, what have you bought?
Instant
armor.
aggression,
Okay.
gathering of the orb. Nothing on the other side from Fnatic. Boaster just walks away, and Kayak takes an advanced position on B main.
Yeah, I like it. Again, you can get out of jail free. Just got to keep your eye on the timing. See the consideration of a mid walk.
Okay, basically just retake over towards A.
Double stack up towards market.
Heavier fight over towards middle, and then you got early info on B.
Get out of there.
Still, I mean, it's a really strong hold over towards B.
Only seeing a Cypher doesn't give you everything.
Kayak doesn't have his TP anymore,
now
so
not
he's
alone.
committed, and they go aggro.
Body blocked almost. Kron though tries to play it forward. Didn't want to back away, and now they speed up on the execute. Banging shot from Boaster there. Catching just the corner of Monyet and quickly threads ahead.
Okay, we definitely got to keep an eye on the KO here. Like, would you expect a lurking KO? Probably not.
Boaster's ahead of it. Paranoia still in play. Smoke still there.
Depends what, I might have missed some kind of knife timing.
I don't know if I loved what I saw then from him. Would rather maybe hold that space and play back in together, but now down to the two, Alpha and Crashies. Still got util. As said, this is pretty big for them. But that late positioning towards main is
Knife
rough.
right
It's
before they
keeping Alpha's
planted? Oh,
eyes
okay, yeah.
towards it.
So yeah, they're on top of it.
Got to get a move on, got to get going, and they're playing the game. This is going to be doing the dance with them, right? Going to make them work for it. Crashies, damage! But 2 more to go, and Crazy Guy's position is the checkmate. Monyet just needs to live, and he
Big wide
does
swing.
more than that.
It's a 4-2 on the pistols. This map ends at
A
1-1.
little bit of a weird choice from Boaster there.
And it's so good that they were patient in that round. We got the orb, we just still follow the plan. We're lucky enough to get this first pick onto Kayak, who had already taken a bit of damage. We secure it with the 1 for 2, and we go on to plant this fight. Boaster, I think in that situation was just...
That's our pistol,
It's kind of a dilemma, right? You don't have the information of
Yeah.
where the
3-3?
rest of the players are. It can
Oh,
be
so I was wrong when you
coming
guys
from A.
said.
You need to move. You do not have
Is the
really
opposite
time
way
to
around?
wait for the rest
Okay,
of your
okay.
teammates.
3-3.
No ideal scenarios, but for RRQ, only 5 rounds separate them
They're
now
allowed 2 deaths.
for Fnatic. And this
Blob, why are you
should be the
typing
5th one for them.
4-3? Fnatic, Campbell stack over towards B main, and then a chamber that can try get a kill and TP out so they play retake.
So let's see how he plays if they do decide to crest that corner and explore further. For now, it's just a stack, leaving Alpha as the pretty much the best
Contact
of
Omen
the
flash,
side,
everyone
right?
sends it.
One-man turret over there, but it's patient again from RRQ, maybe trying to get the lay of the land themselves. Is there a mid-walk? Is there a stack? They need to be using some of the util to clear this at some point, maybe waiting for that util
Like the
to
idea. I
cycle
think
back
the
up.
Vice flashes over towards here, right, in case they go over towards middle so they can fight this as well. Ooh, hold up.
Fairly
They're
aggressive
going over towards B
in the
main.
rounds that they've had no economy.
Might be something here, chat.
They walk
Again,
towards
RRQ,
it.
anything above 2
Some of that
deaths
lovely
is pretty
utility
costly
they've
for
got
them.
loads of, right?
Does crazy guy walk over towards A as the human drone?
I'm still a bit nervous here. Yeah, okay, I think they felt the danger in that, even just the cam being cleared.
Wait,
as
where
it
did I
was.
miss it?
And here comes, let's see if that control is in play. No, Crashies quick on his feet. As Alpha does need to back away. Expected reposition. Jemkin, eyes already trained towards it. Plants in play. It's dangerous, but they find stability.
Knife day, and then they just
now
went.
They need to keep Cushy and Jemkin living in this, though. Those 2 Vandals are precious cargo. Cushy layering in the util, keeping him chipped down as best he could. But Crashies with that Bulldog is the dangerous factor.
They
They
did
are
a Cypher
all
cam.
eyeing up
Oh,
coming
okay. I
through
mean,
from
it's probably
here.
a Cypher cam more.
Knife fantastically timed. Catching at least 3 of them, denying this springboard in. Paranoia goes, Cushy now out of the situation. Alpha finds Crazy Guy. Jemkin goes down, suddenly crashes in a 1v2. Again, difficult, but
It's damage though.
tried.
It is damage. They got an armor, they got a
Again, the
gun.
final man standing, and suddenly that scoreboard doesn't look so impossible.
Both Vandals just moving on to the next round. RRQ, as you're saying, 5 on the board. This looks perfectly doable. We've seen them having very strong starts, converting the bonus. will almost make this a very, very even affair. Again, we still have to see how this composition from Fnatic really works on the defense, and I think we're going to get a very fair showing now. How Alpha is going to be positioned, how they use having that
Okay, I
and
mean,
the Euro as
the
well.
bonus is nice. They only got one gun out of them. What's the overall setup? Got Chamber to punish middle.
Yeah, big switch up in that.
Then you got heavy Vice set up over
For the
towards
Pistols, They
A.
did have Alpha kind of soloing out on towards that A side as
Sure.
much as they could. Put a lot of
Don't
faith
love
towards
it,
him here.
but
And the walk back comes in towards B. So trying to steady
against
themselves.
the, I think
Kayak
against a
has
KO, I'd
been
probably
solid.
always split this
That's a
up. But
player spotted here. And he's sticking around on this. I'm a bit worried he stays so
Flash
close
recon
here.
combo is pretty cool. They had spotted
Thankfully,
3 with
wall
that.
now
Shock dart
reinforced.
goes
A
in.
little
You
less
get a
of
little
an
bit more
issue.
aggro over towards middle once the info's here. They know
All that
most
utility
likely
coming
the
down.
reaction is to push from here, so
Actually,
it's a little bit safer from Alpha goes off angle.
He's a brave boy.
Okay. Just in case someone else
Yeah,
gets
the
the
chamber kind of
Did they
didn't
spot-
check
I don't
him.
know if they spotted Alpha. They kind of looked down, but I don't think they did. Lazy clear. Oh my
Jesus.
What is that? You do not see that every day. A mess made by Alpha, being gifted the chance of the gods from that. And now that all comes into play. That is perfect. And look instantly at where they're heading. It's Kayak and Crashies though. Big boys
30
on the
seconds
server
left.
here. Big players. 25 seconds getting late in the day. They decide to
Yeah, this recon's gonna be
side.
huge.
Waiting for the util to come, but it ain't even here. They're just
Big
powering
recon,
on in.
mate.
Crashies
Big
finds some
recon.
safety in the smoke. And I say that very tentatively. Chronicle gonna catch the heels of Xfero. It's game on.
Oh, lovely Omen flash on this one as well. Wait, how did that even hit him?
Monyet can't find this many players in
Hey,
this
very
little
nice.
time.
Didn't want to get the recon out in the smoke.
It
Fully
got
understand it.
dangerous.
Nice little hold
But
from
Alpha
them.
just stood up.
Oh no.
He stood up.
I mean, he's just thanking everyone, but he did stand up.
Okay.
Got
Where's the
absolute
glue
shocker from here. Then he's looking like me, man.
The glue. Stick him to that chair. It's dangerous because this round as well. I liked what they did. Alpha. Oh,
He's celebrating for the rest.
Yeah, he's just like, thank you.
Okay,
No,
okay,
that's
so
a respect thing. That's a thank you. I messed up so heavy.
Nice Kron. Nice anchoring Kayak. You're doing a brilliant job.
Okay, money. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can't buy next.
Doesn't
One.
matter. Was the
That's
bonus
it.
for
1.
RRQ.
And Chronicle has enough money to
Plenty
throw
of
out for an
chances.
op if he wants it on defense as well. So
and again, they're still having to learn.
RRQ want to do this. It has to be now.
Oh
And
Drifted out.
what are we?
Yeah, Jepkin's starting to get these entries
Maybe the comms
going,
weren't
and
good.
that shot
He
wasn't
thought
clean
Alpha was
enough to
holding
truly
it.
Punish Cushy, so he keeps his life. But Alpha's temptation is still here. He's trying to be
A couple of
proactive.
really
Oh, the
rough
timing
first
on
kills.
that dodge, you are
Or
lucky
should
to
we
be
say first steps
breathing,
from
crazy
Fnatic?
guy. The spray off with Vandals always seems like a terrible idea, but it's fine.
Crashies
So
with his
far,
ult
they
probably needs to
bully
play a
their way
little
up
safer
cap.
than this one as they push up over towards shore. You got double forms though.
Safest player.
And you got a
so
flash
deadly
if you
in
want to
these
fight
situations.
this.
Let's see how well he does in this new role here. Chronicle's gone down, but Alpha.
No way, nice
stomps
flash on this
into the
one.
side.
Ah, really nice setup from them.
Back-to-back damage.
Flash over towards
Now
here,
down
you
to
drop him in the
25
forms and then you
seconds,
can
much
go
more time,
out
but the
wide
final
and you get
boss
him in
of
the
Alpha
open
seems to
and
be
then you can
standing.
omen flash down the line.
Slip in the net, but it seems to be
Nice.
considered. Already pinged out. Boaster
That was cool.
eyeing this up, but timing is everything. And he's got it. Xfero falls, leaving just one man alive at Alpha's corner. Has not been cleared.
Very,
this
very
time.
nice from them. I like the
Gets away
setup.
with it
Setup's
for
cool.
4 kills, and apparently the curse is broken.
The curse is broken, it doesn't matter, but he's not standing up this time around. It doesn't matter that he got the 4K. You know, you don't play with lag like that. Not a second time around. Struggled to find the first
It's
one,
really
it
good.
doesn't matter. He closes
The
out
fawns
on
up here is
board.
very nice for that, for sure.
Possible without the paranoia, the flash from Vice, putting all of that pressure
He's
on
so
the
happy
team
he hit
that's
some
trying
shots as
to
well.
execute
I
on you.
felt like he needed that.
11 for Fnatic, 2 away from continuing a lower bracket run. RRQ now, as you
Okay,
can see on
force
your
him down
screens,
to an
the
eco.
economy is not
Looking
the
nice
best.
from Fnatic.
Gemkin one away
Good thing
from
about
his
this comp as well is like,
Working with
even
the
though they've
shorties.
shown this demo, you can do so
Trying to
much
get
with
that
this
orb,
comp.
or at least they're
Right, we're
gonna
even
try
seeing
and
it
fight
now.
for
Trip
it.
over towards middle. Sometimes this could be a Vice wall. Sometimes the chamber could play over towards A. It's just full of... You can non-stop change stuff up. You can bait stuff in with a Yori teeping away with a chamber in a corner. You can go
After
aggro trip.
brutal map 2. Their creativity being rewarded here as that 12th round looking ever so likely. Alpha strikes. 20 kills for him after what was genuinely a very hard map 2.
Yeah, and now they
not
found the
particularly
wall over towards
brilliant
here.
map
Next
1.
round, maybe they have some kind of
He has
punish for
found his
this.
form when he
Oh, they
needed
changed
it.
the wall up at least.
When Fnatic needed it. Hallmark of a good player. Shot goes astray that time. But RRQ looking for ways forward, and there aren't too many. Again, got to say it, Chronicle in this role. Lovely to see, but Jemkin tries to close in. Oh, it was laboured, but he's got the job done.
Oh, it's a slow though.
So Alpha.
Shit! That was nuts. That was crazy. Oh God.
What a crazy run from him.
What was that?
I need to see that shot again. I need to see that shot again.
Jesus.
I know Kunkun's not here, but it's nice to see shots out of the sky like that. I'll take that every day of the week. Now,
Oh my goodness, bro.
Was RRQ's hopes and chances dashed
Okay,
by this
7.
brand new
Dude, he
composition
really
that looks so
took whiffing at middle
good.
personally.
It
My
looks
goodness,
creative.
dude, that was nuts.
It looks like it's on the money, and it's given Alpha that real
Dude, get him on
resurgence
chamber
here.
every map.
Absolutely.
I've seen enough.
Sphera forced out. One of his cages gone.
Here.
7 in a row needed for RRQ, and Alpha's waiting on the other side.
3 players, 3 bodies to try and drop. So far, they make it past the first hurdle. But he's not missing.
Go on, mate, get
now.
back in there.
Alpha stepping up to a new level here. Crazy guy, Cushy, Xfero, that's all that they've got to bank on. And Cushy's a mile away. Position noted. He's got the spike.
Kayak,
If he
don't do
goes
it.
down, that could be just done for. But no, they don't swing into it.
He
They
was
play this
tempted.
cautiously.
Re-clear over
They
towards
play
A
it
there.
right.
Omen flash to clear front, Jenny.
Taking their time. Slowly but surely.
Double bait set up. You got the
Perfect.
wall over towards
It ain't
B
gonna
with
do the
forms
job.
to delay,
They're
even if they
waiting.
trigger the
And
wall, so you know you can
Kayak
get over
there.
towards
1-2
there.
punch the whole time.
TP back a sight if you needed
It's
it.
either Kayak or Alpha.
It's everything I've been
And
waiting
Xfero
for,
has to
but it
face
took
the
so
music.
long
It
to get
is
here.
done.
How is this the first time I'm seeing it? Okay, very nice. Very, very, very nice. The faith has been restored. I thought we were going to see all the Seed 1s doing this on pretty much every map. I really overestimated them, but I'm so happy I saw like one map with good thought process and one person actually understanding, in my opinion, what the meta should be coming forward. So that's cool. I'm very happy.
And on the other side, we see an RRQ that had no response to all of this shenanigans. That map
Very,
2
very
is
happy.
what I'm thinking of when I think of RRQ. The showing on Haven, what they can do with that double duelist, Moniet, and Jemkin. What a showing from Fnatic.
They were the team with the least time as well.
Yeah, and
Dude, that's why
while
it's
we
so
wait for this one,
criminal.
obviously,
It really is as well. You're not wrong.
sportsmanship here.
They had 2 weeks less than the other teams.
But for RRQ, you can see the potential, but finding it consistently in stages like this is the next
To be
layer
fair
up
though,
for them.
G2
First
showed
time
us some
stepping
stuff
out to
today.
a stage of this caliber, they still did do well. We saw the moments there on Haven. They just could not find it in the others.
Here's the thing, they were playing yesterday. Both of these teams played and lost yesterday. Fnatic even had that very long pause.
Yep.
So they got home very, very late. This is not something that was cooked from one day to the other.
And for them,
Hey,
a
very, very
massive
nice.
relief to make it through that, shaking off the chance of that Shanghai nightmare reoccurring. And you can see them taking themselves down the stage there towards the fans. And in a moment's time, we'll pass it over to Jen Lee, who'll be standing by for the Verizon post-match interview. I believe even joined by Boaster. So as soon as that's ready, we'll be jumping down to it. But again, a moment
Alpha
for
play, the
them
Alpha
to
play was
give them a
nuts,
good
bro.
bit of hope here, because that third map, they had to bring out the big guns, right? You needed an Alpha performing, and to put him in that role after Haven, that was dangerous.
I cannot wait to see what the rest of the teams are going to do. Jen Lee is ready, so let's throw it over to the Verizon post-match interview.
Let's hear it for Fnatic!
Yeah. And I promise you as well, like iterations of this
I'm gonna join
comp, you're going to see in the
Poster over
future.
here. He's pretty busy.
Maybe some maps the fades in there instead.
Hello, Jake. Having fun? Jake?
What's that?
Busy. Turn around. There's a camera for you. Yeah. All right.
It's me.
So complete bounce back from you guys. Do you feel like this was the mental reset that you guys needed?
Yeah, you know, we had one little rep on stage and we were like, I was like, I need shorts for this event. Whipped out the shorts, bum is out. No, I'm joking. But no, I just think
God's sake,
we
man.
know that how good we are and what our capabilities are. We just have to show it and believe it. And I think, especially the third map, we're playing it pretty well, I thought.
Hello, Chronicles.
You want a question?
Yes.
Okay, let's talk about the creativity that you brought to the
This is
table.
chaos.
Completely reinvented Ascent. What was the ideology behind the whimsical comp?
I mean, there's the Deadlock Cypher comp, and we were like, we played that one before, but there was also like a Vice, the idea of a Vice chamber, and I think the chamber put Alphion chamber, Kayak on Yori, and we've got two really aggressive style players who like getting picked, so I don't know, it just kind of, we just went for it. And honestly, it wasn't going well. I swear down, but it suddenly clicked, like we did some good focus on it, and it was doing all right. We screwed up the Vita versus Gen G, I think. Damn it!
The Beatles. Okay. You guys are the last EMEA team alive in this tournament. Do you feel like that adds pressure to you, or no?
Nah, not really. I don't think we see it as like we're EMEA's final hope, even though that's kind of a cool story. We're just here trying to get some wins that event, trying to lift a trophy, and if we end up doing it for EMEA, that's kind of hype. And yeah, so be it. But I think we're just here trying to enjoy an event. Everyone here is sick. I like the format actually, with people standing up behind us. That's quite fun.
Yeah, I know. Let's move over here. You can join the fans. Lastly, though. Yeah, sure. If you can multitask. Okay, lastly, though, you know, we see this constant hunger from you, you know, hunger to be the great person and also to be #1 in the world. So what do you think it's going to take you to reach the top once again in this tournament?
Well, I think I need to know how to shoot. I think that would help. I do struggle a bit on some maps. The Haven today, I don't know what happened. My head must have been like a hot air balloon and everyone was just one-tapping me. But I think the cooling so far has been okay from me, and that's always something I want to improve on, and the atmosphere. But I think if we're going to win an event again, I need to be able to put on a decent performance. I'm not saying like I need superstar rounds or carrying, but I need to get the frags that I'm expected to get, like the easy ones. So that's going to be my goal and hope if we want to win this event.
All right, thank you so much. Collect some heads in the next game. I'll let you get back to selfies. Wow,
Okay.
what an incredible
Very
Valorant
nice.
action we just witnessed. Tune in for more tomorrow
Dude,
with
the
the upper
slow-mo,
semis
really?
coming up, and you guys will not be disappointed.
Okay, chat. Okay. I mean,
Since we have
it's
Boaster
crazy.
there
I'm in
the
such a better mood
post-match
after
interview,
seeing
we're gonna
that.
bring his other half here on the
Okay,
desk as
let's
well.
keep it going.
Austin Crashies Roberts, welcome back to the global stage.
Thank you.
How's it been so far?
It's honestly amazing, especially in, you know, NA. Just feels like so special for me and so surreal. So I'm just happy to be back.
Do you feel a difference in terms of how the fans and the audience are treating you compared to all the previous events that you've been to? Because in EMEA, they love you, as you know, and it seems the storyline is here, the same here.
Yeah, I mean, it just shows like how much support Fnatic has as a whole. Like, I'm really thankful for all the fans. Like, I try and hype them up. Yeah, hype them up with us all the time. So yeah, shout out to all of you.
How'd you bounce back as well, looking at the opening series? You had to play against Gen G, and yeah, I mean, Bolster was just mentioning, looks like we screwed up the veto here against Gen G before. Do you feel that Ascent should have been out already, or how did it happen, this conversation?
It's not really up to me,
yeah.
So I'm not gonna like say what I think. So I just leave it up to the coaches and Jake, whatever he thinks is best. But yeah, I think yesterday was a close series. I think it showed us like kind of the level we can be at if we play 100%. So yeah, I mean, props to Gen G, they played good, but it gave us a good run for our money.
All right, I got some hee-hee-ha questions coming up, so I'll let you take some of the in-game stuff, because there was a round where, even though Vance was supporting RRQ today...
Hold on. Let's take it back. Hold on, let's take it back a step. I know I was supporting RRQ, but that's because I have, you know, crazy guy from Vietnam playing. But Austin, you remember, I always used to support you. Remember the interviews we had in 2021 when you were playing for Together We're Terrific, and you said, Vancilli, I always love the support that you've given me. I still got that, bro. I'll get you that dollar. Come on, save me.
We'll see, brother. We'll see.
Fake. You did not witness him popping off for a crazy guy. But there was a round on Ascent. I think after that, maybe you started switching allegiances after this round 17.
Lam GG with the Prime. Thank you so much. much, dude.
Yeah,
Thank
it
you,
was
thank
just
you.
basically, it seems like just in general here, Crashies.
Oh, dude, this was
Everybody
crazy,
rallied
man.
around Alpha here. I think Boaster was
This
talking
shot?
about this double initiator, or double sentinel comp, sorry. Bringing out the chamber
Dude,
was
that
probably
is-
the best suit for Alpha here, and exactly that. Getting a nasty 4K going through, and then everybody's just standing behind here.
You haven't seen this because you were
Oh,
alive.
yeah, I haven't
so
seen
yeah,
it.
enjoy this clip. Yeah.
Jeez.
Look how nasty that is. But after every single round, I see Bolster standing up, rallying behind Alpha here. It seems as though he was the one
Yeah, I mean, that
really
show was just
wanting to
outrageous.
push us over into a dominant victory.
Yeah, I mean, whenever we have hype moments, especially with the NA crowd, I try and get them on our side and try and hype them up. Like, it's just a special moment to like have so many fans and people support us. So when Alpha pops off like that, or anyone for that matter, I'll always try and hype them up and get the crowd with us. So.
Our reaction is probably the most excited I've been for a clip, I think.
First of all,
Oh, that crazy shot.
How is it okay now for Alpha to stand up? Because I think you broke the curse against Genji. You know, he stood up and you didn't lose the very next round. But today, I think you were giving Fnatic fans some heart attacks. Every time you stood up, there was a bit of a, oh no.
Yeah, I'm not sure what this narrative is with Alpha standing up. We always try and stand up whenever we can. I don't care, but
Oh,
yeah.
so when all of you said Alpha sit down in the grand finals in EMEA, that didn't happen.
Okay, honestly, that was true. That was true, but I don't know.
Okay, I mean, he broke the curse. He broke the curse.
Yeah, we did.
Next question. Where was the celebration? Where was the post-game celebration?
We're going to blame our coaches on that one. We were ready. We were prepared. We choreographed everything. Everything was ready to go except one prop.
Oh, no.
They didn't bring the prop.
Okay,
Save it
so
for tomorrow.
Yeah.
save it for the next game you play, and then we'll see the good old Fnatic celebration coming back in. But for now, however, we have to say goodbye to XLG and RRQ, the two first seeds, of course, from the respective regions. Now, Crashies, you didn't get a chance to play against XLG, but you did go up against an old enemy, Xferrer. He used to be called Teboto. How much was that in your brain? Do you remember the breeze?
I do remember the breeze. It's
Minnie
funny 'cause
would
we
never
saw each
forget
other a
the
few times
prop,
before we
that's
played,
true.
And, like, we always like chat pretty friendly. I definitely remember him from those days, dropping 40 on my head. So yeah, I knew I couldn't underestimate him.
If anything, I want to give a shout out to XLG and RRQ as well. I mean, they still got their #1 seed in their own region. RRQ also had to be against a heavy hot in this event, PaperX and Genji to get to this moment, and also play now Fnatic.
Hey, Sonya, don't come for me,
#1
man.
seed from your region.
Don't come for
So
me, that's crazy.
I gotta say, my hats off to these two teams.
Dude,
They're
I thought
probably
people were
gonna
doing
do
these
some
comps to
good
every
damage
map.
back in their region.
I like how
I
you're
gave everyone way too
traumatized
much
every
credit.
time we see you at a global event, because the defuses on Haven, the next time you play them, I think, you know, what happened there?
The fuses, it's not just on
That's
Haven,
what
it's on
people did
every
with their
map.
time.
Split yesterday against Genji,
Holiday.
there was like 4 in a row. I'm clenching every single time. I'm like, what is going on?
Oh,
So,
it's fine. It's fine. You know, it happens.
It does happen.
It was entertaining, at least, Fancy,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, exactly. I mean, of course, yeah, one of the diffusers being crazy guy going on that one. They started having a little bit
That's
of
his
a fight.
guy.
going through.
That's your guy. That's your guy
Austin,
right
but
there.
I'm gonna start hyping up the Hunter's Fury in the next rounds here for Fnatic.
Wait,
There we go.
so now RRQ are eliminated. Will you join the fan
100%,
club of Fnatic?
100%. I got you back, Crashies. I got
All right,
you back.
well, we'll keep an eye on that. You keep an eye
I
on
will.
that.
I will report. I will snitch on you. I will snitch on you. You know I will.
I know.
But one other thing, very important thing happened earlier today. With the win over XLG, G2 have officially qualified for champs, which
Not
means
just
they
champs.
will not have to go through the relegation of Ascension
Exactly.
and all
Yeah.
that jazz, which
I
is
mean,
a
it means
really
they're in
big
for,
pressure and weight lifted off their shoulders.
means
And
they're
that's
in
the first team
for
coming from Ascension that's able to extend
franchising next
another
year as well.
going into VCTs for the next year. So big shout out there for
Unless
G2
2G do a
Esports, still
madness.
putting up big numbers and putting up big results for the Ascension and for the teams trying to grind up into the VCT circuit.
You just know that everybody in Americas were praying for their downfall. Like, we don't want you to get the
They qualify already, they've got the most
to
camp points.
qualify. But let's take a look at the bracket and find out who Fnatic will be playing next, because we have the upper bracket games coming, and you guys, I believe, will play
Okay,
the
chat,
loser
we got-
of PaperX versus Sen. The bracket
We've got
will
the
flip.
viewership
When
game
was the
right here.
last time we
PaperX
played
against
Sen?
Sentinels probably
Has it
will
been-
be
it's been
the
a
most
while.
popular
Yeah, when I was in
unless
NA,
we get something
probably.
similar in the
Yeah.
final.
PaperX, ooh.
It's gonna be a
Oh,
crazy
so
game.
last time you played against PaperX.
Knocked me out of Tokyo. Never beaten them ever. I played them every single time.
Oh.
I never beat them. So
I remember you telling me this, because I forgot that you guys were at Tokyo the last time we had this
how are
conversation.
you forgetting? We only got 4th.
Yeah, but yeah, we have a rematch that's going on, but also on the other side, Vans, if we take a look, because it's Genji versus Wolves,
Yeah.
and then the loser will play G2, which just seems so unfair
That's
at this
gonna
point
be,
in the
yeah,
tournament.
definitely, especially with Wolves with the way that they're playing so far here in this tournament. I don't think G2 or any team so far in the lower bracket has
Dude,
any
Wolves
easy
G2?
run going into Toronto.
Is there a team you prefer to face?
Between who?
Sen and PaperX.
Probably Sen. Just, you know,
I
think
get
it'd
okay
be fun
maps.
to play another NA team. Haven't played an NA team for a long time, so my preference would be Sen.
G2,
but,
yeah,
my
G2
heart
should
price
win,
is
but
Paper Rex, so.
For the revenge?
Yeah.
For
Redemption.
the revenge. Reflection. Look at us. We've hit all of
let's
the
have
points.
a shot. Yeah,
One
I think
last time from you,
Gen G might
Cassius,
wreck
'cause
him
there's
tomorrow
still
though.
some fans hiding about here. You want to
Depends on
give
maps
them a
again.
little shout out? I know they're listening.
Thank you to everyone supporting us. We love you. We do it for you guys. We hear you every single time we win a round. We love you guys. Thank you.
Shout out to the crowd here at the NK Center. Honestly, they've
Hey,
been
owned it.
amazing. And so have you,
Good win
Crashies.
for you.
Congratulations for your win today. You are a legend, Vansili.
What did I
Absolutely
do?
loved having you on the desk.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, chat, we're gonna end it there. We're gonna end it there. Chat, can you all do me one favor? Today in the UK is Father's Day, and I saw my dad in chat earlier. So can everyone say Happy Father's Day to Slug Dad? Everyone get the Happy Father's Day in to Slug Dad.
G2 and XLG are the champions of
Thank you so
Americas
much, chat.
and
Thank you,
CM, but
Donut.
there is a bigger trophy here in Toronto. Today, they have to prove they've got what it takes to go all the way.
There's so many of you here, it's crazy.
Broken in time. Portion of it is Giacomo! My God! Jumps up and over, tap onto it, and it is just rooting out the last remaining player of Coconut.
Okay, thank you so much, everyone. Chat, give me a streamer. Who are we raiding?
What are you doing? Cycling the util. Giacomo is let loose and unleashed and leaves it down to Coconut. And a 1v2, all for the map, all here and now. Tonight, that last chance, and all 13-3. Icebox is going to be sealed.
Sadak? Is Sadak like playing after? You could do Sadak.
Clean off the shoulders, Valent's going to be done. Giacomo looking for a lucky connection in all. Raka, he's forward again. And this guy, is it dominable? Raka! Right when they needed him most.
Chat, we've got a lot of Sadaks
Side
here.
control
Great
is
Sadak.
theirs.
What's his actual Twitch name?
Peeks out wide, they'll follow up at all. It's the Vice Sword offloaded now. Thorns scattered wide. And with it, XLG's
Sadak?
hopes.
Oh,
Giacomo
nice and
taking
easy.
point, taking contact. And bodies are dropped. At a moment's notice, it's
Okay, thank you so much, guys. Thank you. I appreciate today. We got a big day tomorrow. Big day tomorrow.
It does not matter what
We
happens
got
regionally.
track by
What
track.
matters
Train
now
is
for Fnatic
meeting
and RRQ
Sentinels.
is if they can
And
make
I'm
a
telling you,
lower
it's going to be a
bracket run,
banger.
and that starts right here.
But a good trade. Then Crashies.
And then we got Gen G against Wolves. I'm hoping Wolves can get off to a good start so we get a close game, because I'm a little bit worried that Gen G might have an easy time, but we'll see.
In all that chaos, looking composed.
Still liked how Wolves approach most maps. Okay, thanks so much, guys. Thank you. I appreciate you. I'll see you all soon. Say hi to Sadak for me. Bye, everyone. Bye, bye, bye. I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good rest of your evening, day, whatever time it is. All right, bye, bye, bye.
It's Crashies. Oh my God! How have they stopped
YouTube chat. Thank you so much as well, guys. Appreciate you all being here. Subscribe if you can. I would appreciate it. Thanks so much. Thank you, guys.
They came in looking mean today.